こぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor.
Mia!
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。邪魔だ。
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah.
Selamat datang di MPL Indonesia Season 11.
MPL Indonesia Season 11 telah dimulai. Namun, permainan yang sangar dan susah ditebak sudah diperlihatkan oleh para player demi mencapai tata tertinggi di MPL Indonesia. Performa terbaik pun siap untuk mewarnai pertarungan di MPL Indonesia Season 11. Inilah First Team layar terbaik paruh musim regular season MPL Indonesia Season 11. Posisi first gold laner diisi oleh Brans dari EVOS Legends. Player veteran yang telah malang melintang di pro scene Mobile Legends Bang Indonesia mengawali karirnya pertama kali di Bigetron Esports pada season 4. Player yang mendapatkan julukan sebagai The King of Marksman ini membuktikan konsistensinya setelah dipercaya bergabung dengan Macan Putih EVOS Legends untuk mengisi posisi gold lane yang berkompetisi di MPL Indonesia season 6. Keganasan Brans terbukti dan diakui setelah membawa nama EVOS dan Indonesia menjadi juara di turnamen ISF, mengalahkan tim kuat Blacklist dari Filipina dengan skor sempurna. Konsistensi gameplay serta positioning yang apik menjadikan Brans menjadi monster kill EVOS dengan terbukti mencatat raihan most kill sebanyak 117 kali dalam paruh musim season ini.
Entah bagaimana caranya, mau keadaan timnya gimana pun, farmingnya dia tetap stabil, duitnya tetap ada, dianya juga poin dia juga emang bener-bener bisa dijaga.
Di posisi first mid laner ditempati oleh Sans dari ONIC. Sang prodigi ganas ini memulai karirnya lewat Victim Esports dan berhasil membawa tim tersebut menjadi juara di MPL Season 1. Berkat konsistensi dan kemampuan mekanik yang sangat baik, Sans bergabung dengan ONIC pada MPL Indonesia Season 6. Kala itu, ONIC tengah melakukan rebuild pasca pecahnya kelima kaki mereka. Kemampuan mekanik yang tinggi terbukti berhasil membawa ONIC juara MPL Indonesia Season 8 dan 10. Playstyle agresif dan konsistensi gameplay yang baik menjadikan Sans sebagai player yang paling penting di tim ONIC. Terbukti, Sans berani untuk melakukan inisiasi dan follow up damage yang cepat.
Masih 80% kayaknya persiapan buat sekarang. Soalnya kemarin fokus ini kan seleknas.
Di posisi first roamer diduduki oleh Keyboy, roamer handal dari ONIC. Si pantang menyerah Keyboy telah menjalani karirnya dari tim ONIC Prodigy MDL. Berkat performa yang baik, dia dipromosikan untuk bermain di ajang MPL Indonesia lewat tim ONIC Esports untuk mengisi posisi roamer sejak season 5. Namanya kian melejit setelah lolos seleksi pelatnas dan masuk daftar roster timnas Mobile Legends Bang Indonesia di SEA Games 2021 Vietnam. Tak hanya di Indonesia, skill Keyboy juga diakui di tingkat internasional usai timnya menjuarai MPL ID 2021 dengan mengalahkan tim asal Filipina Blacklist Internasional di Grand Final. Positioning dan mirroring yang baik menjadikan Keyboy sebagai ancaman nyata bagi musuh dan inisiator ganas untuk ONIC.
Itu flankingnya dari ONIC tuh kuat banget. Jadi Keyboy apalagi pemain yang menurut aku suka banget untuk mainnya sabar, cari momentum. Itu udah pas banget buat ONIC.
Posisi first XP laner ditempati oleh Lemon, sang legenda MPL Indonesia. Sang legenda yang tidak pernah lelah bermain di pro scene Mobile Legends Bang Indonesia mengawali karir pertama kali di RRQ pada season 1 hingga sampai saat ini. Player yang mendapat julukan alien karena hero pool yang sangat banyak dan playstyle yang di luar nalar ini membuktikan konsistensinya setelah rehat pada season 8. Lemon dipercaya untuk mengisi roster RRQ kembali posisi XP lane yang mana menggantikan R7 di season 11 ini. Kealianan Lemon terbukti setelah membawa RRQ juara di MPL Indonesia season 2, season 5, season 6, dan season 9. Dia berhasil mengalahkan rivalnya ONIC dengan skor 4-1. Flanking, inisiasi, dan penetrasi yang baik dari Lemon menjadikan RRQ tim yang ditakuti para musuh.
Masih pantas lah, bener-bener masih pantas banget. Gak ada yang bisa gantiin Lemon lah buat saat ini, buat dijadiin sosok kalian.
Posisi first jungler ditempati oleh Kairi, sang pemenang MVP regular season 10. Best World Jungler from Philippines, mengawali karirnya dari season 6 berseragam Blacklist Internasional. Pasca MPL PH season 6 selesai, Kairi bergabung dengan ONIC PH yang bermain dari season 7 hingga season 9. Keganasannya dilirik dan ONIC mendatangkan Kairi sebagai jungler di tim landak Indonesia pada MPL ID season 10. Sang jungler membuktikan konsistensinya dengan menjadi MVP regular season dan membawa nama ONIC juara di MPL Indonesia season 10. Penetrasi, retribution on point, dan gameplay yang ganas membuat tim ONIC berhasil menoreh poin sempurna 7 kali kemenangan di paruh musim babak regular season 11.
Jadi menurut aku Kairi salah satu player yang luar biasa tentunya dengan permainan dia yang disiplin. Kalau dia dapat momentum dia baru gas. Itu sih.
5 pemain terbaik di pertengahan musim babak regular season telah membuktikan performanya. Namun, apakah mereka mampu mempertahankan posisinya atau malah jatuh ke posisi bawah? Semuanya dapat terjadi di babak kedua regular season MPL Indonesia season 11. Saksikan dan jadilah saksi perjuangan mereka pada babak regular season MPL Indonesia season 11. We own this.
The Yellow Porcupines will go up against the Geeks in our opening match of Week 4, Day 3. MPL ID Season 11 is back. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be me, Goni, Eterna, and as well as Mirko accompanying you for the 2 matches we got in store today. ONIC and GEEK SLATE for opening match. Eterna, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling quite stoked, right? Because now things are getting a little bit more interesting than last week, right? The standings are getting closer than ever and people are vying for that playoff spot.
Again, GEEK SLATE, if they could win against ONIC, they might have a higher chance to take that upper bracket. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, let's thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 11, powered by Moonton, presented by official tournament phone, Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Official mobile internet partner by Telkomsel. Official gold partner by UBS Gold. Partner in esports, Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, and Bleebly. Official broadcast by Maxstream. Broadcast partner by TVRI Sport. Partner Indomaret and Point Coffee, and we are supported by PBE SI. And ladies and gentlemen, again, remember, GEEK SLATE, I want to repeat this, if they could win this, Mirko, they might have a chance to secure that upper bracket.
Well, with a win here, they will put themselves up in the top 2. So basically in upper bracket department there. But obviously, they need to get some more work done throughout the regular season in the second leg to actually secure it. But also, fun fact, if ONIC wins this matchup against GEEK SLATE, 100% playoff confirmed for ONIC. They could lose all their games and they'll still be able to make it to the playoffs.
Both teams going for that run. Both teams, ONIC in particular, going for that undefeated run still. And let's talk about leg 1 between these 2 boys, all right? Eterna, any inputs?
It's interesting, right? Because GEEK SLATE in the earlier stage of the season isn't as in form as they are now. I think they really just became one of the top contenders, honestly, to get that top 3. And I think we saw that glimmer of brilliance starting in leg number 2. And this time around, I think it will be a little bit more difficult for ONIC Esports to get that clean 2-0. Perhaps I'm expecting a 2-1, but who wins this? It's still up in the air.
It does feel a bit like in leg 1, GEEK SLATE were still trying to find their identity. They were still trying to work a few things out. They had a lot of, crazy highlights like the Valentina against the Natan. Obviously, this was a pretty interesting one, this matchup, because both of these players, they try to use their creativity. But Chidera obviously just won it all around. ONIC's counter setup was absolutely suppressed by the early game control by GEEK SLATE, and it all comes down to the draft at first, right? GEEK SLATE, yeah, they're very aggressive in the early game, but what enables that is their winning lanes. They're so good at drafting, and I gotta give props to Beloy, because even the Valentina in the gold lane was Beloy's idea. What can't he do? He carries his team on a roamer, he sets up for his team, and he makes these crazy plays in the later stage of the game, even when GEEK SLATE is losing, to turn it all around. But game number 1 in leg 1, the story was literally just GEEK SLATE smashing ONIC to the ground. There was not much ONIC could do with their experimental draft, but as we've all come to know, this is ONIC with their experimental draft. They like experimenting in the regular season, using these crazy drafts, trying to make it work, and in the end, simply put, it did not work. Their composition just fell flat right on their faces, and with the Natalia, it's just too much aggression for them to deal with. Beloy's Natalia, on its own, independent, like this one pick alone for GEEK SLATE is already so impactful. Now add a whole lot more for the side of GEEK SLATE with the dive, even with Matt stepping into the Lapu. Perfect setup here, because it comes down to that early aggression, and that's why I really like Matt in that first leg. But unfortunately for GEEK SLATE, the second game of the first leg, it all turned around. Here we're still seeing game number 1 where it's just GEEK SLATE taking the early game, snowballing, and utilizing that snowball. They always understand when to stick back to the basics, to the fundamentals. They don't need to go for anything too forced or too over aggressive. Here though, in game number 2, we do see that ONIC, with their draft, they have went back to the basics again. They utilized what works in their draft, in their composition, that made them such a powerhouse back in Season 10. All around, a winning lane for Boots to make plays on the map, and obviously weak side for CW. All he needs to do is farm up, and even in this position, he was actually behind against Chidera, but it's all good because he is still able to consistently farm up to be at the same amount of gold. Now, despite that, GEEK SLATE were still able to show so many crazy highlight plays on this composition. A full, you can kind of say, pick-off/team fight composition up against ONIC, who really had a lot to say when it comes down to the team fights. GEEK SLATE, it comes down to Beloy, right? When Beloy does well, the team does well. Beloy is the one who sets up these plays, and on the Franco, unfortunately, you can blame it on the pick, or you can blame it on Beloy, but in game number 2, he just did not connect as many impactful iron hooks as he used to do. And here, the team fell flat again with Beloy underperforming in game 2. And it's kind of the similar story here. It comes down also to GEEK SLATE being a very momentum-based team. Once they lose that momentum in the first leg, they lose their identity. That early game pressure is no longer present in game number 3. They were just so good in game 1, to see them in game 3 is a bit sad, right? Because it does feel like when they have control in the game, it's still ONIC who have a lot to say. It's still ONIC with their main carries having 0 deaths. You can see CW and Sans, they're still so consistent. They're still waiting for that position, and one mistake from the side of GEEK SLATE basically turned the game around. That's something that GEEK SLATE has worked on, and that's something that Eterna actually mentioned as well. GEEK SLATE, leg number 1, they had the dub. They showed glimpses of brilliance, but in the end, they forced too many fights and they did not utilize the fundamentals. Getting too aggressive, getting too hyped, and in the end, this was the fight that created it all. One mistake, missed positions here, coming from the team where Janna gets melted down and a boy has utilized the feather airstrike a bit too early in the fight. You make a mistake like this against ONIC, they will punish you. There is no getting out of this. You give ONIC an inch, they take a mile. And with this one team fight, they got the game, they got the series.
Yeah, exactly. And again, in leg 1, it was clear that ONIC was somehow threatened by GEEK SLATE, right? Based on the first game, very different. And I want to talk about Matt, because in leg 1, it was Matt who filled that EXP, but now most likely it's going to be Luke. So ONIC needs to prepare for that. Apart from the EXP, we've got to talk about the gold lane here. CW and Kadira, what do you got?
Well, the gold lane matchup is an interesting one. We mentioned literally just in the highlights earlier that CW is a weak side player. He wants to farm up, but he doesn't necessarily needs to win the matchup, right? That's why he is on the Claude here. With the Avarice emblem, it really sets him up for just exactly that. Playing the weak side, utilizing the BMI to play as a safe gold laner, but also farming up as much as a bully would. On the side of Chidera, though, getting the winning matchup is pretty... It's pretty, prioritized, I would say, by GEEK SLATE. I wouldn't say it's the main winning condition, but it is up there when it comes down to winning for GEEK SLATE. Chidera, I think mainly getting his comfort heroes is the way to go, right? Highest average gold per minute in the first half here, coming in from both of them. You can see it, Season 11 stats, 758 and 712, both very efficient farmers, but what Chidera has that CW doesn't is the way he plays with the team, is his creativity. When you pick up a Valentina for GEEK SLATE, you don't know where it's going.
Yeah, it's still a flex. It can be flex, right? So again, GEEK SLATE can play around that. And apart from that, I guess, what are the keys to victory here for side of ONIC?
Once again, it's going to sound repetitive, but Beloy, if he does well, the team does well. These are the keys to victory presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Strengthen objective contest and setup. Contest pick Geek's Kaja. The Kaja has been one of the main conditions here for GEEK SLATE, especially with Beloy making those crazy plays in the late game to flip an entire game back to their side. Now, ONIC, it does seem like early on, objective-wise, they are pretty vulnerable. This has happened against many of the other teams as well. I believe against Bigetron Alpha, they also lost a few turtles in Leg 1, Game 1, and Game 2. But they have since worked on that, seeing their performance yesterday. But on the other side, GEEK SLATE, keys to victory for them, secure heroes with the suppress effect for Beloyski. Now, I wouldn't say it's just suppress, because we've only seen him find success on the Kaja. I would personally say secure playmaking heroes and secure heroes that he's comfortable on. The Natalia, the Kaja, the Grok, the Ruby, anything that Beloy is comfortable on, it will do better than the standard meta picks. The other side is win the matchup in the gold lane. Exactly the two topics we spoke about, and that's why the Valentino worked so well in game number 1 of leg number 1.
Yeah, every player, Beloy, a boy, pointing to the gold lane. Chidera being the main man. What do you think about this, Eterna? GEEK SLATE and ONIC will, I don't know, it's not official yet, but if Luke plays in GEEK SLATE right now, do you think they can beat ONIC?
Honestly, the thing that I like about Luke is that he's a little bit more consistent, right? I think Matt showed moments where he was able to win that matchup, but I feel like Luke in general is a lot more reliable than Matt, right? The thing about Luke is that he's really good when given a good lane, and he will be able to win that lane for sure. He likes to focus on that lane, and with that, he translates it into the team fight. So very interesting matchup as well. I think we spoke a lot about the mid lane, the gold lane, but the EXP lane is also something that is within the eye of everyone. I think a lot of people are going to focus on that. And the other thing that I wanted to mention is the fact of the jungle, right? I think we're at this point in MPL ID where it no longer means that if Kyrie's in the jungle, he definitely has 100% chance of getting that retribution. I think we saw a little bit of that yesterday when it really depends on what hero you give to the jungle. Like if a Fredrin versus something else that's less reliable with that retribution ability, it sure does seem that whoever it is, even if it's Kyrie on the assassin jungles, he might not land that retribution. Like the competition and skill of everyone is truly up there as we take a look at the official starting lineup.
It's going to be Sans, Boots, CW, Kyrie, and Keyboard, their main 5. I might say, apart from Gian, not a lot of changes, right? Their main 5 here going for the undefeated run. And for the other side here, Mirko.
Yeah, very different here from ONIC compared to last season when they like to rotate their rosters. For GEEK SLATE, it's the same main 5. There's no more time for experimenting here in Leg 2. They want to secure that upper bracket position with boy Luke, Chidera, Jana, and Beloyski.
Well, we're gonna see, will GEEK SLATE win against ONIC in Leg 2 as they are walking onto the stage?
The main 5 here led by Chidera, but you know the brains are definitely with Beloyski. I really do think that this is an advantage that GEEK SLATE has over ONIC Esports, with the fact that Beloyski, he's such a good shot caller, he's so creative when it comes down to the drafts. And honestly, ONIC, they have a lot to work with.
7-0, going for 8-0. Let's welcome the yellow porcupines, ONIC.
Pretty interesting for ONIC. Again, we mentioned literally last season they really liked to actually swap their rosters in the regular season, especially in the first leg. But knowing this, it shows a new level of hunger and determination for ONIC.
I completely agree. And with ONIC, right, it's going to be a very challenging road going up against GEEK, realizing their first leg was 2-1. And this is going to be the man behind the scenes, the coaches. Yebenadi going up against Renault from the side of GEEK SLATE.
It feels a little unbalanced 2v1 situation, but of course, Renault isn't alone when it comes down to the drafting phase. I think we've mentioned that time and time again. Beloyski is also very adept at reading as well as analyzing his own and enemy drafts. And I'm quite excited. I feel like these two teams, they're both known for their ability to be flexible. And it's interesting, right? Because throughout the entirety of MPL ID Season 11, I think if you ask me who is the most flexible gold laner, I would say CW. But suddenly we see Valentina being flexed in that gold for Chidera, which means that GEEK SLATE, it's not beneath them to be able to flex this way.
And in Season 11, we just have seen a little bit of a change, right? Like you mentioned, CW used to have this role, used to be the flexible member, where they usually leave him as the last pick. But now the gold lane has shifted, especially for ONIC. They get more value with Sans and Keyboy in the last two picks for the team. And you can see it right here with the most picks being Forza, Kufra, and Kadita. They're able to flex that mid lane so well, even in the roaming position. When it comes down to most banned by opponents, though, you can see a whole lot of Assassins and even the Valentina here because of Sansa's creativity. The Hayabusa, a signature pick for Kyrie. It's his main pick. But for most bans, it feels like even though Coach Yeb has found a new form for ONIC, stable, they have gone back a step when it comes down to the creativity. One Joy being the most banned heroes, but maybe it's just because it's absolutely broken, because GEEK SLATE are falling very, very similarly to ONIC's draft with the 1-1 and the Joy and their Filipino import being their most banned by opponents. Natalia and Jana's Fanny, obviously here respecting the two Filipino imports that they have, but then right below you do see that 1-1, still respecting Chidera. But honestly, looking at GEEK, it does feel like when it comes down to the first pick, it's a bit more readable. They're always going for that Fredrin. They always go for the Kaja. These two picks are too good to be left open. But the way they utilize this very default draft is with the creativity, not of the heroes, but of the players. When you pick up the Valentina for ONIC, you know it's going to be Sans.
True.
When a Valentina gets picked up here, you think it's going to be a boy. But it turns out it's the Gold Digger.
Oh, yeah. Perhaps we might see somehow the approach of the creativity might differ here in this match. But on that note, yeah, I want to talk about as well here, Kyrie. Very, very strong and reliable jungler. He got the first team, first half.
They have three first team, I believe.
Three-man first team, yeah, true. But Kyrie in particular, very, very reliable, just very in sync. And there you go, the #1 least death per game. It's ONIC.
And it truly does make sense, right? Looking at these stats. I mean, ONIC Esports, they're not really known to go in for these crazy, unhinged brawls. They don't go for those chaotic team fights. They usually wait for their power spikes to hit. They wait for the moments where they can translate team fights into objectives, and they're very calculated. So they don't go for too many risks, I don't think. And looking at this, it does truly make sense.
They have the best team. I mean, it's a fact right now in MPL ID when it comes down to the roster, even the coaching staff, you might say, with Coach Yeb and Adi, a man with a lot of experience. They have two grand finalists in the Emerald Championship as coaches. Adi back in M1 with RRQ losing, just falling short to EVO's Legends, but Yeb, M3 with ONIC PH.
Very good minds, but also very great devices as well we got in store for you guys. Galaxy S23 Series 5G, check it out. Equipped with the fastest processor technology, 4 nanometer Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for Galaxy with RAM up to 12 gigabytes memory, up to 1 terabyte. The screen is dynamic AMOLED 2X with a 120 hertz refresh rate that makes all gaming all days get smoother. And the battery is 5000 mAh. It allows you to push rank all day long. So you can pre-order it until the 23rd of February 2023 to level up your epic game with Samsung Galaxy S23.
Yeah, if you guys want more information on that, go ahead and check samsung.com/ID. Because me, Gani, as well as Mirko, we already have that on pre-order.
It's already
I got my
in
order.
my hand.
It's already in your hand? I haven't received mine yet.
Our phone is displayed on the table.
There's only one.
Our phone.
Oh, you're sharing one.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Sharing is caring, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, let's go back to the topic here. ONIC and GEEK SLATE. Let's take a look at the man on your screen, Reno. He has a he plays mean 1-1.
Does he play a mean 1-1? I'm not too sure. Don't know if he does play the mean 1-1. We're in the draft right now, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to game number 1, drafting phase.
Well, let's see here. GEEK SLATE will have the blue side, and ONIC will have the red. Looking at the bands here, it's going to be Fanny, Fermis, and Kadita. Already respects across the board. Meanwhile, ONIC also shows some respect here. Natalia band comes through.
Yeah, the stats don't differ, and the stats also don't lie. Every team that goes against GEEK SLATE will definitely ban out the Natalia away from Beloyski, but the same thing can be said towards ONIC, right? Every time someone goes against ONIC, they respect ban towards Kyrie, and you can see that with the Fanny and the Fredrin being taken away. But now, GEEK SLATE, what are they going to prioritize here in the first phase? Are they going to take up the Kaja? And the Kaja it is. So they are going to prioritize a hero for Beloyski, seeing as he is the main playmaker.
Remember, winning condition, man. GEEK SLATE needs to utilize Beloy on his comfort pick, so the Kaja makes absolute sense here. Also, one of the reasons maybe that GEEK can't or haven't been able to find a win against ONIC is because ONIC has Coach Yeb. Yeb has mentioned to me and all of us that Beloy is basically a mini version of Yeb in terms of how they think. They are very similar because they have been in a team together for so long, and so that just shows, right? Yeb has been able to outsmart Beloy for so long, but the student will always be able to catch up to the master
one day.
We'll see if that happens.
Today.
Maybe it is today with the Arlet pick. This has been one of the good picks coming in for GEEK SLATE up against the Farsa and the Claude, a team that likes to play with a front-to-back composition. The Arlet really creates so much havoc, and on top of that, they secure the Faramis as well, basically kind of denying the glue from ONIC.
All right, and now you can see the Farsa as well as the Claude being picked up as well for the side of ONIC. So they've secured a gold laner for CW. 0 flex right now for ONIC, with the Farsa definitely going into the hands of Sans as well. They're securing a very strong high ground utility artillery force with how much damage that the Farsa can go for. But remember, this is very risky considering that GEEK has both the Kaja and the Faramis with the Shadow Stampede that can cancel that ultimate from Farsa. ONIC Esports now, honestly, they need a really good hero in terms of that disengage to protect the Farsa.
Brock can work.
And we can see here, that's actually going to be a hero for Kyrie first. The Hayabusa comes through.
ONIC likes to do this, right? Where they like to secure Kyrie 0 at that third pick right before the second phase. And it does work, it seems like. Again, ONIC still, same routine, same patterns here with that Hilda, man. And ONIC, it seems like with their here, yeah, you're right, high ground, very fast clear, Blazing Duet, Feather Airstrike, and GEEK SLATE. It's a fast draft here. Opening up again with the Terizla ban, and ONIC though, now, usually they all opted for another Masha sometimes, another ban. Very, very template here. We'll see though. It seems like they're taking their time. Are they going for it?
maybe they might go for it right now, right? But honestly, looking at it, I don't think they're going to go for the Masha ban for both teams. I think for ONIC as well, they can pick up the Masha. We've seen it before if they're up against a Beatrix. We saw that literally yesterday up against Marquis. Wasn't really able to say much when the Masha got the Thunderclap. Here, though, with the Terizla ban, what they're basically trying to achieve is getting Luke the comfortable lane. Arlet is a very good laning hero, so you want him to get snowballed and you take these two very oppressive laners away to give Arlet that free lane like we mentioned. Here as well, we do have a comment from Colius. Yes, they're the contender for upper bracket, but they haven't become the contender for champions yet. The one who stands out the most is Beloy. I agree with this man right here. ONIC though, they understand it. Without Terizla, without the glue, it has to be the Thamas. We have seen the Thamas win against the Arlet many times in Season 11. But there you go. GEEK SLATE have secured not only a winning matchup for Chidera, but also a comfort pick. Chidera is sitting on a very high win rate on this carry.
I love the Thamus pick. I think he is a good laner. He's going to be able to win that lane, I do believe. But remember, I don't think that Thamus has much of a say when it comes down to those team fights. So after the laning phase, when the teams are starting to clump up and go for the 5v5 man team fights, I don't see the Thamus being as big of an impact as an Arlet would, especially with how much utility he has in his kit, right? He has the dashes, he has the slices, he can have the CC as well. And now you see very fast response from ONIC. It's Keyboy once again on the Kufra.
And on that note, you mentioned the Thamas. Yes, this is a pick purely centric around the laning phase. He will be able to win against the Arlet, but right after the laning phase ends, what is his impact? The thing is, all he needs to do is get a lead big enough so that the Arlet won't be a factor in these team fights. And knowing how ONIC has been playing in Season 11, playing strong side to boots, roaming with the Farsa and the Kufra, and even Haya up top, Arlet is going to have a bad time.
We'll see, right? I mean, yeah, I do agree, but Keyboy will have the Kufra here, Mirko Turna. I think it's like his signature this season. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think about the draft? The composition for the first game has been set. I want to hear your thoughts in the comments as well, as we are going to enter the Land of Dawn for Game 1. Match 1, ONIC and GEEK SLATE. Will GEEK SLATE able to strike first? Let's see. Land of Dawn, here we go.
Okay, we'll see here what can GEEK and what can ONIC do with the compositions that have been set for them. And I gotta say, one of my main concerns for ONIC is the fact that GEEK has the Faramis, but earlier on already, a lot of aggression here in the mid lane. I think GEEK SLATE, though, with the Faramis and the Kaja duo in the mid side, they are going to be able to clear and roam around much faster than ONIC. And we've talked about this so many times, the fact that the mid lane clear is so important to be able to put that pressure. So far, GEEK SLATE, they have the better and the faster clear, and as well as the rotation.
Better mid control means you get to roam across the map a bit faster, and they utilize that almost instantly by securing an invade on the enemy jungle camp. Now, what I do want to talk about here is the Unbending Will by Luke. We actually just had a discussion backstage with Coach Chico about the Arlet. How does it work? When do you go for the Concussive Blast? When do you go for the Unbending Will or even the Festival of Blood? And here against this matchup, I think he has gone for a proper one against the Thamas. The Unbending Will, a bit more damage when it comes to these skirmishes, will give Luke a little bit of an upper hand, because when it comes to the sustained battle, it should be Luke with the minion wave.
But it still worries me, right? I mean, if he opted for that particular emblem, he's not going to be as tanky and not as good as the wave clear compared to the Thamus here in the early game. And you could already see that in the bottom lane, the Thamus already roaming around, whereas ONIC now, they have the better, honestly, the setup is going to be faster compared to GEEK SLATE.
It might be a bit faster when it comes down to just pure setup, but again, it is also Janna who has a bit of a lead against Kyrie when it comes to clearing the jungle camps. Now Kyrie, very dependent on the purple buff. He's going to be forced to jump on the purple buff first. This does give GEEK a bit more to play with.
Well, it seems like Kyrie will not be able to jump into the circle in time. Janna securing, but in the backside here, Feather Airstrike connects Keyboy, flickering away. Particular frontside, Beloyski gets taken down though. Shadow kill, just to have some more space. Keyboy gets taken down. Luke finds the double. Wow, GEEK SLATE manages to respond back.
Wow, already 1-for-2 trade in favor for GEEK SLATE, and they were able to get... Oh! Luke goes crazy! Another kill on the board. And I get it now, I get it, okay? He has a little bit more flexibility when it comes to the sustainability in the team fights because of the emblem that he has chosen. And it's shown, right? Already 3-0-0 here in the early game.
Exactly. That's why they picked the Martis, right? Because they know the carry is going to be the XP or the gold lane, actually, for GEEK SLATE. Now, the Unbending Will with more damage, it's exactly how you put it. Damage better in lane, but Luke, all he's going to do is clear the wave, recall, or follow through with the setup that's already placed down by Boots. Now, I believe that was a mistake by Boots. The main reason the Stamets got picked is to stop the Arlet. It isn't to set up for the objective.
We'll see here again. Samu's already clearing lane though bot side. But yeah, after that exchange, GEEK SLATE, they were able to get the neutral objective, get the kills as well. ONIC though, they need to find this compensation. Gold lead wise, it's still balanced, I must say.
Yeah, they have to be careful as well, right? Because when they set up for that 5v5 team fight, remember Boloisky. Oh man, Luke, look at how much damage he's doing!
Boots still holding on, doesn't even pop the vengeance, but it seems like there's gonna be investigative. Keyboy catches one, caught alter force there. Keyboy finds the suppression, but he gets he's still okay in the backside though. It's gonna be the shutdown. Boots finding the kill there.
And again, it just basically is the matchup we spoke about in the draft. Boots is going to win the 1v1, but Kadira here all alone.
Oh my god, and Kadira will have not enough time, there are not enough resources to escape. He's going to be taken down top side.
Back to my point, right? All Boots needs to do is force Luke into those 1v1s where he is going to have a significant advantage. That's just how the kit has been built around, especially with the vengeance that he went for. It is very good for him, but the Lloyd now might just be caught. He doesn't have the Divine Judgment, but a boy is here.
Okay, no casualties so far there in the exchange in the top side. Realizing that Sans already level 4, he has the Feather Airstrike and is going to be able to zone out the members if a GEEK SLATE doesn't have the Flicker and the ultimate combos down to a T. But you can see here, Chidera actually moves down to the EXP lane. Why is this?
Good lane swap. Honestly, looking at it, again, knowing that Luke is going to have a very tough time in lane against Boots, they just swap it out, giving Chidera a bit more XP to play with as well. Notice when they made this lane swap happen, it's towards the 5th minute, so he only lost one whole gold buffed cannon minion, and at that point, he would have lost it anyways. The Arlet was sent right up when Chidera got dove, so that they don't lose that gold buff, and so that Chidera can obviously set up back in that bottom lane.
And on top of that, remember, Carrie's passive does increase based on her EXP. So having the carry in the XP get the passive as fast as possible is very important. But look at this, Boots.
Oh my god. Oh, he gets the outplay though, finding one before himself. Got the L as well. 1-for-1. Kadira for Boots. ONIC wins it.
And that's why I'm not really a big fan of the Purify pick here by Chidera up against this composition, right? You're up against Kyrie, Boots, Sans, Keyboy, and CW. Probably the only time you'll ever need to use the Purify is on Keyboy.
Oh my god, Sans. Pop the Feather Airstrike just...
Oh my god.
He might outplay this. Kyrie jumping in time. A Boythor will secure the kill. And he managed to defend the top tier 1. And that's, again, ONIC just trying to somehow getting those small wins. Another turret collapsed in the bot side, and ONIC, they are able to equalize this.
It's good right now for the side of ONIC. They are trying to weather the storm as much as possible, but honestly, it feels a bit like ONIC are still lost, right? They are getting kills across the map, but GEEK SLATE, their composition is built with better scaling and better team fight. ONIC need to utilize Kyrie and most importantly Boots. These two heroes in team fights won't really have as much impact as they do in the early to mid.
Oh, but look at the talents prediction here. 3-4 versus 2 here. Ronnie still thinks that ONIC has a better chance of winning this out, and so far, it's difficult, right? Because in my opinion, right now, GEEK SLATE are in the 7th minute, meaning with how many, I would say, quote-unquote, fighter heroes they have in their kits, they are going to get that power spike a little faster. than ONIC. Whereas ONIC, they have to wait for CW. I do see that the Golden Staff has been secured. And maybe that's what they've been waiting for, to pull the trigger and try and be as aggressive as GEEK SLATE is playing right now.
Again, though, if you take a look at the items here, Eterna, you're right. The DHS has been built up. Boots wants to go in, though.
Oh, we have to be careful here. Geek, they are on the retreat. Keyboy flickering with the Siren's Race. Call Alter pops. Suppression comes through, but it's going to be Sans finding Beloyski. Boots in the backside, front side rather. Keyboy catching another. No clear follow-up in the backside. Take a look at Jana trying to move on towards CW. Keyboy will fall in the front side there. CW, will he be able to escape this loop? Oh, damage though. Blazing Duet combined with the Feather and Strike, finding Jana. Sans picks up the kill. It's going to be 1-for-1. But earlier, Beloy gets taken down, so ONIC again winning regarding the team fights.
It could have been worse for GEEK SLATE if Chidera didn't have that Purify. We were talking about why Chidera opted for the Purify, and that's exactly why. Keyboy always finds a way to be able to get that Tyrant's Rage revenge onto the important members, and he actually did, but Chidera was able to Purify out and therefore turn it around and get Keyboy taken out instead.
Still not a fan of it, though, right? I mean, yes, Keyboy, he was able to escape from that, but the Flicker does basically the same thing. You can Flicker out, and plus, it's just Keyboy you need to be wary of with the Purify. For one whole battle spell for one member on the enemy team, I feel like it's a bit of a waste, but still, you can see now that ONIC aren't stopping.
You'll play there. Oh, half HP. Kyrie wants to jump in. Suppression comes to
wow.
Ultra popping. Keyboy dies under the turret of Bird. Great. Excellent response by the Geeks.
Very, very good called Alter by a boy. He instantly saw the gang coming through. He was able to pop the called Alter in time and actually prevented a pickoff onto Chidera. And that is the synergy from Geek that actually makes them really, really strong. And looking at this now, GEEK SLATE, they're actually the first ones to position for this Lord and take it uncontested.
No roamer means you have no pressure here, and Kyrie actually even loses that purple buff. Jana didn't even utilize the retribution to secure the Lord. It gives so much more room. And also, again, this is why the Kufra pick is high risk, high reward. When you are able to get your targets, it's amazing for your team. But once you jump in with the Tyrant's Revenge and you do not get a pick, it's over. You're dead, most probably with the catch that GEEK SLATE has. That's what they want to play with. They want Keyboy to engage first. They want to be the reactive team.
I know it seems like GEEK SLATE is winning in terms of economy. Look at how many turrets ONIC has to their name right now. And I think this is the ONIC that we know and love, right? Even though it seems like they're behind, they always play the macro game, they stay composed. ONIC has been in this position so many times, and ONIC has been out so many times, but Beloyski!
Flicker Divine Judgment, and Keyboy flickers away. Not enough damage comes through, he survives. To the outside though, Boots with the vengeance, Luke gets taken out. ONIC now 5v4, but take a look at Chidera, will be taken down by that shadow kill by Kyrie. ONIC again wins the team fight.
Well played team fight again by ONIC. Like you mentioned, they had more map pressure, and GEEK SLATE trying to utilize that. Knowing ONIC had more map pressure, they try to subvert ONIC's expectations by using the conceal and flickering onto Keyboy. Now, unfortunately for GEEK SLATE, the target wasn't the right one. They did get Keyboy, and they wanted to get Keyboy because it just gives so much more room for GEEK SLATE to play with. I understand the targeting, but the damage was simply not enough. They didn't put as many resources as they needed to take Keyboy down, and that, in the end, basically gave ONIC more room to punish with GEEK SLATE overcommitting.
It's tough, it's tough, it's tough. Even Chidera doesn't have the right opening in to get in as well because of how short her range is compared to someone like Sans, as once again they're going again in the bottom lane.
A lot of free sports are spent though. Beloyski still surviving. He survives for now.
Wow.
Take a look at the re-engage here, perhaps from GEEK SLATE. Going on towards Keyboy, still okay, no casualties there. Again, ONIC needs to target them, I guess, Beloy, I guess. Wasn't the right target, but now Sans with the conceal heal, trying on towards move, on towards Luke, and Luke will be the first one to fall surely.
No way.
No way! Okay, a lot of time bought. CW here gets taken out. Jana now trying to find a retreat. What a play! 1-for-1. Oh, Chidera in the backside. Wind of Nature popped here to secure that shadow kill. ONIC losing that trade.
That was such a fast response by ONIC though. But once again, Suppress goes in and Kyrie is the the one to fall. But back to my point there, it was fast response coming in from ONIC. It was a Kyrie 1v1 against Luke. Luke seemed to have a little bit more damage because Kyrie didn't have his ultimate just yet, and the insta response and the insta collapse. But unfortunately, GEEK SLATE was just too quick as once again they go in.
See, Sans flickering away. Keyboard still has an immortal Ultra Pop from the left side.
No vengeance.
Boots trying to find soak damage. Let's see who will get the Lord, and it's gonna be Jana. Boots now finding a kill onto his Beloy, but he gets taken down as well. Kadera finding the kill. Keyboard down two. Double kill though for CW, finds a triple. Will this be a maniac here? Completed by Sans.
Oh my goodness.
Luke with the shutdown. Now it's gonna be another member from ONIC. Kyrie left standing.
My God.
Wow.
Even when GEEK SLATE have the man advantage, they're not able to fully punish ONIC. ONIC once again with Boots. We mentioned, okay, maybe in the laning phase he's gonna be good, but he's got such a massive lead on Luke and on everyone that he's able to utilize this to basically stand there menacingly, dealing damage and not taking as much, even without the vengeance. I mentioned during the team fight, he didn't have the vengeance. Let's take a look at Boots. This guy was definitely the standout in this team fight. He was standing in the midst, buying so much time. Sure, the Lord went to the side of GEEK SLATE, but with everyone dying in this team fight, Boots has done what he was meant to do. Here, brilliant play by Luke. He saved that final slash. I think in the earlier skirmish as well, he didn't utilize the flicker to get out, and I wanted to bash him for it if he died, but he didn't. He calculated perfectly. Beloy wants more.
On judgment here, Boots will try to survive in the front, try to buy time as well. CW finding Kadera. Boots again in the front side, but looks for this defensively. The shadow kill is too deadly now. 3 down from side of GEEK SLATE. ONIC, the yellow porcupines, they were able not just defending, they were able to also win the team fight, though they have to lose the base turret bot side.
Yeah, that's scary. Losing an inhibitor turret this late in the game, we've seen it too many times where teams start to go for that split push strategy. So now ONIC, they need to be extra careful when it comes down to the map awareness and the clearing of these side lanes. But the one thing that I wanted to mention is I thought that Boots Thamos wasn't great in team fights. Sure, he doesn't have that presence in the fact that he doesn't have like this big CC initiation engage potential, but he's able to buy so much time for his team to deal out the damage and waste so many resources from GEEK SLATE that in the end, it was worth it for them.
How he's able to do that is the items. Take a look at it, right? The Queen's wings built up as well. He's just going for full sustain as well as the Radiant armor, which is very, very interesting because he doesn't really have a lot of physical defense. Only the Dominance Eyes. He even built the Corrosion side just to deal even more damage and also slowing, giving utility back to GEEK SLATE in these team fights. But still, he's able to take so much. I think the reason he doesn't go for more physical defense is because he knows he's up against a carry with true damage. Boots, he just wants to walk them down. It doesn't matter. If he goes for physical defense, the true damage goes through it anyways.
E-Boy again with the flicker skill 1, finding Luke. It's already 5v4 now. Seems like GEEK SLATE, they do not want business, and it's not a good time as the Lord has spawned, so ONIC might have to say more in this Lord fight.
I mean, look at that gold instantly shift back onto ONIC, right? 2,500 gold lead, and they're able to control that bottom lane really well. I think they're going to go for a distraction play here, get a pick, and it looks like Sans is going to start it up.
Oh, Sans flickering away for that feather airstrike. Let's see though, GEEK still with 4 members only. Boots trying to open up the map. Sans with the wing, fire wings, moving on towards the members. Boots, Vengeance pops as well, soaking the damage just to zone the members away. ONIC, comfortable Lord tick.
Wow, honestly, well played here by ONIC once again. They are playing it slow. The team fight up top, earlier when Beloy engaged, I actually thought it was going to be good for GEEK SLATE, right? It started with Boots getting caught, their frontliner gone. Even without Boots actually falling down, it's fine. The frontliner's out of the team fight. They got the base turret as well. But GEEK SLATE, that one pick off, that X factor for ONIC, the Kufra, found a pick. And just like that, GEEK are now back with the map pressure on the hands of ONIC.
ONIC, base turret mid-side, gets taken out. Let's see, GEEK SLATE, will they be able to defend this one? It seems like they will be able to defend too. face turrets, and ONIC will not look for an opening for a fight just yet. They understand the defensive power that GEEK SLATE has with the fast clear, with Kadera, with also Luke, with also Beloyski.
Yeah, so much map pressure as well, right? And look at this, San just goes in and starts bursting the members down. They're able to clear out a little bit better, but not enough to be able to hit for Siege. But Beloyski looking for something else again on the map.
Boy.
Almost there, no. I think both teams here just for the cover. No commitment on towards the fight just yet.
It's a great skirmish there. A good defense by GEEK SLATE. ONIC again trying to utilize Keyboy as much as they can, but again, the longer the game goes, the more Keyboy can actually utilize these bushes. But it comes down to GEEK SLATE understanding that and reacting to that. The real-time win probability says it's 70% to ONIC, but honestly, I still think it's 50-50 right now. I don't think the real-time win probability is too accurate in this particular game because both compositions have built pretty solid comps for the early, mid, and the late game. Everybody has the significant... Oh my god!
Oh, Keyboy finding 4! And take a look at the damage he comes through. Thankfully, it's called Ultra though. Now it's Weasel Like there's a re-engage with Luke finding the final flash. 1 for now 1. Keyboy pops the Immortal here as GEEK SLATE will gun him down. 2 for 1. What an engage by both of the teams. GEEK SLATE winning that one.
Oh, huge win for GEEK SLATE here. Remember, CW is not around. Unfortunately for GEEK SLATE, it's still 35 seconds left for the Lord to spawn, and they need to look for something with the man advantage that they have. Beloyski, he's looking for Kyrie. Do you think they're gonna get him?
Oh, Kyrie, M4 Hayabusa. Will this be another juke? Let's see. GEEK SLATE, they're on the manhunt here. Kyrie running for his life. He is able yet again to survive this time.
Good movement. Unfortunately for GEEK SLATE, they weren't really going to be able to push in the waves, knowing that the Forza is still up and knowing that Boots is in that top lane constantly clearing. So GEEK SLATE made the right decision to go for Kyrie. Unfortunately, they did not have the resources necessary to catch up to him. Here though, GEEK SLATE with the composition, they're going to go with the man advantage as well.
Oh, no contest. But take a look at the fight here. Call Ultra Pop. CW will mount Beloyski down with the help of Boots. 5v4 GEEK SLATE. They do not want business. They're okay. Beloy for Lord. It's a reset.
Man, but 34 seconds, 33 seconds. I hope he comes out in time. 20 minutes have already elapsed. And ONIC, I think they realized that they couldn't go for the contest, so they went for the pick instead. Still though, even though GEEK SLATE were able to get the Lord, ONIC Esports, they're the ones with more map pressure. It's insane.
Only the Roamer taken down though, so GEEK SLATE can still utilize this Evolved Lord. Beloy's going to be up soon, and with that further airstrike, it means that GEEK SLATE will have a bit more room to play with. Chidera though, way too far. Luckily, Keyboy doesn't go for the flicker, knowing the Purify is still up and ready by Chidera. Still ONIC with a brilliant micro play, or macro play you could say, with the wave manipulation, clearing bot and top just to isolate that Lord. As we take a look at the items once again, wow, Boots, super aggressive. He sold his Boots to go for the Windtalker here, knowing that he wants to just dish more damage out in this team fight instead of just soaking it. Meanwhile, for the Arlet, that Thunder Belt, and even the Melpig Roar with a Hunter Strike, a lot of penetration.
Oh, expression comes through. Sans when expression pops as well. Luke at the backside will take a lot of damage. Well, take a look at Boy, finding 1. Oh, Boots soaking all the damage. Luke, though, will fall as well. 1 for 1 as of now. Boots has the Immortal, but Kadera still beating. Winter Crunch just to somehow buy enough time. He gets taken out. CW blazing duet defensively. Sans still surviving. Kyrie finding a Boy in the backside. Wants more perhaps, but no opening. CW, whoa, very crazy.
Oh my goodness.
Pops, but it's like, seems like he will be taken out. Kyrie jumps again. Jana gets taken out. Mega kill for Kyrie. And that is still, I feel like, ONIC winning slightly.
Yeah, and I think they're looking for more here. Beloyski has nowhere to run, as Kyrie and Sans definitely going to take him down, and that's almost all the members on the side of GEEK SLATE taken out with a big play coming in from Kyrie.
That was pretty solid though, because Beloy, he knew he was dead. He knew it was the end, but he baited so many of the resources. That's a shadow kill and the feather airstrike, giving the minion wave in the mid lane more power. If that feather airstrike wasn't popped in by Sans, that could have been the mid lane tier 2 still surviving. So it's small wins again for GEEK SLATE. You might say ONIC still have the gold lead, but in the 22nd minute of the game, the gold lead does not matter at all. Everyone has hit their full items. It comes down to, again, how both teams utilize their macro play, how they open up the map, and how they go for these cheeky picks, which Beloy is known for.
3,700 doesn't matter at this point, but look at this. Luke goes in for an additional item here. Is that going to be useful for him in the upcoming Lord take?
Looking at it, it's really iffy, right? If they can utilize it, yes. Because right now, it comes down to, again, how they're able to play around the Kufra. The Kufra is the main weapon from ONIC that they can utilize to catch members, and they go.
Oh, careful here, feather airstrike pop early. And let's see, will it be enough? Boots trying to soak in, trying to distract Jana. CW dealing damage as well. Take a look at the damage already. Bolonski looking for an angle here. And it seems like the Lord will be reset. Oh, suppression comes through. Oh, Keyboy again.
Cancel.
No follow-up damage, though. Boots get taken out. Now CW in the backside, dishing out damage. Kadira on the manhunt now. BMI to save the day. Kyrie jumps in. Sans as well. Luke trying to feel out damage, dish out damage here. But it's going to be 1-0. GEEK SLATE wins that one.
1-0, 1-0. It's the XP laner traded, and this is where we really see the Tams fall off, right? In these team fights, he's already starting to diminish when it comes to his impact. Luke, though, my goodness, a good preemptive flicker from Sans. CW has sold his boost, he's bought the Windtalker, he wants more mobility and more attack speed to dish out damage.
What I've noticed is that CW is very focused on getting Luke down. I think he's a main winning condition for GEEK right now. That's why he picked up the Blade Arm, because of the damage coming from CW. And look at him when he's free. Look at how much presence he has.
Oh, Sans is low though. Keyboy catching two, not cleared up. Follow-up damage just yet. Kyrie caught by a boy. Finds a shutdown. Kadira takes Keyboy as well. And take a look at the three members taken out. GEEK SLATE, they might go for this. They got the Lord. They are two-man advantage. They have the man advantage. Let's see. Can Sans and Boots defend here with a two-man defense? Bot clear. Mid clear. It seems like they're okay with the two minion wave. Clear. GEEK SLATE moving. Boots for soak in the damage. Renton Swap gets the stun as well. Immortal and with a Swunjin is bought. Just to buy time, but Luke will find the kill. Mid-turret falls, and GEEK SLATE will have a say in game one. On it, they falter again in game one.
A brilliant sequence of plays utilizing the drafts. Again, we need to start in the drafts. How they were able to win this game was simply enough getting their win conditions ahead. The Kaja pick, the carry into the Claude, forcing a lot of these picks to come through from the enemy team, and even their creative decisions with that Purify. The Flicker may have saved him many times in the early game, but the Purify, it really showed its value towards that late game when Keyboy became the main weapon. And that's something that we just couldn't see, that they understood. Keyboy, Kufra. This is the main weapon of ONIC. We as in the viewers, Eterna.
I was like, the Purify is understandable. I mean, Keyboy on the Kufra, there are moments when you don't even see an opportunity being taken, but he sees it, he flickers in, and he gets the ultimate down. And it was wise for Chidera to go for it. Going with anything else could have been disastrous. They needed Chidera's damage in the end because of how long those team fights went. Unfortunately for ONIC, they were forced to bow down here with GEEK SLATE leading the series.
Beloy was able to neutralize Kyrie with just his positioning. Every single time opening up the bushes in the flanks, every bush that may have become a threat for them, for their back liner, which is basically just Chidera, was checked by Beloy, was checked by a boy. These two members played such a big part in this victory, but I want to give massive props to Luke as well. KDA-wise, nah, not too good. But the impact he has in this team fight, in these team fights, not only is he able to stun, he's able to disrupt and destroy the formation coming in from this proper front to back that ONIC kind of wanted to play with, except when CW jumps in, right? When CW jumps in, that's just to finish him off.
His impact again on this Arlet. It seems like in 4 Game 2 ONIC, they need to somehow ban it or deny it, right? Perhaps picking it up for themselves or just ban it in the first phase because, again, it showed. Yesterday, Luke was on the Arlet as well, Eterna, and he was popping off. And today, for Game 1, he delivered again. So please, ONIC, you need to do something in Game 2 to somehow deny Luke from that Arlet. But what a game we got opening game, Mirko and Eterna. What, 20 plus minutes, action-packed, and ONIC, their undefeated run is again threatened by the Geeks.
Yeah, but this is typical ONIC though, right? They always like a 2-1. I mean, at this point, if I were you, I wouldn't be as threatened yet. It really does depend on, once again, the drafts coming into game number 2. But going back to that Luke point, that's why I asked you that question, right? Before the Lord fight, I saw that Luke picked up the Blade Armor. And I think that was super wise because every time ONIC was able to win the team fight is when Luke gets picked off first. Because he tries to go in and tries to go for an engage onto San. San's still able to get away. And then CW is able to hit him really hard and take him down. So he built the Blade Armor to be able to sustain a better in the team fights and therefore dish out the impact that he could. And that's where GEEK SLATE usually win those team fights.
And it's also pretty bad timing, unfortunately, for CW, right? He buys the Wind Talker right with the Blade Armor being bought by Luke. So when he's dishing the damage out, when he's poking Luke down, he gets chunked as well. And with that KDA 5-5 and 13, he actually didn't sell the boots. He sold his Wind of Nature for the Wind Talker.
On cooldown, perhaps.
Now, it was on cooldown, but usually when you sell the Wind of Nature, you would go for another defensive item instead of an offensive one. CW chose the risky way, and it did not end up good for him. Same goes for Kyrie here, going for a full offensive build, full aggression, no immortality. I think in the game, did he ever get an immortality? That's something that we need to rewind to rewatch again. But just brilliant all across the board once again. Even for Chidera, it's the complete opposite, right? When you see a lot of offensive items being bought by the side of ONIC carries for Chidera, Athena, and Wind of Nature. Swapping the Wind of Nature with the Immortality every time it's down. So there's a whole lot more respect to the damage output from the opposing side for the side of GEEK SLATE.
But I guess that's the disadvantage of being a carry, right? I guess on a Claude, you can go in and out, engage and disengage with the BMI, but you don't have that luxury with something like the carry, I believe. And so because of the carry and the minimum range, obviously, I think that's already a fixed item that you need. Athena Shield, especially when you're going against something like the Farsa. But these are the post-game stats as well.
Sans on the Farsa, still number 1 when it comes to the damage dealt. Wow. And even Boots was the damage 322.
Yeah, I mean, it was clear, right? In that game, it was every time he was in the front. But shout out Beloyski again. He plays him in Kaja today. Yesterday was shaky, but it seems like this time he had repaired his gameplay, 17 assists.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just really impressed with GEEK SLATE's victory here. When it comes down to just pure statistics, numbers here, they might not actually be winning, right? In the damage department, in the damage taken department, it's actually ONIC. If we just take a look at the damage, it should be ONIC who has a bit of a lead here with their players. But it comes down also to the targeting. GEEK SLATE's targeting in this game, they were phenomenal all across the board. Not just Kaja, Beloy, but even a boy, always following through with Beloy, knowing that they are the main threat to the enemy back line, and knowing that Chidera is all good as long as a boy gets that called altar down, right? So honestly, Beloy understands he needs to flicker forward, but he also understands that in some situations he doesn't need to. All he needs to do is use the Divine Judgment to peel, to cover for his team. When Boot steps in with a Vengeance, pop him out, isolate him from the crowd, and if CW follows, he's gonna get chunked. Whether you like it or not, that's the usage of the Final Slash, and that's why it's so good when you combine it with the Kaja. Isolate. You try to fight, you all clump up, Final Slash, 4-man, clump up for the fairness damage to come through with the passive, boom, bang, bada, bing.
Wow, again, ladies and gentlemen, what? Yeah, you're right. I mean, that was, I feel like the game plan, right? Somehow the kiting game plan again. And take a look at the gold curve here. Oh, I think this is the most up and down we got in Leg 2.
So far, I think that's the best game I've watched in MPL Indonesia, man. Again, so many crazy decisions that are them just outsmarting one another. It was like a chess match, but with full packed action team fights. And here you can basically see it live, right? In terms of the composition, it was kind of almost readable that GEEK SLATE will have a bit more pressure when it comes to the neutral objective takes. But the Kufra and this Farsa, just the whole composition for ONIC really depended on them getting towards the mid to late game, when these team fights really became crucial, when the Kufra with just one pick can turn the game, the tide of the game. And that big, drop of the gold lead that GEEK already had was due to Kufra, was due to Keyboy, and that's why they gave so much respect to it. And maybe they understand now that if the Kufra doesn't get anything, it's over.
It might be over. And let's talk about MVP here, because personally, I gotta give it. I'm torn between Beloyskoy or a boy.
I'm between a boy and Luke.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, we got
I'm
Luke
between
as well.
Beloy and a boy, though. Because, yeah, Luke made a lot of crazy plays. It's so tough because everyone made crazy plays. We got a spoiler a bit there by KB. Thanks, KB, the future himself. Oh, my God,
Yeah,
man.
but yeah, a boy. I mean, this Fairness was such a nuisance in Game 1. Every time Keyboy catch a 3-man, a 2-man, there's that call alter that give that extra life. And I'm a Kufra user myself, and yeah, it's annoying if you're going up against a Fairness.
What's brilliant about this man is the fact that he went for Flicker, not Purify, and he still got away from every single Tyrant's Revenge engagement. We saw the Flickers, we saw the Tyrant's Rage Flicker. A boy is always spacing perfectly in these skirmishes, and if you take a look at the itemization, it shows exactly that. He doesn't care. What, Kufra's gonna come at me? Nah, man, I'm too good for it. I'm gonna just sidestep it. I'm the best Fairness in the league.
Honestly, if he doesn't what would you say? Sidestep it? Honestly, if he doesn't sidestep it, he's in the exact perfect position he wants to be in anyway sometimes, right? If he gets caught with other members, he just pops the Cult Alter, and then it causes miscalculations from the side of ONIC in terms of damage dealt. And I think, honestly, that's one of the reasons why that ONIC dealt the most damage, but they still weren't able to...
2 HP bars. Yeah.
Exactly. With the Cult Alter, how much sustainability it was able to give to the team, it caused a lot of issues for ONIC, honestly, when it came down to those team fights.
And again, if we take a look at the heat map, this is just honestly so brilliant, right? Because this is the complete opposite of what we actually analyzed in the Hot Topics previously. We expected GEEK to be playing with the gold lane, winning the gold lane matchup. Remember that in the Keys to Victory? That did not happen here. They shut Boots down. That laning presence, just imagine, even with him shut down, he was still able to create such a massive impact, and GEEK SLATE understood that. That's why they tried to nullify it. Here early on, you could already see, this is, I believe, the 7-minute, 7-minute of the game. We're jumping in pretty late into the game, so we don't get to see the movement earlier by a boy. But in a lot of these skirmishes, again, it's Keyboy being a hit or miss, which is basically the Kufra. This was the point of the game that I honestly thought was going to be over, but if we could rewind, I would rewind a boy's positioning, his spacing. How did he get out? How did he pop the Cult Alter? Because it looked like he was caught. Yes, but he popped it right before. And a boy, just look at this man's spacing, look at this man's positioning, because he is truly the main reason that GEEK SLATE won. Beloy with extreme movements as well, but even a boy here, he knows when to jump in, when Kyrie has utilized that quad shadow and there's only one to go for. Again, here in these clips, mostly these skirmishes that happen, and towards the end, this is the winning moment that really doesn't really have any moments to unfortunately analyze there. It was just one straight push. I would really want to see the early game there in that game, because that was what played the massive part. That's what set up through everything in that later stage when it was all just skirmishes.
Oh, it was a very fiery match indeed. Back and forth, right? I mean, I might say early game was it was GEEK, but then suddenly it was ONIC towards the mid game.
It went back and forth.
GEEK SLATE finally finding more ground, and at the end of the day, it was ONIC losing that fight, that crucial fight where they lost 3 members, 60 seconds on each member. That was not a fun defense indeed. GEEK SLATE striking first here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see, Will, Beloy and Jana claims the second game, and what do you expect? What do you want to see perhaps from game 2?
Game 2?
Mm-hmm.
What do I want to see in game 2? I was really
I know what I wanna
satisfied
see.
with game number 1.
I want to see
What do you want to see?
You know what I want to see? I want to see Geek Slate clean sweeping the undefeated team. It would be an amazing storyline. Imagine their first time in the playoffs, upper brackets.
Let's see. Well, ladies and gentlemen, also for those of you who play Mobile Legends, take a look at the stand here. Very clean. It's not just a stand, it's Dunia Game stand. If you want to watch your favorite team play, surely you want to play too, right? So make sure you want to look cool using your favorite heroes and skins. So don't forget to check your quota before you're playing, so you don't run out of data in the middle of the match. This should be the perfect time here. There's a promo from a Dunia Games for you. Can get up to 3 GB of quota every time you buy items or vouchers in Dunia Games. So check it out, duniagames.co.id, or want to download the app, check out the Dunia Games app.
I need to check that out.
I'm a gold laner. I play a lot of gold lanes, so I get a lot of gold. Unfortunately, that was just in-game though, right? I want to get gold in real life, Gani.
Let's go, check it out. UBS X MPL is coming out soon, the collab. UBS Gold. Yeah, you have to check the collab soon. Collection X MPL Season 11, UBSLifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce, and rumor has it, Eterna already got the collab.
What?
What?
Rumor has it though. Can you confirm
Tell me
the
you're lying.
story?
It's not true.
Oh, it's not true. Well, still, I guess
better
she's
not
still
be true.
Better not be true.
I saw the wink, man. You should have winked with your right eye. I'm on your left.
Oh man.
Wow.
Look here though. Top. That's the ONIC tagline. Di atas langit ada ONIC.
Ada Geek Slate.
Now it's Geek Slate. So it's game 1. Remember leg 1, okay? Geek Slate fans, wait. But honestly, looking at their story, looking at their path, I'm rooting for them. It's the underdog story.
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what?
Playoffs.
You know what? ONIC, they can take an L. Yeah, I don't mind. We can take an L. We can take 3 L's and still be in the upper bracket.
All right, nerd. Anyways, let's take a look at the Geek Slate victory here with the impact player, Mega Boy, and Boots. This is a problem. It unfortunately is a big problem when your impact player is the man who shouldn't be the impact player in towards the later stage of the game when the when the Thamas actually does fall off and these team fights not having the impact he did in the mid game. Unfortunately,
what is that based off? Impact player.
The player with the most impact. And unfortunately, I would have to agree there. In towards the late game, Keyboy wasn't really finding a whole lot of success on the Thanos Revenge. It was mainly Boots in the front, baiting, buying time for CW and the Farsa. But even then, it didn't work out. Boots was the pillar, basically.
Who do you think
forced it
should be
to
the impact player?
The late game?
Who do you think should be the impact player from ONIC from game 1?
For game number 1, I would honestly say either Keyboy or Kyrie. I know, I understand. Like, Keyboy was able to get a lot of moments, and it's not his fault entirely if those moments failed in the long run. 1, because of the cult altar, and 2, because, just mostly because of the cult altar, honestly. That doesn't mean that he didn't have an impact. It was just a little bit more difficult to get the impact down because of the drafting phase.
Let's see. Will they ban out the Feramis? Will they ban out the Arlet? It seems like they're going for the same bans, but Geek Slate, they were the ones who adapted here with the Hayabusa ban. Geek Slate will pick up the Fredrin here, no doubt. ONIC though, they have the chance to take the Feramis, the Kaja, or even if they want to be cheeky, they can take the Arlet.
They can certainly go for that here, but I don't think they want to. It's not ONIC style. Boots has played it once, I believe, but leaving the Kaja open for Beloy now that the Fredrin has been picked up is a bit too risky in my books. ONIC should just take the Kaja. Actually, no, with the Valentina pickup here, they might not go for the Kaja. They might actually leave it open. They're trying to bait out the Feramis again, this time with the Valentina. I don't know about it though. Like I still think going for the Kaja makes the most sense, but they do go for the Arlet. The Kaja left open for Geek Slate to take, and the Feramis as well. It's a bit scarier this time. With the Feramis, the Cult Altar can be stolen away, and you don't have the Arlet that you were able to pick this in this particular phase right now. So it's gonna be a tough decision for Geek Slate. They might actually be. No, I still think it's gonna be the Feramis and the Kaja here for the side of Geek, what else do they want to go for? Farsa?
Okay, Fairness and Melissa,
Wow.
that's the change here. Boy, though, has a comment. ONIC, be careful because we're different from the first leg.
They truly are.
Truly are.
I'm not sure about the Melissa pick. I think we talked about this on Friday, right? The Melissa's go away can still be penetrated by Arlet still, no?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a fan of the Melissa. I'm not really sure what she's trying to do. Is she trying to be a lane bully so that ONIC, whichever hero that they pick in the gold lane, CW is going to get countered? And even so, CW is really good at playing weak side.
Yeah, I agree, and I think this just enables ONIC to go for the Claude pick without actually getting bullied, right? I mean, the Claude is a very good lane matchup against the Melissa. You're able to farm really well. Ooh. Now this I don't agree with even more, right? The Claude is still wide open, a good matchup up against the Melissa. Meanwhile, for the Beatrix, this isn't really too good of a time. Remember, the Melissa with the muddles outranges the Beatrix, bullies the Beatrix. The Beatrix won't really be able to farm, and this time it might just be GEEK SLATE utilizing the gold lane. In the first game, they utilized the XP because the Arlet was able to set up for a lot of these ganks. Now, the killing potential, the pressure from the Melissa is enough to force the Beatrix down, and with the Fairmist roaming down, I don't see the Beatrix surviving a whole lot of these ganks.
Wow, yeah, I don't know about this Beatrix and ONIC seeing that Kaja is still open. It seems like they will ban it out. But GEEK SLATE, very smart as well here, limiting the options for Kyrie, banning out that lane.
Right now, with the lane being banned away, are they going to continue on the targeted ban here? Or are they going to go for something different? Right now, ONIC, honestly, I really think that if you're going to lose the gold lane, try and secure the EXP lane, so they go for the glue ban. But GEEK still does have the opportunity of picking something like the Terizla. Or what else is good against the Arlet in that lane?
The Terizla, like you mentioned, is pretty good. Honestly, they can still utilize the Yuzong as well. The Yuzong, not only is it good in lane against the Arlet, but it's a very annoying pick up against the Beatrix. The Cho pick here, gonna go through, but GEEK. Oh, the Cho just became, not just the Cho, but even the Arlet. Main counter, how you get your reset, CC. Diggy? Man, the Arlet's not gonna have a good time. If they pick up the Yuzong here, I think they might have just won in the drafts.
Wow, this is not what I expect here. GEEK SLATE, what a, very weird second phase bans here from ONIC. But okay, Martis again, so Fredrin EXP, it seems like.
Are you sure about that?
It seems like, right?
Martis XP?
No.
Because
Fredrin XP.
honestly, Martis in the EXP lane against Arlet.
Anti-CC, exactly. Same wavelength right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I wasn't too sure if it's going to be the jungle, right? And it makes more sense here. This is a lane matchup that we haven't seen at all against the Arlet, but it makes so much sense. You're anti-CC. This composition was built to face off against the Arlet.
I like it. I like it for GEEK. I don't know what ONIC should do now.
It's not looking good for ONIC, even with the Hilda.
It's Cho jungle, even more. Like it feels like ONIC were just shoved in to a space where they're just not comfortable. They have to swap around in the drafts now. I really like GEEK's draft.
Me too.
That was insane.
And what's the idea for Hilda? What's the idea for Hilda? Is she supposed to go for the backline? Because that's not going to be as easy.
Not with the Melissa.
Melissa has
not with the taunts,
away.
the knockups, the Faramis.
Exactly. I don't like it.
Very weird draft indeed. Let's see here for the composition, I guess.
I'm looking back to see if it actually went that way, right? Is Hilda actually the roamer? Because I think you can swap the Arlet to the jungle position, give the Hilda lane against the Martis, so it does have a better time. But I do think it's still going to be on Keyboy.
I don't know. We'll see, Gani. Take us into the portal.
Land of Dawn, here we go. Will GEEK SLATE find the win and clean sweep? ONIC 2-0. Destroying their record, who is at 7-0. Looking at the drafts, ONIC very, very tough here, but let's see if they can make it work. Jana, though, will still have the Martis. So, yeah, it's going to be Fredrin EXP still. Well, let's see here. What will ONIC do?
I mean, okay, earlier on, I get the point of the Hilda, right? I think pre-level 4, Chidera is going to be very caught low, even first blooded by CW because of how much damage the Hilda has. But that pressure is going to be nullified, right? A bit more after Chidera hits at level 4, gets the go away as well to prevent the damage coming in from Hilda.
Well, fun fact, there's the answer, I guess, right? We questioned the Hilda pick, but it already is going to be answered here. I think Echo did the same thing to ONIC, I believe, with this no, to Blacklist in the Grand Finals with the Hilda pick against the Diggy. If you're able to dish damage out to burst the Diggy before and force a time journey before the team fights, that's when you can get the dub. And GEEK SLATE have basically fallen to that skirmish, that 2v2 that they thought they won. Here, though, it's still Chidera with a massive advantage on the best girl, best skin, MLBB X Jujutsu Kaisen. The collaboration is here, Gani.
It's here, it's here. You have it, Arashi have it, Eterna have it. We all have it, but you guys, too, should have it. But let's see here, with the first blood, what can ONIC translate it again, avert it to again more perhaps?
I mean, a lot of pressure is what they've converted onto it, right? Chidera is not having the best time unless it's a 1v1, and you can see her being able to win it a little bit more in terms of that range. But I'm a bit disappointed with that EXP lane. I thought that Jana would be on the Fredrin, but we can see here already an engage for both of the teams.
Let's see, I mean, Martis EXP not too good during team fights perhaps, but Call Alter popped. Now Sans, Concert, Kyrie still finding the retribution. Kyrie picking up another kill, Beloyski falls as well, and Luke will die as well. ONIC, first turtle, grabbed a 3-man knockout as well.
Again, ONIC with the dub in the first turtle this time. Not the same that happened in game number 1, but you're right, a turn. I actually just realized it right now. The thing you mentioned, Martis in the jungle. So yeah, never mind. I don't think it's a completely like... Again, I think they just utilized the position wrong here. I agree that the Martis might not have the best impact in the team fights, but again, it's all about that laning, right? To bully the Arlet. Meanwhile, the Fredrin, you do have those taunts, you do have those knockouts to displace the Arlet, but it's still the Arlet having mostly a good time. And here, Chidera might just be dove on with a good poke from the side of CW.
Let's see ONIC though. They're looking for the setup here, top side. E-Boy, a little overextended here. Chidera, Jana, Beloyski. Not enough damage. Keyboy still gets away with it.
This is a little bit concerning for GEEK SLATE because if we refer back to the keys to victory, one of the main important factors to GEEK SLATE's wins is the fact that Chidera wins this laning phase. I mean, pre-level 4, like we mentioned, it's going to be a little bit difficult, but hopefully after that, they can equalize a little bit better, realizing that CW is still a level ahead of Chidera. I'm not really sure about the gold difference because we haven't seen the items just yet, but even that, it's already worrisome for GEEK SLATE.
If you take a look at the kills, right, how it's placed, I think it's really good for ONIC right now. CW with 1 kill, I think most of the gold lead has to be around that gold lane, with CW getting just a better farm overall and also getting a few hits into the turret shield gold. ONIC can just utilize this again. We know if CW gets ahead on the Beatrix, he is going to be a big problem. And if Melissa falls behind in the laning phase, it's a big problem. Like you mentioned, this is the big concern. Melissa scales, but she needs to stay even, or she needs to be ahead optimally against her laner.
It was ONIC winning the first turtle. Let's see. Will GEEK respond? Boots trying to find an opening here on towards the boy, popping that Call Alter and perhaps forcing that time journey as well. No ultimate, just a Call Alter here from the side of a boy. Kyrie securing it comfortably again. The taunt comes through Keyboy, just harassing, being a nuisance in the jungle as Kyrie now jumps in. Let's see, half the retribution will have the orange buff. GEEK
Kyrie
SLATE,
got it.
Yeah, Kyrie got it with the retribution. That's why he got it. GEEK SLATE, they will not have a response. Beloyski gets taken out top side. And ONIC, they're showing dominance here in the early game.
It's full early game control to ONIC. There's not much GEEK SLATE can do. Neutral objective control, nope. And even in the winning lane that they really banked on with the Diggy pick, CW, they just got them beat with the Hilda. Hilda versus Beatrix smashes Diggy, I guess, right now. You can see it, even with Chidera on the Melissa, with that Inspire, it's not enough to sustain from the base damage of this Hilda.
I'm actually quite surprised with the turn of events here, but Boots might be caught.
Boots,
Oh, he missed the
2v1,
flash.
still has the flicker, but in the mid side, a boy caught. Geek trying to find compensation here, trying to find a kill bot side, and the turret gets it though. ONIC now responding with the aggressive movement top side. E-boy moving on towards Kadera, pops to go away. CW out of range. Take a look at bot side again. Jana trying to soak in the damage. Wave Dragon connecting. Not enough damage though, it seems like, but I might be wrong. Call Alter pop. Kyrie picks up the kill. Luke will not be able to cover his teammate as he will too run away.
See, that's what I was talking about, right? The response coming in from ONIC, it's so quick. But looking at the talent of prediction, Goni versus the world at the moment, the only one to vote for ONIC in this current game, and it's looking quite good for him. ONIC very, very aggressive. They have huge map pressure, and they're winning in almost all the objectives right now.
Rare thing to see, seeing ONIC alone.
Yeah, the first time ever, I think in season 11.
Season 10, I think. No, I think, yeah.
Maybe.
ONIC alone? What? But yeah, again, let's see. ONIC will take the turtle comfortably, it seems like.
There's not really much that GEEK SLATE can do. Again, they're literally just banking on the fact that they'll try their best to reach that mid-game, to minimize the gold lead and get the Melissa ahead. Because at this point, I don't even think they can think of getting ahead. They can think of equalizing the gold lead, right? They're banking on a mistake from the side of ONIC. Maybe an overcommitment, one slight mistake where they can turn the gold lead around and have some more pressure on the map. Because as it stands right now, if they go for neutral objective takes, if they force 5v5s, it's just going to be ONIC stomping them in team fights, right? Take a look at the in-game equipment here by Dunia Games. Melissa, 7 minutes in the game, still not even close to that golden staff. I believe he is going to go for the DHS first though here. Maybe, yeah, it should be the DHS now. So he's going to the DHS, and in 7 minutes, if you don't secure the DHS when you're up against a laning Beatrix, who scales pretty crazily into the mid-game with the BOD and the Fury Hammer bot, now with the Malefic Roar, man, even the frontliners won't be able to soak in anything. Luke only has a Steel Light Plates and a Dominance Ice.
She's so behind. And meanwhile, Beatrix already has the power spike. It's not looking good. GEEK SLATE, they need to be able to buy time and not overcommit.
Lorsky down first. Sans pops the Call Alter, but Keyboy on towards the backside as well. Will fall though in the hands of Jana. Kyrie trying to find an engage, does not get it. ONIC 1-for-1. Keyboy for Beloyski.
I think this is the right opportunity for ONIC to go for these aggressive plays, right? And it's that small window of opportunity where GEEK SLATE hasn't really reached that power spike, whereas ONIC does. And you can see them really going more aggressive and more aggressive as time passes by. And you can see, like, Chidera is just so far behind right now. It'll take her quite a long time to get those important items to be able to dish out the damage that CW is already dealing here in the 9th minute.
2,000 gold lead in one lane is massive, right? I mean, in terms of the levels as well, you can see a 2-level differential from the side of CW and Chidera. Hunter Strike now as well. On top of the Malefic Roar, the BOD. GEEK SLATE are looking for Keyboy here. It's a good knockup and a reverse time.
Oh my god, it seems like he will not be able to escape even the go away. What? So let's see, 5v4, will GEEK able to somehow steal this away?
Oh, they're going for it?
And Kyrie finds it, but take a look at the Call Alter. Oh, the damage is just too much. Sans finding one.
Oh, wait.
Jana in the backside, though, will be taken down as well. CW and Boots in the front side will not be able to. CW free hitting. 3 members for 3 here from each side.
Chidera might have chosen the wrong target there. He opted to move bottom to actually go for Kyrie instead of helping a boy and Luke to go for CW, which in the end caused it to be an equal trade. Still, it's good for GEEK SLATE, but remember, the shutdowns are not on Sans, Boots, nor is it on Keyboy. It's on CW and Kyrie. These 2 bounties are basically what they need to get back on track.
It was a messy team fight for GEEK SLATE. Honestly, I'm not really sure if it was miscommunication or Chidera panicked a little bit and ended up just looking for the closest target at that point. But right now, once again, ONIC, because they were able to get the Lord. They are going to be able to have the better map control once again. All three lanes are pushing. GEEK SLATE, they need to find a way to buy themselves time, but I'm not sure if they can at this point.
Oh, one shot, one
there
kill.
you go.
Beloyski, the roamer, insta-deleted. ONIC now looking for the siege. Lord is marching top side. Bot Innards turret will be taken down, no problem. Top and mid base turret passive. Base turret passive is up, it's down. Now Luke trying to move on towards Kyrie, gets a taunt in, but Kyrie will still have enough HP to escape. And it's just, ONIC just maintaining pressure.
This is what we saw in Season 10 when Beatrix was busted, right? Every single time, always first picked, and here we're seeing it. Just because CW is so far ahead, it feels like a Season 10 Beatrix. My goodness, these snipes landing, it feels like even the old hitbox. The Renner has been nerfed, the hitbox is not as big as it was before, yet CW makes it seem like it is still the buffed Beatrix. It's, oh my goodness, and the item speaks for itself. On top of the Hunter Strike, now he has the Heft to Seize, and it doesn't look like he wants to stop. I think he's going to go for the Haas Claws. Doesn't need to go for the Wind of Nature, and it makes sense at this position. Meanwhile, look at Chidera. Only at 2 items. Oh my god, 4-2, about to be 5-2, right? Finally gets the 3rd item here, and this is where GEEK SLATE actually has a bit more to play with, the Power Spike. But the thing is, the Power Spike is hit so late into the game that GEEK SLATE's Power Spike, that Golden Staff is no longer a Power Spike. He needs to wait for the Malefic Roar now, and then, only then, will they be really able to force these fights in a way that they actually have a way to win.
They need to buy time, like I mentioned. They need to buy as much time as possible.
Ow.
Because looking at the player's gold by UBS, even the distinction is so far. It's difficult, right? Because I mean, like you mentioned, Miracle, I completely agree with you, right? Getting the Golden Staff is a huge power spike for Chidera if ONIC hasn't built physical defense. But the fact is that they have, so they're already operating 2-3 steps ahead. And GEEK SLATE, they're catching up. Look at the gold difference, 8,000, 6,000 in total. And they're going to be able to get a Lord uncontested. It's not looking good for GEEK SLATE. They need to find, once again, enough time to be able to get those power spikes, finally.
Looking at it again, I mean, the items, I'm just looking at it. The Keyboy has the Blade Armor. The only physical defense technically is on Keyboy, so the Golden Staff might just be the proper power spike they need. But Cho as well. I think they're going to utilize it. The reason they're not stacking the physical defense is because they're so ahead and they can use their mobility. Cho can walk out of the muddles. The sprint, obviously, from the side of Keyboy as well, and even the Vengeance, right? A lot of these targets won't be... they won't stand still. They will always be moving, and they have so much mobility to get out of the muddles, and that may be just the reason as to why Chidera hasn't had a big...
What the...
One shot, one shot!
One shot, one kill again, and there you go, 5v4. The sign for war, Jana falls as well. Base mid turret will fall. Bootstone will be taken down in the process. 4v3, a boy, half HP sound as well. Kyrie jumps in, go away, pop it, CW gets the godlike. Lord is still very much healthy. Sounds flickering forward, CW will die in the process. But now, take a look at the boys. It's gonna be ONIC taking game 2. Let's say hello to game 3.
Game 3 knocks on the doorstep of GEEK SLATE right now as they have successfully equalized with GEEK. Against all expectations, only one caster, one talent prediction for ONIC.
It's Gonic.
Yet GEEK weren't able to execute, and ONIC with the dub. That was... Okay, I honestly didn't see that coming.
That was just well played, right? Again, I feel like for the side of GEEK SLATE, the Mortis in the jungle, when the Fredrin is up there, I wasn't such a big fan of it, but they basically, again, if they really wanted to do that, I think if they really didn't want the Mortis to go to the XP lane, they could have just picked a different hero, maybe just give it over. I think the reason they picked the Mortis is to try to deny Kyrie a jungle pick, right? But they tunnel vision so hard on canceling out Kyrie that they forgot the laning matchup at hand, especially when you want to go for the Fredrin in the XP. I think if you really don't want to go for the Mortis XP, leave the Fredjin in the jungle, pick up a solid XP laner at that time. Against the Arlet, like we mentioned, the Yu Zhong was still up for grabs. It was still available. There were a lot of options. Even if you wanted to take the passive route, the Lapu Lapu is still there. There's a lot of different answers to the solution towards that backline problem that they just did not have an answer to right here. Martis Fredjin, the whole composition purely banking on front to back and tunnel visioning on not letting Kyrie get a jungler, but they completely forgot that the Cho could be flexed.
Yeah, and I guess well done, right? ONIC showing again in game 2 that when things are tough, well, when the composition were somehow shaky, were not convinced, they were able to somehow again convince that they are still perhaps the strongest team.
I gotta say that I honestly think that the Hilda was like that X factor, right?
Because we all doubted it.
When we were thinking about the lane matchups, we were like, okay, the Beatrix against the Melissa.
One-on-one.
It should have been the Melissa, right? But
Easy
the
win.
fact was, because of that, was it under 30 seconds, under 1 minute gank from Hilda to the top lane, getting the Melissa taken down in the early phase and actually giving that kill over to the Beatrix, gave her so much room, and that was kind of like that initial fuel that she needed to win that lane. And then it was just chaotic after that.
And like I said, remember in the draft, Melissa and Diggy, when they picked those two heroes up, I said immediately that they are going to have a shift in focus. Game number 1, it was shutting down Boots. This game, it was getting Melissa ahead. And with the Hilda popped in, with them winning the 2v2 matchup, and with GEEK SLATE trying to, again, commit onto that winning condition, everybody roamed up top. But ONIC did the same thing. We'll just react to it. We already have the 2v2 winning lineup because we picked up the Hilda. We push up top, and in the end, everybody put their resource up top for the same outcome. And Beatrix was able to, again, with a slight lead, just constantly farm up, clear the waves, pokes the turret down, sieging it, and the gold lead, 3,000 in the end. Just in the lane alone, CW and Chidera, it was massive. You can see Chidera has finally hit that power spike, the Melfic Roar, but like I said, it's a bit too late. I think he got that in the final team fight without base turrets though. I think it's over already. And with the Melissa pick, I want to give massive props to Coach Jeb because we did not see it. This is why he is up there and we are here, right? We're just analyzing, we're seeing what we think is going to happen on paper because now you really see the brilliance of this draft. The Melissa was picked early. Then they went for a whole lot of mobile heroes with the Cho. We questioned the Cho. Why Cho, right? I mean, it's a fair miss. Everybody's going to be clumped up. There's going to be team fights. It's because of the Melissa. The Cho gets out of the muddle so easily. The Hilda gets out of the muddle so easily. Even the Valentina and the Arlet. The only one who can basically be the real target for the Melissa is the Beatrix. But even then, it's never given over to Chidera. Well played, man. What the heck? I didn't see it at all.
A very good execution as well from the players, right? I mean, ONIC, I guess they really want to keep that record 0 loss, 0 loses, and 8-0, maybe Eterna. I can't read your face.
They can secure playoffs with the next game, which is crazy.
And honestly, they're definitely going to get upper brackets.
I think
with the way that they're playing,
almost a guarantee, right, at this point, because 9-0. What a stat line. I think the last time we saw this was Alter Ego back in Season 8. 10-0 was their record, and ONIC are on the way to beat that pretty convincingly here. Again, it's CW as the main damage dealer, and even the GPM, 937. Yesterday, he broke his own record, technically, 1065. What the? Oh my god. CW, so much hate to this guy right after M4. Everybody started hating him, saying it's just Kyrie Esports. CW does nothing. And then every single time, he just proves them wrong in the kindest way possible.
And locally.
Oh, wow.
I mean, sure.
Wow.
I mean, that's not fair. At M4, Yaoi just hates him. You see how much he got targeted?
I mean, he's the gold laner. If
You're
he doesn't
right.
get targeted, then change your lane.
Wow, but
Game number 2, he didn't get targeted.
True. What a dominance performance there. 4 titles collected by all 3 players. CW, Keyboy, and I guess Kyrie. The Cho got it. Or was it not? Or was it Boots? Sorry, didn't really pick up on that. But
what, the MVP?
But 3 players. No, the titles.
Ah, yeah, the titles.
CW, Keyboy.
It's CW and Keyboy. And then towards the end, I think it was Boots, yeah.
Well, we'll have to check again perhaps. But ladies and gentlemen, that was a dominant showing. Gold curve,
It was Sans.
straightforward. Oh, it was Sans. Gold curve also straightforward here. It's just ONIC leading from the get-go, from I guess the first or from the first blood already.
This is the perfect chart to say snowball.
Yeah.
Right?
It's also the perfect chart to describe UBS Gold, always rising in value. Anyways, again, it's just a steady rise. There's a little bit of a dip there, Gani. I see you pointing to that dip. But Gani, that dip was because they decided to end the game dying for it.
True.
It's worth the sacrifice.
True.
I mean, the game is done. The gold lead, it's over. No need for it.
It's okay.
And then they take it. They take the dub. And again, it's just such a simple game. They made it look so simple, which is crazy because we thought GEEK had the better draft. It looked like that on paper. And it didn't look like that when they did it in the game. They executed it, and soon we'll get to see the MVP. You even need to ask who the MVP is.
I want to hear your
CW.
Yeah, it should be
okay,
CW.
I thought there was CW should get the MVP. 713 performance, almost hitting that 1000 GPM, 62% KP. And it seems like, the item's pretty straightforward as well here, just all attack. And this is going to be the MVP presented to you by, again, Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
All attack, all penetration, and even in the early game, he didn't even bother with the boots, right?
No
Instantly
need.
Fury Hammer, more physical damage as well with the Legion Swords. And it was just an insane early, mid, and afterwards, a late game when he was able to get those one-shot kills onto the members of GEEK SLATE.
Yeah, and I really want to highlight how ONIC executes these fights, because early on, or maybe in game number 2, we saw that the Faramis, this whole composition, formed aside of GEEK SLATE is very good for team fights, but they're always split in a way where they're never clumped up, and it gives so much room for CW to just deal damage for free, right? Because everybody's scrambling across the board, and we'll see, oh my god, beautiful snipe there from Beloy, from CW to Beloy. He just hates Beloy. And here, okay, I'm just finding a moment to actually pause, but they're, again, backing up so well. But again, these are just moments where they stomp. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. ONIC just stomped them, basically, in these team fights, and they lose that gold lead in the end. I wanted to highlight how in the early game, in the first few turtles that they took, the way they neutralized this team fight composition from GEEK SLATE was by literally spreading that far away. Again, I was looking for that, but it wasn't there. Cho was right here. That was Kyrie, right on top of the turtle pit. You can imagine it. Sans was over to the left. Boots is on the right. So they're also clumped up, which makes the Faramis is... if you're a boy, you'd be so confused. What am I gonna do here? Martis as well, the Taunt as well. All this, heroes made to force them to clump up. It's not happening with the anti-CC in Cho's kit as well. He just gets the turtle. Beautiful execution, but also with beautiful setup.
I agree, right? So I guess perhaps they need to replicate that in Game 3 if they want to break ONIC's record. But it's going to be Ugani, Eterna, and Mirko taking a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. 1-1. Game 3, let's see.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi.
Just like game leg one, we got to 1-1 between ONIC and GEEK SLATE, ladies and gentlemen. We're back for game 3. It's gonna be Goni, Eterna, and as well as a Mirko here. We're back and ready to witness game 3. Game 1, it was actually GEEK SLATE getting game 1, but game 2, it seems like ONIC, they got the caffeine and beat GEEK SLATE.
They were energized.
They were energized with
Wait,
caffeine.
I want that, bro.
Well, you want this? This is Point Coffee, bro. Enjoy quality coffee with 100% coffee beans and brewed directly with an international standard coffee. You're welcome.
It has my name on it.
Machine through Point Coffee. You can get, this is the collab here. Point Coffee X MPL Season 11, which you can get a 40% discount coupon for Indomaret Koinku app for Palm Sugar Latte, Cookies and Cream, and Pandan Coffee with the promo code Point Coffee MPL S11. If you want perhaps more info, you should just check and visit at Point Coffee ID.
And if you're like me and you can't drink coffee, I know, I was born the wrong way, but they also have really good non-coffee choices. Like he mentioned, cookies and cream. I have the peach tea, and it's pretty good, guys.
It's pretty good?
It's really good,
It's really
actually.
good. I mean, Mirko is just chugging it, right? Please, Eterna, take it away. I'm going to drink first.
Yeah, and even with the point coffee that
So
they were
good,
given
man.
to us, right? Today we only have 2 matches. So afterwards, I'm going to get busy on my own with the Maxstream app.
Maxstream app? Well, if you...
I want to get busy.
Why?
Watching Maxstream. What do they have?
It's an app that combines many OTT and channels, so you don't have to switch between apps, right? In Maxstream, there are a lot of channels that you can enjoy without paying extra. And there's a Technostorm and the GTV. There are also exclusive original content that only airs
like
on Maxstream. there's Love in Game.
Okay.
Love Coach with Rachel.
That
the One
Rachel.
Believe.
The One
Rasha the
Believe.
Wonder Kid. And Kolak Express.
Wow. Cola Express is my favorite. I'm going to watch it right
Now?
after this game.
I thought now.
No, I want to watch this first.
All
then
right.
later. But let's take a look at the game recap here. Gani, your team just got the dub. And look at Geek Slate, right? Your impact player, very similarly to ONIC's impact player in game number 1. You don't want to see this, right? You do not want to see the Fredrin XP be the impact player because, again, you're right. He is the impact player. He's the guy who's in the front, who's trying his best to taunt, cover, and provide that proper front line for the front to back. But the front to back is Geek Slate basically a bit too tunnel vision, a bit too one-dimensional, which is not where Geek Slate really pops off, right? They need to have multiple dimensions to their game, just like in game number 1. They have an early, mid to late. They can play pickoffs, they can play team fights, they can even go for, sieges with their composition. It's so well-rounded, and Geek Slate have kind of lost that in game number 2, where they really fully committed on a full front to back with that Martis last pick, basically forcing the Fredrin to go on to Luke's hands and the Martis into Jana's. They could have picked up the Yuzong, we mentioned. Good matchup for the Arlet. Good matchup against the Beatrix if you really want to have that die presence, so the front to back won't be as one-dimensional.
And face value, I agree with you. And even in the way that we thought it would pan out with the Martis in the EXP lane, everything was great, but we forgot one key factor.
The Yeb factor.
No.
No, okay.
That too, but another thing.
Okay.
Beloyski on a Diggy. It's not Beloyski's style.
You don't like the
think.
Loyski?
Not really, no. I like it when Beloyski is given playmaking heroes, and I don't think the Diggy fits. Give the Diggy on a roamer like Rasi, I think it would do a lot better, but on Beloyski, different story as we enter the drafts for game number 3.
We'll see here. Geek Slate will have the blue side still. ONIC will have the red side. Repeat here, Geek Slate already a different approach. They opted for the Kaja first pick game 1, but in game 3 it seems like they will prioritize that Arlet securing hero for Luke.
Yeah, because if you take a look at game 1 to game 2, the only hero that's sitting at a 100% win rate is that Arlet, right? Game 1, Geek won on that Arlet, disrupting a whole lot. In game 2, Boots was able to play the weak side of the map really well. But now they do go for the pick that I thought they would go for in game number 2. The Kaja and the Valentina into the Arlet. Now Geek Slate. I think I gotta agree with you, Aeterna. The Diggy, right? You need to get playmaking heroes on this man. There's also a fun fact now from Geek. Besides ONIC, with 8 win streak, Geek became the second team with the longest match win streak with 4 win streaks. They're still holding it right now. They're still on their win streak. So it's a battle of win streak. 4 and 8. 1-1. It's back to a best of 1 as Geek Slate again will try their best to build a composition around their strengths. The Faramis, okay, they go for the Melissa again this time. And again, they went for the Beatrix last time. Now, I think they should just go for the Claude.
They could go for that, definitely. But even then, it really depends, right? I think the Claude is a little bit more reliable, I would say, in the laning phase. I think the only reason the Beatrix worked before was because of the Hilda pickup. So I don't think Geek would let that go twice. ONIC, yeah, I agree. Claude. Or, secure a hero for perhaps Boots this time.
However,
there you go.
Lamas here securing hero for Boots again. But let's see, we got a comment here from Anti-Mage. In his opinion, well, in my opinion, Sans Kyrie, both of them, they are already the next level jungler and mid laner.
Yeah, agree.
Yeah, we all can agree on that, Anti-Mage. Thank you, though. On a second phase, Diggy ban, Geek Slate. What will they go for here? Will they limit the hero here for CW?
They could limit the hero. I mean, right now, I think they just should go for the Claude ban and maybe the Beatrix, but then you would leave Kyrie's heroes open, and I don't think you want to do that. Last time, I don't know, though. If you really focus on just Kyrie, we've seen it. Aldo did it yesterday. They did it just now, trying to take the Martis away instead of building for their comp. And it doesn't work out. Don't get too tunnel vision on Kyrie. He's good. He's amazing. Best jungler in the world. But there can still be holes, and we saw that being exploited in game number 1. You can outplay him still. He's a human after all. With the Hayabusa ban, I would expect the Claude ban to come next.
Well, we'll see here. Will the Claude ban come through ONIC, though? It seems like they're more focused on towards Beloy here, especially in the second phase. Yeah, a hero potentially for Beloy banned out here. Diggy and Hilda. Seeing the composition, right, perhaps signaling they want an assassin pick as well here with that Hilda ban again. Let's see, what will they go for? Perhaps potentially they might go for the Lancelot pick.
Yeah, with the Hilda ban, it makes sense for the Ling to come through, right? It's basically a bait, and unfortunately, this is literally just ONIC who can utilize this kind of a mind game, right? Because you'd expect Kyrie to be placed on an assassin, but he can always just flex. The Cho, the Fredrin, the Martis, all that, he can flex all around. Now, I think, again, it has to be, they can go for the last pick as well, honestly. They can go for Claude, they can go for Moskov. What do you think, Eterna?
I like Akai. Sorry,
like
I was
Akai.
thinking about the Akai this entire
The
time.
Akai works really well.
I think it could work really well against the Faramis. But no, they go for the Lancelot. The Lancelot was banned in game number 2 by GEEK in that second phase after the Hayabusa, this time the Ling. So they are free to pick up the Lancelot. And GEEK, honestly, I like the Kai still, right? Because if the Faramis' ultimate, the Cult Altar, gets taken by Valentina, I think it's a really good disruption. I think the Akai does really well in the jungle position against the Lancelot as well. It's a good pick, but they could go for something else.
They certainly could. Right now, what's up for grabs for Beloy as well? Ruby, Grok. I think the Grok is a good option here if you really want to just get that engage before the Divine Judgment comes through. A lot of wave clear as well to help in the mid lane. But if they don't go for that, the Franco, if they really want to go for a cheeky play, they go for the Grok. The Atlas works. I thought of the Atlas too, but knowing Beloy, don't think the Atlas will come through. It's the Martis and the Grok. This is Beloy's comfort.
This really is, right? So one left 0 here for CW.
Yeah, I don't think Kufra works here though.
Kufra, no, because I think perhaps there's Claude.
Oh,
There's Claude, right? I think this Claude.
I think the Claude is going to be, I think, the best option for them right now with so much CCs, so much AoE with the Cult Altar as well. They can just burst it down. Other than the Claude, technically they can if they really want to double down on Beatrix and CW having a good time
I
on
don't think it's a crazy pick.
They can go for a crazy pick, but
Claude.
Yeah,
that's the safest. It's the best.
It is
pick,
the best.
Right? Going up against Grok, you can melt him down after those 2 items, and there you go. This set, the heroes that will enter for game 3.
This time around, it's not as straightforward. I think both of the teams have drafted themselves in a way that it could work depending on execution. I don't know what to think, honestly.
I think ONIC have the better draft here in game number 2. I really like the way they've drafted. They have the Kaja, they have the Valentina, they can steal a whole lot of ultimates here. And again, the Thamas versus Arlet, the matchup that gave them so much troubles. Game number 1 was a tough battle up against the Thamas.
Well, let's see, right? I mean, the 10 heroes again has been set and the portal will open soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game 3. ONIC will take on GEEK SLATE. Who will grab it, ladies and gentlemen? I want to hear your support in the live chat. Spam your team. Is it GEEK or is it ONIC?
Truly is the bigger question here. Whose lose streak is going to break first? Is it going to be ONIC's or is it going to be GEEK's? And as you can see here, Keyboy already putting a lot of focus onto Jadera. I think they're trying to replicate the same kind of pressure they did in game number 2, which worked wonders for them. It's not going to be as easy though, because remember, Keyboy isn't as dangerous, I would say, below level 4 as the power spike hits. And maybe minute number 2, minute number 3.
It's about getting CW comfortable because they will be playing towards the XP lane. So if they can get a small lead for CW in the gold lane just by being there, the Keyboy, sure, in terms of kill pressure, he won't be able to put any of that kill pressure down, level 1, 2, 3. But here, he's just showing up. Jadera won't be able to all in, just like that. He's forced to back away a bit and a bit, and CW gets some more pressure to play with. Now, the reason he came down there as well is because the lane was frozen by Chidera. He needs to help CW to get that out, to push it into the turret so it shoves back to the side of ONIC, and Keyboy's already building a freeze for CW just to have a better time in that gold lane.
But what I wanted to say is that even though Chidera is using the Jujutsu Kaisen skin, he actually lost, so the skin isn't at 100% win rate anymore, Mirko.
It's still at 100% win rate when CW plays it.
Okay.
That's some copium right there. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys can go and check it out. Arashi actually got the Melissa skin in his first 10 rolls.
What?
What a dude,
I'm pretty
right?
mad.
So lucky.
Right? I'm pretty pissed.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
It's chill, it's chill. It's okay. It's Arashi. He is the, well, he's the OG, right? He's Arashi, so he perhaps has a chance. ONIC now, let's see. First turtle, let's see who will get it. Oops, trying to open up the map. Luke now soaking a lot of damage. Wild charge defensively, Walt Alter as well. From both teams, actually. Both teams now, no casualty just yet. Kyrie, though, will pick up the turtle, no problem. Boots moving on to a Janna. Janna trying to escape again. Both teams, no casualty.
And this is the main problem again. I said it in the drafts. The neutral objective take, the mid control, even the XP lane pressure, it gives so much more to ONIC. And GEEK SLATE are, again, playing very template the way they did in game number 2. Despite knowing they have the weaker neutral objective control, they are not trading. They are instead facing ONIC head-to-head in the neutral objective department, where again, ONIC takes the dub. This time, not as big of a dub as game number 1's first turtle, where they lost 3 members, but still, ONIC can build on this.
Yeah, the snowballing can work again here in game number 3. But look at this here. I think maybe GEEK, they're realizing that. They're trying to look for a play here onto Keyboy.
Wow. Oh. That decimation finds the first blood. It's just Sans flickering away. Call ultra popped as well. Kyrie trying to cover Sans now. Stunned up in the front. But surviving. But take a look at Kyrie. Moving on towards Veloy perhaps. Trying to escape. Take a look at the puncture. Very beautiful. But it's still ONIC losing Keyboy earlier.
And even in a 4v1 situation, you could actually feel how calm Kyrie is on the Lancelot. Very unbothered, unfazed, still able to clear that mid lane to help Sans out as well, to let him go back because his mana was really low. And that is one of the main things that we see about ONIC. They're just so calm, they're so collected, and they have their eyes on usually the next objective. And I think they're going to translate it here.
Let's see. It's just a clear here, it seems like, from both teams. And looking at the position now, right, ONIC, they are in an okay position. They lost Keyboy, but they're slightly leading in that goal. Let's see though, Janna moving on towards Keyboy. No commitment just yet, but seems like they want to invade. No, they don't.
No, there's not really much for ONIC here. They don't need to invade. They have a level lead on Kyrie, and again, they have proper neutral objective control here with better mid control and the winning lane of the XP lane. Look at Boots, again, being such a nuisance to 2 members, and he doesn't even take damage.
A lot of resources spent on Boots. Vengeance though popped.
Look at that!
Keyboy finds the suppression. Keyboy surviving the backside. Finally gets taken down though. Kyrie again securing another kill. A kill for a turtle.
He got so much time.
3 ults!
Exactly. It was the cult altar was the deciding factor there, but Boots traded in for a turtle. At this point, is it worth it?
I would say it is worth it. That's what he's meant to do, right? He's just there to stop the enemy team from getting anything. He's standing there menacingly ulting on the General Kai skin. I don't know what that is, what Keyboy just did earlier, invading. But again, ONIC are playing it really well here. Remember, oh, wait a minute, Boots now caught.
Oh my god, the damage this time though will be enough to take him down.
Oh.
Janna will not survive Sans. The burst damage is already there. Luke Sans will be wanting Sans with the flicker last second.
Good plays by Luke, still on point on the Arlet, not giving it for free. But with Janna taken down there for Boots, again, it's not too bad. Boots can afford to lose a lot of these matchups, but it seems like the talent prediction has changed once again. It was
what happened to you two?
1 ONIC. The drafts happened.
And you can see it right now. ONIC, they have a good lead here. 1,000 in the first 6 minutes. they're showing that they have better map control even though they had to lose a turret in the top side. But that was because Boots was taken down. Boots' over-aggression was a little bit punished by Janna earlier on, and that gave Arlet a little bit more room, I would say, to move around. But you can see the pressure once again by ONIC here in the bottom lane, trying to give CW a little bit more room to play with as well.
Look at the gold, right? This is what the avarice gets you. And he's been weak side. Everyone on ONIC has been playing around the top side most of the time. And it's still CW who has the better farm, who has been able to get more gold onto his hand. And this is why ONIC's draft works. That weak side of the map, you can kind of call it the weak side, but it's not ultimately because of the gold.
Interesting here. Let's
6
see.
minutes, golden staff.
3 turtle. Well, it's 3rd turtle. Oh, take a look at Luke's impression though comes through. He will be taken down for surely here.
No way!
Oh, he survives with the stun by a boy. Wow, Kyrie though will secure the perfect turtle. Beloyski soaking a lot of damage with the power of nature. They want the mid, it seems like. A boy trying to clear Janna, Beloyski in that place as well. Kyrie jumps in, Beloyski still surviving.
Janna,
Keyboy taken down. Janna in the front side gets taken out as well. 1-for-1 as of yet. ONIC responding very, very well.
As of yet, it does look like ONIC will still hold on to their 1.5k gold lead. Like you mentioned, in that team fight, it was actually a really good skirmish. Beloy almost made the game-changing play with Janna. I thought Janna was going to get the reset with a decimation and slaughter the whole team. It looked like a bad time for ONIC, but they were able to kite back. Like you mentioned as well, Eterna, they always stay composed in these kind of situations. And now, in the 7th minute of the game, it's just ONIC scaling. Honestly, with Claude already getting the golden staff super early on, I think the Corrosion side is not too far behind as well. He's going to be able to get it in the next minute, I believe, with the pace he's farming at.
Yeah, so quick already. CW very similar to game number 2, even though the situations were a little bit different. The one thing that I wanted to point out was the fact that ONIC, they're really good at distracting GEEK SLATE. And it's only Boots. The Thamos does so well for Boots in particular because of how many resources he's able to bait out of GEEK SLATE even before the team fight begins. And ONIC, in those prolonged team fights, they are going to have a little bit more to work with. So GEEK SLATE, they need to be careful with Boots. I don't think all inning him is the right move per se, depending on what's on the line, right? If it's a neutral objective on the board, perhaps that's not the best way to go about it, because I feel like that's exactly what Boots wants, and they're playing directly in towards the strategies that ONIC have laid up for them.
Very interesting situation here indeed. ONIC winning in the gold department. And it seems like the structures bot side will fall soon. Oh, CW chunking Beloyski to half HP there.
It's so brilliant by ONIC. I mean, look at the lane swap even, right? These little things that they do to ensure the victory. Again, they're swapping the strong side and the weak side. Now Boots is playing that weak side with ONIC playing around CW with those power spikes. He is going to have much more of an impact in these team fights compared to Boots. Boots has also cleared that bottom side out. Now they're just fighting it out for the Lord. The barrier doesn't get the Lord, and that's going to be Beloy jumping in.
Boots here again, opening up the map. CW trying to free hit in the backside. Beloyski giving vision, but damage is just too much. Call Alter though, in time to save his life. Sands also pops it up. Boots in the backside, retreating. Low HP, Janna trying to find the steal. Low jumps and finds Keyboy. But Kyrie again, finding the first Lord, and taking Janna down.
Okay, that was an amazing steal as Luke goes down as well to the hands of ONIC, because Kyrie was nowhere near that Lord. He was getting zoned away so bad, and I would have thought that Janna QT had the better setup on to the Lord, but I guess he is, what, 3 levels below Kyrie at this point.
Yeah, the retribution more, plus the puncture stacks, plus just the stacks of his passive, and honestly, massive props to Beloy there in that team fight. The reason it was so close, even though Kyrie was so up in levels, is because of Beloy. He again waited 1 HP, then ulting and then flickering out. That really gave ONIC a run for their money because it set up perfectly. ONIC could utilize a lot of the resources to get Beloy low, to even maybe kill Beloy, overcommitting a bit of their positioning and their spacing to get him down. With Beloy getting out and with the Cult Ultra coming in, it was a proper re-engage for GEEK SLATE where the Melissa was able to free hit. But again, it was Kyrie. Oh my god.
All three inner turrets will be taken down from side of ONIC now. Lord taken care of top side. GEEK SLATE, they will still be able to defend this one, but they will suffer a 6,000 gold in deficit.
Yeah, and it's still meaningful because we're still in that mid-game. 11 minutes, 6,000, almost a 10,000 gold lead. That's how much ONIC has snowballed from that early game. ONIC, though, they still look like they are going to try and force it as all three lanes are crashing. So 70 seconds left on the Lord as well. But honestly, Beloyski, this is the perfect time for him to go for a crazy moment that can turn back the tides.
Oh, Keyboy overextended, and Beloyski with that wall charge able to exploit that mistake. 5v4 ONIC, full retreat.
Yeah, I mean, it's a proper pick. It's a good pick onto Keyboy, but even Keyboy understands this. The reason he was overstepping, overcommitting there was because there's no neutral objectives. There were no objectives to take, and he's the roamer. Sure, he can give his life. Optimally, you do not want to give any gold at all to the opposing team, but even then, he's 0-3. The bounty and the amount of gold that he gives when he dies, not too much, so not that big of a deal. You can see the gold lead. It's all good, and if you take a look at the items, like I mentioned, that Corrosion Scythe has been built up. So has the Wind of Nature. You can expect CW to actually sell the steel leg plates to get either a brute force if they really want to go for defensive, more defensive against the full physical damage force of GEEK SLATE, or, in my personal opinion, I just go for the Malefic Roar.
Definitely a possibility here. We're going to see how that pays out. It looks like he's going for the Legion Sword, so more damage here. Doesn't want to go for that defensive item. And we'll see, right? Because even though ONIC, they're leading this hard right now in the 13 minutes, it only takes one moment and one blunder for GEEK SLATE to equalize.
Wow.
And here we go.
A good catch. And there you go. Beloyski, though, will soak in a lot of damage. Flicker will not be enough. He will be taken down as Luke will fall as well. CW collecting that killing spree. 3-man down from the Geeks. ONIC, they look to exploit this fact. They are eyeing that mid-base turret. A boy trying to clear will not be able to do anything just yet, though. Oh, they're going for the end. Jana, a boy, will fall first. Jana, can they do it? And it seems like the yellow porcupines here, they're on the brink of victory, but the minions, they're not there.
Don't worry, they'll have a part 2, Gani. They have the Enhanced Lord marching down up top, and they can still utilize these slow-pushing waves down below.
None of them are low per se, so ONIC, they do have what it takes. They do have what's in the kit to be able to do this once again. Remember, Beloyski doesn't have Flicker, a boy or Luke as well. They don't have the resources, the maximum resources, to be able to defend this one against ONIC.
Let's see. All 3 base turrets taken down. Lord still full HP. ONIC, can they end this? Can they keep their 8-0 record? And it seems like so. The base turret will be the target. ONIC, the yellow porcupines, still clean and 8-0. They got GEEK SLATE just like in leg 1. They failed to close out the series. 2-1 is the final score. Deja vu, like in leg 1.
GGWP to GEEK SLATE, though. They were nearly branded the King Slayers if they were able to get this win against ONIC. But unfortunately, like you said, deja vu, 2-1 once again. It was a really valiant effort for GEEK going this close against the #1, the undefeated in the standings. But unfortunately, the Geeks still have to bow down to the yellow porcupines.
And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, the first team to confirm their playoff slot is ONIC with a 9-0 record, undefeated, undisputed in Season 11.
Wow, 9-0. Looking to repeat what they did in Season 3. going undefeated in the regular season. Can they do it?
So far, it looks like they can. Everything is leading up to that point. Every single time you think that maybe, just maybe, with game number 1 going to the hands of GEEK SLATE, maybe ONIC will fall. Maybe it's time. Maybe people have caught up. Nope. They just say a big nope. Yeb says a big nope. The whole team says big nope.
Nope.
Just like that, right?
Just like that. As simple as that.
Exactly.
Adi 2023.
2023.
Remarkable gameplay by ONIC.
Brilliant.
Very out of the box as well.
Magnifique.
Game number 2. Game number 3, it was seen, right? We predicted that. Even from the drafts, ONIC had the upper hand. They had the advantage. And it's so insane. I wonder if they can go undefeated throughout the playoffs as well.
Let's see, right? But on that note, Clara, Bude Mongstar will have a interview with the full team of ONIC. So
not with GEEK?
I don't think so. It's they interviewed 9 times with ONIC. Wow.
Why 9?
Because they've won 9 matches.
Oh.
So,
I don't know.
Bude Clara Mongstar.
Take it away.
Sobat ONIC, inilah dia. ONIC mendapatkan kemenangan lagi. 2-1 akhirnya untuk di leg yang kedua. Kembali Boots, kemenangan 2-1 lagi melawan tim GEEK. Tapi apakah ada feel yang berbeda di leg kedua kali ini?
Enggak ada.
Lebih susah kah atau lebih mulus kah?
Sama aja.
Sama aja?
Ya. Susah.
Kan
leg 1 juga susah. Ya.
Betul, di game pertama kalian kehilangan poin. Pas leg 1 juga kayak gitu.
Ya.
Apa yang menyebabkan kalian harus kehilangan poin di game yang pertama? Kenapa? Kalau di game pertama itu kalian melawan GEEK kalah.
Karena kurang rapi aja mainnya.
Kurang rapi, itu poinnya.
Ya.
Wow, tapi kalau kita ngeliat juga ya di game tadi itu begitu menarik banget. Kyrie, your heroes got banned. In the second game, are you feel honored or you feel angry? What do you feel about your heroes getting banned?
Nothing, because it's normal.
It's normal. So you use Cho. Are you expecting to use Cho on the second game?
No, but yeah. Kiboy want Hilda. Kiboy wants to use Hilda, that's why I do.
Oh, Kiboy want to use Hilda. Jadi katanya, kan Bude tanya, hero-nya di-ban semua. Kan apa yang dia rasa katanya biasa aja, soalnya dia selalu ya mungkin sering hero-nya di-ban. Dan ketika pakai Cho, apakah dia ekspektasi bakal pakai Cho? Katanya ya karena Kiboy pengen pakai Hilda. Boy, kamu gak mau pakai Cho, Boy? Tadi ada kesempatan Kiboy buat pakai Cho loh. Luan-luan aja berharap kamu pakai Cho. Kenapa kamu pilih Hilda daripada Cho?
Simpen dulu lah buat nanti.
Simpen dulu buat nanti. Nantinya kapan, Boy? Banyak yang nungguin nih.
Grand final.
A grand final. Tapi dan ketika kemenangan tadi, itu kelihatan banget Kiboy ekspresif banget, happy banget. Apakah sentimental di match kali ini, Boy?
Sebenarnya pusing banget lah lawan Baloy lah. Terus ya takut hilang WS.
Takut hilang WS. Nah, ngelawan Baloy, satu mungkin bisa kita bilang inisiator juga. Tapi ketika kamu ngelihat dia pakai Digi, apakah membuat kamu semakin berani atau ada hal tertentu nih ketika dia bermain bukan hero yang inisiator?
Gak tahu sih, semua dari coach. Gak tahu sih, semua dari coach.
Semua dari coach. Ngomong-ngomong tentang coach nih, apakah ini adalah Adi effect bahwa kalian melepaskan hero Aboy, powernya Aboy, powernya Luke juga dengan Faramis, power hero-nya dilepas semua. Kenapa itu semuanya dilepas hero-nya?
Ya menurut coach gue mungkin bagus, sesimpel itu.
Sesimpel itu. Dan memang sesimpel itu ya. Dan dengan match tadi juga menandakan bahwa ONIC sudah dipastikan masuk ke babak playoff. Terlepas dari hasil akhir, mau ngapain aja di sisa dari match mereka nggak akan mempengaruhi slot mereka di babak playoff. Suns masuk ke playoff nih. fansnya langsung rame nih.
Alhamdulillah senang banget lah pastinya.
Seneng banget ya pastinya. Ngedapetin slot ke playoff. Satu-satunya tim yang udah mensecure satu slot di playoff. Gimana kamu bisa mungkin ngasih tahu teman-teman yang lain dengan 7 slot sisanya lagi pada, berarti 5 slot sisanya tuh lagi pada sikut-sikutan Sans. Ada yang mau kamu pesan-pesan salam-salam gak sih buat tim-tim lainnya yang lagi merangkak untuk ngedapetin slot playoff?
Semangat aja Mas.
Semangat aja Mas. Kasih spill dikit dong biar bisa win streak kayak kalian.
Enggak. Semangat aja Mas.
Udah, semangat aja Mas. Bang, udah Bang, jangan semangat mulu Bang. Kasih tahu sesuatu gitu Bang.
Gak ada sih.
Gak ada sih?
Gak ada.
Yang penting harus selalu solid ya. Dan cewek, terakhir we. Ini kita ngelihat bahwa dari tim ONIC win streak terus. Dan dari cewek sendiri, kira-kira nih ya untuk ke depan-depannya, match, akankah ada sebuah tantangan untuk tim kalian atau tidak?
Kalau dari kita sih, kita selalu ngasih all out sih. Jadi kayak setiap game ya kita kasih yang terbaik aja sih. Mau terlepas hasilnya menang kalah ya pokoknya all out dulu aja.
Ngelihat performa kalau dari tim-tim lainnya di leg kedua, apakah membuat kalian menjadi bekerja lebih ekstra?
Pasti dah, soalnya kan di leg pertama banyak tim-tim yang ngelihat ke atas juga kan.
Berada di atas, membuat kalian senang atau deg-degan? Lebih kemana nih, 50-50 kah?
Biasa aja.
Biasa aja Bang, udah Bang. Bang, udah Bang. Oke, udah ya Bang. Terima kasih banget untuk ONIC. Lagi dan lagi, Bude bisa ngobrol sama tim ONIC. Kemenangan beruntun dengan support system yang juga udah hadir di sini. Mereka pasti bahagia banget. Sekali lagi kita kasih tepuk tangan untuk tim ONIC. Dan kemenangan mereka yang begitu memukau akan langsung dibedah oleh analis kita, Profesor KB, silakan.
Thank you so much, Clara Mongstar, Bude Mongstar, for that wonderful interview with the ONIC players. It's been 9 times they've been interviewed.
That's not 9.
It's 9.
That's 9.
What do
I
you
didn't
mean?
see your finger. I thought you did this. 10.
That was 9, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, ONIC, it seems like, I don't know, is Bude bored interviewing ONIC this season? Almost every day.
I think she really is. I think at this point, right, ONIC's like, oh my god, I have to interview ONIC again. My god. They're too good at video games. Especially this one, MLBB.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2-1. Yeah, I'm just gesturing, hoping my fellow partner would like say something.
I love seeing them being awkward, guys. I'm sorry, I just had to take that opportunity.
But yeah, 2-1, ONIC. It's a clean match. It's a clean game. Not as clean. I mean, it's a 2-1, but fairly clean.
Basically the same thing.
Basically the same
over
thing. Again, leg 1 was 2-1, leg 2, a repeat.
Same reverse sweep.
Same reverse sweep. GEEK SLATE showing again their quality, their class perhaps in challenging that second spot RRQ. Oh, that's very, very challenging. But let's take a look at the highlights here.
Yeah, again, in the 7th minute of the game, the way ONIC played, I think this game in particular, it comes down to the draft again. I just felt like they had the better drafts right as they locked in that Claude, the final pick, and they saved the Claude to the last pick just to bait out a few more of those picks, like the Grok, like the Martis, these 2 picks that really struggle up against a blinking hero. And with CW utilizing that weak side of the map, playing it just super safe, using the BMI properly to use it defensively, and farming up better against the Melissa, there's not much, and that's why I really expected GEEK SLATE to ban out the Claude in the second phase, going for the Hayabusa and the Ling ban. I understand why they went for it, right? I really did. You don't want to see Kyrie on these playmaking heroes, but you need to understand the concept of the winning lane. The first phase pick Melissa. The reason it's picked in the first phase, I assume, is to get it into a proper spot. Now, if you go up against a Claude, unfortunately, that's just not something you can expect. It's a good lane for the Claude. It's not a winning lane for the Claude, but Claude can just keep on farming, keep on clearing with the Avarice emblem, and even when they trade, it's Claude who walks up ahead.
That's why I think a lot of times when people pick up the Melissa in the first phase, the Claude is usually banned in the first phase as well. It was risky, it didn't pay off for them. Let's hope that they learn from it. But ladies and gentlemen, the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G is the first team mid laner, Sans on the Valentina. And he's like an unsung hero, very impactful, but not a lot of flashy plays.
He is the sung hero. I mean, even in game number 2, he was playing on CW's phone. That should have been Sans, but they gave it over to CW.
True.
Sans has been playing on 5 phones for like so long.
Saksa guys ha. FIMO I think, FIMO. No bird. Daban tuloy. Let go. Tamas first. Mati gua. You can back Chan. Or die this. Dai mo. Kenday. You can ultimate? Yeah. No imo. Only Mark Lord. Ada goloy. Yeah, I have ulti ha. Move proper. I'm loading. Kairi down. Hey, Santay, we can end. Yeah. No ulti Claude. Get Lord. Hey, Claude. Bata. Nice bro. Nice bro. Nice boy. Mau enggak?
Go ke dia.
Mati. Gak. Look guys. Look. Careful.
Low semua dia. Nice.
Mau coba. Bisa ya.
Udah ulti lagi guys.
Gua bisa.
Saya upgrade. Sabar ya.
Aman gak?
Mati.
Nice.
Cabut atas dulu guys.
Tower.
Sudah des.
Ayo go TB. Go TB.
Gua TBW.
Aduh, mati.
Aman.
Masih bisa.
Tower guys.
Bisa enggak?
Tower. Bisa.
Nice.
Nah, dia retri gue.
Ulti flicker dia aman sini. Udah ulti ya, mati bisa guys.
Mati dia.
Nice. Kait.
Gue balik.
Nice.
Aman banget cowok yang nggak mati.
Gue
Mati dulu. Ada gua. Gua tarik dia. Lordnya guys. Nice.
Sini balik. Aman gua.
Dapat MM-nya.
Dapat MM. Nice.
Mati MM-nya.
Gas.
Bos lo kejar.
Ada ulti rame, santuy.
Guys, kita dulu guys.
Santuy. Udah ulti groknya. Mati.
Ada.
Guys, depan. Mati lagi. Bisa end mid ya. Tower aja guys. Bisa enggak? Tower aja guys. Tower aja. Tower aja guys. Tower.
Sabar
ya. Tower.
Wow, what I guess a very clean communication, mic check, and it seems like for the most part, Sans were talking to himself. Communicating for himself because he played all 5 phones, so yeah, Lord, up there.
No, in the mic check, Sans was quiet, right? He's literally dead silent because he's playing 5 phones. So everyone was just feeding information to him. Yo, turtles up, man. You want to steal it or no? We saw that Kyrie retribution steal.
I'm Sans.
This is Kyrie. Sans, he was like, dude, just go for it. He's retry there, and then he got it. Sans, such a phenomenal player.
Chad.
What an absolute Chad, and oh my God. The timing. Sans, keys to success. One objective since the early game. Exactly, it's him. One objective since the early game. He also counter setup to face GEEK's initiation.
The whole ONIC roster right here.
The full ONIC roster. If you guys don't know, this is an Indonesian joke from the Indonesian streamers. They were complimenting Sans, and they went overboard saying Sans is the one playing all phones, man. He's so good and everything, but you know, jokes aside, Sans is amazing. He really deserved that MVP because he set up and he playmates so much for the team on that Valentina.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, also on that note, you can watch MPL in a theater. After watching MPL ID S11, you can. Don't miss out the excitement of watching the latest movies at Cinepolis Cinemas with 7.1 visual and all-around you quality. There's a discount of IDR 20,000 exclusively for MPL ID fans. Just a promo code here. Use it, CineXMPL, to get the discount when purchasing on Cinepolis website and app. So what are you waiting for? Let's go. Mobile Legends buddies, get your tickets now and experience the sensation of watching the latest movies with 7.1 visual and all-around you quality.
The joke is still getting me, man. Johnny is casually said when Sans came up.
The whole roster.
I was so...
Breaking Miracle's character right here.
That was really funny, Johnny. I almost burst out laughing. I was holding it and it finally came out.
Okay,
a bit too early.
You came, but ladies and gentlemen, that was also another, right? You can go to Cinepolis with an app here.
Yeah, go ahead and grab, ladies and gentlemen, the discount code 90% using the promo code grb.to/MPL, MPL ID X grab. You guys can scan the QR code right below me right now. That's Lancelot holding a rose to give to you guys when you order grab. Grab food as well with 50% discount code. Go ahead and check it out. And if you guys want to win crazy skins, check out the grab challenge here and also the grab photo, or no, the booth here.
Yeah, there are booths at the venue at Menara Kuningan, Jakarta, where you guys can get some gift vouchers, 100,000 and 50,000 IDR. You can use it as gifts. You can use it for yourself as well. There's just so much for you guys to explore if you come down here to, once again, Menara Kuningan in Jakarta.
Let's go.
If you guys want more information, don't forget to check out grb.to/MPL, or of course, scan the QR code down below.
QR code. Go ahead and check it out,
Q
ladies and
cards.
gentlemen.
Q cards.
Not the cue cards, the QR code. Because right now, we're about to get ready for a big match. Gani!
Is it though? But it's going to be RRQ taking on Bigetron. They're trying to break the curse here. RRQ, they need to win to solidify themselves in that second place. Meanwhile, Bigetron, they also need to win to climb up because they're at the 6th place.
If
They're
they
getting
lose,
very close.
they're going to be the 7th place
Red zone?
team. Red zone.
Red zone for the Red Robots.
Alter Ego have risen, and Bigetron Alpha, this is the time for them to not only secure 6th place, but also to help GEEK SLATE secure 2nd.
We can be in the Red Zone, buddies.
Why not?
It's a big possibility.
I can always go to the red zone, but I'll never go 1-8.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay. Putting some sauce. But ladies and gentlemen, that was match 1. We're going to take a short break here. Gani, Eterna, and Mirko will sign off just a little. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ邪魔だ
虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
Ready? So it all started when
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow. Attention passengers, the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo YouGrab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
縛ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Attention passengers, this is the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor.
Green light.
I mean, all the time.
Black light. Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, this is the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. kasih, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss a thing. You know I'm focused, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss.
Wow, let's take a look here. Match 36 of the season. We're gonna see Bigetron taking on the Kings of Kings. In leg one, the Kings of Kings, they were able to sabotage the Red Robots and take the clean sweep 2-0. Will they be able to do it again? Or with Super Ken coming into the fray in the second leg, will that thing change? Lemon leading the first half of the season very dominantly. Let's see what again the Red Robots can do in this match. MPL ID Season 11 is back, ladies and gentlemen, and this is going to be the closing match of Week 4. It was ONIC taking on the team earlier.
GEEK SLATE.
GEEK SLATE 2-1. Let's see the closing match. Will it be another full 3 games, or will it be a 2-0? It's just time to witness. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again to MPL ID Season 11, Week 4, Day 3. Closing match, the Kings of Kings taking on Bigetron Alpha. Back on the English desk, it's going to be me, Goni, Eterna, and as well as Mirko here to accompany you to see and witness the final match. How are you feeling?
Honestly, I'm quite curious to see how this goes. I feel like it was a different Bigetron Alpha that we saw in the earlier stages of this season. So, before we get into the tidbits of this next matchup, let's thank our sponsors.
MPL ID Season 11, powered by Moonton, presented by official tournament phone Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, official mobile internet partner by Telkomsel, official gold partner by UBS Gold, partner in Esports, Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, and Bleebly, as well as we have official broadcast by Maxstream, broadcast partner by TVRI, partner Indomaret and Point Coffee, supported by PBESI. So, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, let's talk about again the Kings of Kings and Bigetron, the clash of initiations here, Key and as well as Vin. What can we expect?
We can expect pure crazy action in the skirmishes. Both these teams really like to team fight around neutral objectives, and with their roamers leading the pack, Vin on different heroes though. Vin, right now, we have seen him develop kind of since the last season. Usually, he plays a lot of the standard roamers, but now he has touched the Kufra already, playing it here and getting a lot of good results. Unfortunately, some of the matches that we have seen in the second leg haven't gone their way just yet. Even a few games when they were leading by a lot. The initiations from Vin were still good, right? Here, though, we're going to take a look at MPL Indonesia Season 11, Leg 1. RRQ were able to destroy Bigetron Alpha 2-0. The curse of RRQ versus BTR still continue, and BTR are currently on a loss streak that RRQ can really capitalize on with their initiations being as on point as they were back in leg number 1. Let's take a look at the highlights here as to what really happened in leg number 1, because actually, fun fact, Bigetron Alpha picked up the Hanabi. Now, this pickup was very interesting. When we saw it in the draft, we all mentioned Aldo, the architect. He likes to go for experimental drafts, especially for the first game or the first match, I would say, in Season 11. They wanted to try something new. Obviously, it did not work out with the Farsa and the Grok in the hands of RRQ, but Bigetron Alpha were able to push RRQ to really deep waters with this team fight comp. Just look at it. Moreno on that Kadita. We have pure AoE damage basic from the whole crew. But again, it's Vin's initiation that makes or break RRQ. In this particular situation, it actually broke them. It gave over that 4,000 gold lead that they had towards Bigetron Alpha, giving a chance for BTR to actually come back. Skylar, though, has always been that consistent member on the team. Whether the team is performing good or bad, when everyone's feeding, you can always rely on Skylar to be that core pillar in that late game, getting those item power spikes as soon as your enemy gets the item power spikes, despite them being behind. What made Bigetron Alpha such a menace, though, in leg 1, despite them having the Hanabi, is key. Still, El Momento being on point. Here is one of the, pure examples of this happening. With his instant initiation, he was able to bring Bigetron Alpha a few more minutes of game time to really get Marky into his comfort zone. But unfortunately for Bigetron Alpha, his composition took too much. It was so hard to execute that a lot of mistakes came through the players. Marky in the back line, zoned away, Key already taken low, and we need to see a different Bigetron Alpha. A Bigetron Alpha that doesn't rely solely on cheese picks, on experimental picks, because we have entered the second leg. Sure, could the Hanabi work? Yes, it could. But here, not only did they try it in leg 1, in game 1, they tried it both games, showing that they're really committing to the cheese picks that they're trying to experiment on.
And again, they need to realize that perhaps, Hanabi doesn't work. So with the change of that, right? Again, perhaps we might see a new set of rosters even from the side of Bigetron Alpha. Perhaps in the second leg, they were able to repair their quote-unquote mistakes or misplays and give RRQ a real challenge in the second leg. Remember, RRQ, they need to solidify themselves in the upper brackets because GEEK SLATE, they are on to RRQ. Meanwhile, Bigetron also, they need a win here. Let's see.
They really do. And, even though the Hanabi didn't work out in the end, we all know the result, 2-0. In game number 2, Bigetron did make a few adjustments, taking the Farsa and the Grok away. So it does show that Bigetron Alpha, even though they commit to their experimental draft, they can still make those micro adjustments to enable the team. And this was one of the moments, right? The Hanabi worked out up until the very last second when it didn't. And how did it not work out? Bigetron Alpha getting too greedy, overcommitting in a whole lot of these objectives, because when they got the dub earlier, they should just back off. They should just utilize the fundamentals, very similarly to ONIC. They had the 1.6k gold lead. They turned the game around, but Marky, again, with his positioning, he is a very aggressive style of gold laner. Sometimes it works, but against someone like Lemon, who understands the calculations and the utter limits of the Edith, you need to be extremely careful on the Hanabi. That one moment changed the tide of the game, and Bigetron Alpha, this was when it started. The curse of not being able to end games despite being in the lead. They have since fixed some of those issues, but with the roster changes that they made, the issues remain. With the new roster, it came back. Now, with a bit more game time on the new players, on the new roster, it seems like they have stabilized, but they don't really have the strength that they do in the early game that they had in leg 1.
Again, a very, very fascinating treat we got in store perhaps here, RRQ and Bigetron. I really expect Bigetron to somehow surprise us, bring something new. And of course, from the other side, RRQ, I expect them to be solid, be deadly as well. I mean, Skylar, very, very good gold laner, very strong. And we got another topic here, the young jungler debuting from MDL. Will Super can be as lucky, well, not lucky, be good as Albert?
To be the best Indonesian jungler, there's one man to beat, and it is Albert. He went up against Kyrie yesterday, Filipino import, and Kyrie was able to beat him in that matchup. Obviously, though, we did see a few glimpses of brilliance from Supercan, winning a few retribution battles against the best jungler in the world. Now, up against Albert, he has been chosen to represent Indonesia as our jungler in the national team. So if Supercan wants to reach those lengths, this is the first hurdle that he needs to beat, needs to get over. MDL Indonesia Season 7, he's still sitting at a 100% win rate. He left MDL, promoted to the MPL at 8-0. He's a very, very good multi-dimensional level jungler. Very similar to Albert when he first joined. Not finding a whole lot of success at the start. But then, as he clopped with the team, adapted and made those adjustments, became an absolute monster for RRQ.
You know, after everything is said and done, I just think one of the main things for Bigetron right now is just to stay disciplined. I think that's just the underlying thing that they have, because we've seen how Bigetron plays. We see how they operate. They're really good at the macro. They have the micro as well. They have the skills. But what always sets them back, what always becomes the death of them or their own kryptonite, is their own discipline. They need to stay disciplined. As you can see here, it's actually one of the keys to victory for them as well.
Maximizing pressure in the gold lane from the early game. The keys to victory presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. And like you mentioned, Eternal disciplined in contesting objectives. They get too hasty in a lot of these neutral objective takes when they have the lead, the gold lead especially. But the man you see on screen, this guy kind of makes it or breaks it as well in the game. Looking fabulous with that hair, flexing it. Marky as confident as always in the gold lane. We saw the brilliance yesterday as well. Beautiful Beatrix plays up against CW. There was a lot of good snipes, but I think consistency is one of the main criticism when it comes down to Marky. When he shines, absolutely dominating in games, but when he gets shut down, that's the same story as Key. Both the Marky-Key combo, the Key-Key combo, they have the same kind of mistakes that they've been making. On the other side, though, we take a look at the Kings of Kings, RRQ. These are the keys to victory presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Contesting Turtle to gain the gold advantage. I think in a lot of these Turtle takes and neutral objectives in the early game, RRQ have really struggled, especially with Lemon on these kind of laning or team fight heavy heroes. The Edith, the Lapu, the Terizla, searching for flanking opportunities to the back line. This is something that we have seen from RRQ, but only when Vin is on the Kufra. We haven't seen that same level of creativity when it comes down to flanking or finding these flanking opportunities when he's placed on more passive heroes like the Lolita and even the Kaja. So these are the two things that they need to get down to beat Bigetron Alpha.
Perfect. I feel like hopefully they were able to be more aware of this decision-making and as well as the discipline from inside of Bigetron, but from RRQ. They need to just stay solid, stay proactive, just cover Skylar for the most part, right? He is the main or the first team gold laner, almost contested there by Brands, but he is up there with Brands, and sometimes, debatable, it's still arguable. So Skylar, one of the top tiers for the gold lane, they need to protect him, they need to get the cast going for this guy, and that is going to be a tough job if Marky is at the opposing end. He needs to step up as well in this match. But if we're talking about the official team lineup, we don't know. Things might change here. We're just still assuming. But I want to ask you, Eterna, what do you think? Which do you prefer Marky or Saken?
Ooh, that's a tough question. Because all the while you were talking, I was thinking about the side of RRQ.
Okay.
Actually, right? Because you guys talking about the keys to victory for RRQ, I think protecting Skylar is important, but honestly, protecting Lemon is also as important, and maybe protecting is the wrong word.
Following up.
Staying on the same page as Lemon. Lemon is a very 50-50 type of person. He has incredible plays. Sometimes it works out when his team is able to back him up. Sometimes it doesn't when his team isn't there to follow it up. And I guess that's the thing about Lemon. He's just
coin flippy.
He's coin flippy because that's how far he is. That's how 3-5 steps ahead he is in his own plays. He sees an opportunity that no one else does. And it's not entirely his team's fault when they can't pick up on that. It really relies on his communication. I think we see a lot in the mic checks that he started to do that, and that's when RRQ are a little bit more solid with their gameplay. So talking about the lineups, is it Lemon or is it not Lemon? And from the side of Bigetron as well, who's it going to be in the jungle? Who's it going to be in the gold lane as well? I think that will set the tone a little bit better for us to discuss the keys to victory, honestly.
Looking at it, man, I mean, Bigetron Alpha learned the harsh way, the hard way, that, you know, maybe rotating the rosters when you haven't even found your best 5 yet may be bad for your team. That's a shaky performance from BTR. They have it to back that, you know, fact up or the argument up. And I think for RRQ, they have a pretty good lineup already. The first half went pretty well. There were a lot of slumps, a lot of mistakes. That coin flip really didn't show too good. Oh, Saken is go. Oh, your question earlier.
Wow,
it's Saken, not Marky, but it's still going to be Super Ken. And again, rotating the lineup. Not a big fan of rotating the lineup this late into the season. Now for RRQ, you can probably expect the same.
Wait, what?
They've swapped Lemon for a banana.
Another fruit.
Another fruit.
Another fruit. So are you Team Lemon or are you Team Banana? I like banana as for breakfast, but it's going to be banana. Let's welcome Banana in the lineup, debuting this season. Let's welcome RRQ.
Rex, Regum, Kaon, the Kings of Kings. But is it the King lineup that they have actually brought this time around going against Bigetron Alpha? I guess we're going to have to wait and see. There's a lot of doubt on Banana in that EXP lane. I think there was a lot of doubt because our 7 stepped down. They thought Banana was taken for that EXP, but Lemon did a great job. But on the other side, right?
It's going to be the red robots here. Will they be able to find their unity with this roster? Let's welcome Bigetron Alpha.
Bigetron Alpha with a new lineup once again. Now they've learned the hard way that the roster changes did not work out. I think EVOS had a very similar route to understanding that back in Season 10 when they swapped the roster constantly after being the first half champions. Now though, with Coach Aldo making this decision with Pau and also Arcadia and Film making the decision to play Banana in a very high stakes matchup, I'm not too sure how this will play out, but last time we did see Banana, he did not give a good impact to the team. Actually, it was the opposite. It felt like it was a weaker version of RRQ with a very weak XP side.
To be fair, I feel like the stakes are a little bit heavier for Bigetron Alpha. So the shakeup for RRQ is not something that I'm too surprised about. But Bigetron, remember, if they lose this, they're gonna go into the red zone. So is the change for Bigetron the right choice?
We'll see here because it's going to be very different from the stats that we see on screen. Most picked and banned heroes. This was mostly for Marky, not for Saken. We did see a few games from Saken, and from what I can say about Saken is he is a bit too passive in the MPL. In the MDL, I've seen him go aggressive. I've seen him make the crazy plays to really get the team the big dub that the team needs. But here, you can see the most banned opponent by opponent as well. There's a lot of respect on the 1-1, knowing that Marky has a mean 1-1. But also, it's so unfortunate to say, but the most picks and bans when it comes to Bigetron Alpha, it really does not reflect the current roster. We've seen Max, we've seen Virno Cure, we've seen so much, and the target bans from the enemy teams have definitely changed with the roster itself. Now, from RRQ, we can see a bit more stable, most picks, most bans, and most banned by opponents. Still, for this team, they really like to go for the 1-1 and the Joy ban. It's just a standard at this point for everything, but the main 3 heroes that we should be looking at are the 3 heroes you see in the bottom. The Fredrin. When Albert gets it, one of the best Fredrins in MPL Indonesia with the Feramis as well. The reason it's banned, it's so far up there, is because RRQ are one of the only teams who can utilize this Feramis as a flex pick in the mid lane and in the roam position. Last but not least, we have that Claude where Skylar has been able to literally pick up games where RRQ would have lost it completely.
You're right. Looking at the picks as well, right? Edith was the Monks was the popular from side of RRQ. Now, without Lemon though, will it still be Prio? That's gonna be the question here. Bigetron, what do they know about Banana is gonna be the question as well. And let's take a look at this stat. The #1 unique hero pools in the HAL season. It's gonna be Bigetron.
in true Aldo fashion, right? Very experimental,
Hanabi.
very confident, bringing up the Hanabi, like you mentioned. Hanzo, the first Hanzo ever that we've seen was from Bigetron Alpha as well here in the jungle. We've seen so many experimental picks coming in from Bigetron Alpha, but looking at their standing, I'm not too sure if this is the right route to be taking. Sure, it's fancy. You get some numbers here in terms of statistics, but when you're 6th, about to be 7th, if you lose this match, you need to stay consistent with the meta picks.
It truly depends, right? It truly depends because Coach Aldo has been with ONIC for quite a long time that maybe he's projecting onto the Bigetron Alpha members the same way that he would expect ONIC to. But the fact is these players are completely different. They're not as flexible. They need to play with their comfort. And I think it took them a while to be able to be on the same page in that regard. And when they are comfortable, you see them get results. And hopefully coming to this drafting phase in particular, Coach Aldo puts that in mind. The stakes are too high, honestly, to go for an experimental pick like they have done before.
Well, let's see and witness the draft first here. Ladies and gentlemen, Game 1. Bigetron and RRQ. Bigetron will have the blue side here already with their respects towards Kyler. Insta, Quad Ban, Steve, and as well as Fanny. RRQ though still with amongst with the Bryos, Joy and 1-1.
This is a prio ban for RRQ, right? Because they are in the second pick. But if it were reversed, Bigetron would do the same because RRQ can also utilize that Joy pick very flexibly as well. We've seen Albert. I nearly said the Albert. We've seen Albert on the Joy, and he actually does really good in the jungle on it. So RRQ now, they're going to take away the Fredrin first, though, in the first phase. And Bigetron now, what do you think they're going to first pick here?
Valentina is a very good choice to go for, but the Kaja is up for grabs. We know that Key can make these moments happen, so securing a proper hero for Key, similarly to how Beloyski carries GEEK SLATE. Key basically does the same with his moment, but RQ now have the chance to respond with Valentina and the Faramis. 2 heroes that they can just pick up, but if they do pick up these 2 heroes straight off the bat, it will remove the flex potential of the Faramis, therefore giving Aldo a bit more room to try to outdraft RRQ.
Well, we have a comment here by Starless, the CEO. They're on the right path. It's just a matter of process. I believe the time will come for Alpha to leave the trophy.
I agree, Starless.
Wow, Miracle agrees. That's something. But RRQ already with the opening, with the hero secured for Banana earlier in that first phase. Lapu Lapu and combined with Valentina. Now, Eterna, you made a face. What do you think?
Now, what does that say about RRQ, right? Taking something like the Lapu Lapu in the early phase, what are they trying to say? Are they trying to say that Banana's EXP heroes are limited? Maybe they want to go for that because, sure, Lapu Lapu is great, but taking it first phase when there are so many other heroes that you could actually potentially pick up, it's a little too much for me, honestly. There are still a lot of heroes that can potentially counter the Lapu Lapu in lane as well. And Bigetron is seeing the opportunity. They are going to be picking up the Farsa and the Melissa.
2 picks that do extremely well against the Faramis. Again, it's Bigetron saying, go ahead, pick up the Faramis. Go with the Faramis-Valentina combo that you like to do. Because we have so much AoE to respond to your Faramis, and we're not going to give you any big ultimates. So far, it's the Kaja, and, well, for the second phase, it's the Melissa and the Farsa. If you do steal the Feather Airstrike away, you're very easily targeted. And right now, it's going to be RRQ who goes for the Brody pick, which in my opinion, isn't really going to be too good of a pick here up against the Melissa. Gets bullied in lane. Very different to how you would think it plays out. Experiencing it firsthand, Melissa should have the advantage, and with the mid control that they're already building with Bigetron's Farsa pick, it should just be them utilizing this to bully the Brody.
We'll see though, how will it be performed, right? I mean, let's not forget, Brody will be picked up by Skylar. Meanwhile, Saken here, the quote-unquote newcomer, will he be able to handle the pressure here on a winning hero? But RRQ opening up second phase with the glue ban, responded quickly with a Ling ban, saying, Albert, yeah, should we target Albert? Should they target Albert?
I think it's a good way to go. RQ, they're a little similar to ONIC. I think Albert does really well when given his power heroes. Right now, They are starting on the Assassins, which is peculiar. I guess they want to try and defend the Farsa in the back line, but the Melissa really isn't a juicy target for the Tempest of Blades or the Ling in particular. RRQ, they're going to start with the Terizla ban, trying to get a good lane for the EXP. Because honestly, like Mirko mentioned before, I don't like the Brody pick into the Melissa. I don't see the window of opportunity that the Brody has. Because early game, the Melissa wins in range. Level 4, she has the go away in case the Brody wants to go in for the kiss or the second skill, as we like to joke around about it. So Bigetron now, once again, they have opted for the respect ban towards Albert, the Hayabusa taken out. But at this point, RRQ, they can go for many picks for that jungle position, honestly.
Yeah, they could. They actually still have the Martis to play around. Honestly, we've seen Albert on something like a Benedetta even in the jungle that can make its way up here in the MPL as well. If they want to go for a safer pick, the Lancelot is still up for grabs, but they will just leave the jungle that's been really respected here by Bigetron to that final pick. They will pick up the Lolita first. A good pick up against the Melissa to deny a lot of that damage coming in from the Muddles with her Guardian's Bulwark. Here, though, there's a list of achievements from Banana. Unfortunately, he hasn't been able to pick up any trophies in his career, but he's still a very young, a rookie player in the MPL. Second place in MPL Indonesia Season 10. He did play, I think, a few games, 1 or 2 games in Season 10. 0% win rate, unfortunately, for Banana, though.
A lot of pressure here. Remember, he is replacing Lemon, the legend. Will he be able to withstand the pressure? But Bigetron, they will pick up Arlet and Lancelot for their closing draft for the first game. Lancelot tank and Arlet, very prominent hero in the XP, it seems like.
Akai, is it going to be an Akai here?
Maybe.
I think Akai is a really good pick. I know the Akai can't do much towards the back line, obviously, because the Melissa has the go away. But in general, I think for neutral objective takes, it does really good against the Lancelot. It can also help disrupt the Feather Airstrike as well, coming in from the Farsa. So solid picks from RRQ at this point. But Bigetron also have interesting winning conditions.
Straight off the win, though, Kyrie and Yeb, 2-1, reverse sweeping GEEK SLATE. They want to stay and watch Bigetron Alpha versus RRQ, where the audience prediction is definitely a landslide for RRQ.
Let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourself for the first game of Bigetron Alpha and RRQ. The draft has been set. Which draft do you like most? Come on, argue in the comments. Which team do you support? Banana, though, will be debuting in the Land of Dawn of Season 11. Let's see his performance. Will he be able to withstand the pressure as Portal? Let's go. Land of Dawn, here we go as well for the first game between RRQ and Bigetron Alpha.
All right, let's jump into the Land of Dawn here, as we do have some moments here to come back into the drafts, right? Because when I take a look at it, it feels like Bigetron have drafted themselves 2 winning lanes. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Mirko. In the EXP, I do believe that Arlet is going to have a better time, especially before level 4. I know Arlet isn't necessarily the best laner in the world, but compared to the presence of a Lapu Lapu before he gets his level 4 or his ultimate, he doesn't do as much, and you can kind of see that being reflected in the lane. And the same can be said here for Saken on the Melissa in the top lane. So it really depends on how this mid lane matchup goes. I feel like Moreno on the Farsa and the Kaja should be able to clear a lot faster, in my opinion, depending on where the Lolita paths.
Yeah, spot on. You know, mid lane control definitely in the hands of Bigetron Alpha with the Kaja and the Farsa. In the XP lane as well, Arlet versus Lapu, it is going to be an Arlet with the advantage. But up top, the winning lane obviously is because of the skin diff here. MLBB X Jujutsu Kaisen, guys. You guys can go and check it out, man. It's kind of crazy. It's so good, man. Gani, is it still up? Can I still get it?
It's still up. You can get it twice.
What?
You can get it twice. But again, first minute here, spell nothing too fancy. Emblem pretty much standard. And it seems like with Banana, I mean, he did an okay. It's an okay lane. Take a look outside though. Already 6 members of both teams already filling that up, but it seems like it's just contest turtle.
And yeah, again, you can see the lane matchup right now. Saken is just going to be bullying Skylar. He's not even going to be able to get in range for the first kill to connect. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Super Ken trying to make his way in.
Oh, first blood though, perfect stun by Banana, and it's just a comfortable turtle take by Albert. Vindo will pop that Numenum Blast to again find and engage, but it's just super.
Yeah, right now you can feel that the diff comes from the jungle, honestly, because even if Bigetron has all 3 winning lanes, even though they are going to be a bit more mobile around the map, the problem is if they even want to try and snowball from that early game, get that early game lead, and go in for the neutral objectives, the Akai is not an easy contender to face, honestly, in that jungle, especially Albert was able to secure it rather easily. And I just see a dysfunction in that sense in terms of that draft.
I agree, right? I mean, Bigetron Alpha have the winning lane, like we mentioned, in the XP and even in the mid lane, but Bigetron Alpha didn't utilize that at all to create space. Now, if they do not want to control the neutral objectives, then don't. Then go to the other side of the lane, other side of the map, where you actually still have a winning lane to play with. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Divine Judgment popped in, Gani.
Ooh, just popped in though. Just a cheeky attempt there. Yeah, all spells from the side of RRQ mostly. It will be on cooldown. So with that information, will Bigetron find an initiation here? It seems like they're playing it. Both teams playing it rather passively here for the first 4 minutes almost.
Honestly, I think RRQ, they want to be as aggressive as possible for the neutral objective takes. Bigetron Alpha, I think they're waiting for that 5-minute mark to be able to get anything on the side lanes, which is why we're not seeing too much of aggression coming in from both, but I might be wrong here. So Rizzo in the bottom side.
Oh my god, it gets in with the Terrified as well. So Rizzo, final slash. Oh, he survives here, but Clay, 1 HP, will not be able to take down Banana. Will be able to take Sorizo down bot side.
Almost an outplay there by Sorizo, utilizing the final slash, but he could have just chosen the defensive flicker. That was a miscalculation, but also a good outplay from the side of RRQ. But now it's going to be Bigetron Alpha on the other side of the map, now with their winning lane, setting the turtle up better.
Divine Judgment onto its window, flickers away. Numenum Blast insta, lockdown, and does not connect onto any member. RRQ grabbing the space, grabbing more ground with no resources in hand. Bigetron Alpha will not be able to contest.
1,300 gold lead for RRQ already in the early game. And now it's looking tough. If RRQ can snowball with this early game lead that they have been able to get for themselves, it might be difficult for Bigetron Alpha in the later stage of the game. However, because of the choices of Emblem in that gold lane, Bigetron Alpha, they do still have the Melissa to scale into that late game.
Yeah, and also, again, not sure if it's a creative decision here or a miscalculation, but Skylar was the one who actually took the turtle with his first skill. Now, I think it's actually a good thing that Skylar got it. He's been behind in lane for a bit, so getting a little bit of XP, and with the turtle buff, it does give him more sustain to lane against Saken on this Melissa. Looking at itemization as well, though, it does seem like even though Melissa is in that winning lane, he hasn't been able to accumulate that much of a gold lead, even going for steel leg plates.
Numenum Blast just to zone out again. It's just a turret take here. RRQ suffocating their opponent. Bigetron Alpha, they need to be proactive with the flicker Divine Judgment, but 5 minutes in, 6 minutes in, I see no huge play.
No huge play. And if you're talking about the gold lane, even Arlet is behind 1,000 gold against the Lapu Lapu, so it's not a good look for Bigetron Alpha at the moment. And there you go, see the gold differences here by UBS Gold.
This is going to be big, I mean, for RRQ, right? They can really utilize this now. Remember, the mid-game power spike is about to hit. Valentina, Lapu, even the Brody, they might be able to end it in the 12th minute mark if Bigetron Alpha aren't careful. But I do really want to talk about this, right? You're already losing in that gold lane when it comes to farm, and you try or you utilize your gold to go for the steel leg plates in a winning lane. I think, again, this is Saken, unfortunately, from what I've seen from CW or all the successful Melissas in Season 11 so far, even when they were losing, they're still going to prioritize these offensive items, knowing they have such a big range advantage and that go away. A bit too passive, maybe, for Saken.
See, though, it's a setup, 5-man setup already from side of RRQ. Clay taking down Key. burst. Numen Blast connects on towards one as well. Saken down. Take a look at Albert on towards Super Ken here just to zone him away. Now RRQ, they want the mid side here. Can Saken do the clear? He will, but the mid tier 1 will fall as well. RRQ stunning Super Ken there with the smooch by Skylar. And RRQ already leading 3,000 gold lead.
They're styling at this point, and honestly, the way that things unfolded earlier in that team fight is usually seeing RRQ go in for the stun or the pickoff on Taki, the roamer, isn't worth it. But in that moment, the fact is Ki was the only person who would be able to create a play onto anyone from RRQ that might have been able to get a good pickoff on the board. They realized that Saken doesn't have the damage just yet, and RRQ were able to capitalize over Ki being taken off the board, and they're trying to do it again.
Numen Blast combined with heavy spin. Ki again was the #1 target. Perhaps they really want to shut down the playmaker here. RRQ, they want the bot side. Albert gets stunned, the suppression comes in. Oh! Super Ken finding the kill. Banana though jumps in with the Festival of Blood as well. Oh, take a look at the lap. Spell Vamp, but Solrizo have a say. Take a look at the stun. Finn taking a lot of damage, gets taken out. And now it's going to be the stun connecting on towards Skylar. Saken finding the kill as well. 3 members of the RRQ taken out.
Very interesting move there by RRQ. Having a 5,000 gold lead built, they choose to dive the tier 1 instead of utilizing the winning, obviously the winning with the gold lead to get at least an even fight. Fighting underneath the enemy turret now, giving away a lot of their gold lead, especially toward the member you do not want to see that gold lead on. Banana though, jumping in onto Saken.
Is this the right move here? Saken kiting away, juking away. A lot of resources spent already. But it seems like Bigetron, they will not commit on towards the new EXP laner, the debutee. Still.
Yeah, I think things would have been a little bit more different if Saken had his ultimate, right? He would have been able to kite around Banana, honestly. And luckily, though, for Bigetron Alpha, there were the other team members in the vicinity to be able to back him up. But I think that was a really good call by Banana.
Yeah, it was a very good call. And again, fun fact, Bravest Fighter, the anti-CC part goes through the go away. So that's also one thing that they need to know. RRQ can utilize this to dive, and even though the go away is placed, it will most probably just be added physical defense for Saken. Maybe that's why he went for the steel leg plate. A bit passive, but maybe they need it now with the amount of threats towards that back line. Now, Bigetron Alpha, in the neutral objective take, they will have a bit more to say because of the gold lead that has been kind of minimalized.
Oh, Super Ken stunned. But it seems like it's not more here. Nothing more to engage. Both teams now. Oh, Albert jumps in onto a Super Ken, taking a lot of damage. Banana flanking. Taking the top side as well. Keys taking Vin away. Banana will almost solo kill Super Ken. Numen Blast just to clear. Solrizo lower HP. Albert will find the Lord. No casualties, but it's messy. Solrizo now very low, looking for the recall. Will he do it? Oh my God, Solrizo will not be able to go home as playing Albert now looking for the kill. Albert gets it. 6-3 and the Lord.
Again, Bigetron Alpha 2 gun shy earlier on in the Lord pit. We did see a little bit of an engage coming in from Skylar and Clay towards Super Ken, but they didn't utilize that man advantage. Banana was in the mid lane. They could have just tried to force something with the Kaja, play with the pickoff game, but they are too passive here in this game. Looking at the itemization, Saken hasn't really hit that core power spike with a golden snap. And if we even take a look at the Lancelot here, only 2 items compared. Actually, this is pretty impressive. I'm looking at it here. Super Ken has been picked up twice compared to Albert only once. But in terms of gold, it does show that his pathing has been phenomenal. One of the pillars for the side of Bigetron Alpha. At this point, it really comes down to Bigetron Alpha waiting for those power spikes to hit, because RRQ's composition will fall off with the Brody. The thing is, will they be able to? With such a big lead that they've already accumulated here in the 11th minute, with Skylar hitting his big power spike. Hunter Strike, BOD, Melfic Roar. That's a lot of burst, and the frontliners from Bigetron Alpha, I can't even call them frontliners right now.
Very interesting situation indeed here, Mirko. I mean, RRQ 5,000 gold lead already in hand, and it seems like Bigetron Alpha, with their play here with Saken in that Melissa, I gotta say no factor. Saken more like Saken do it.
Oh, what?
I mean, you can do that for Ken too, because it's can't, right? I like the wordplay, Gani.
Super Kent. Oh, that's sad. But Saken there already has the golden staff. Maybe that might help them in the future team fight that is definitely brewing right now. Remember, RRQ, they want to close this as soon as possible as well because of how the Saken and the Brody matchup goes in the later stage of the game. But look at Key here. He's going to look for something.
I think right now, Key...
Oh, Key, Skylar!
Oh, but the thing is, they've already covered up all the holes, right? Even if Key gets the Divine Judgment, it's probably him kind of suiciding there. There's a lot of RRQ members around. Meanwhile, Saken is a bit too far to really follow it up. Here in the damage dealt department, man, we got to give it to Banana. A lot of doubts, a lot of hate sent to this man after his performance in Season 10. Right now, though, he's performing really well. Against Chorizo with the ganks, he has been able to win in that losing lane.
And Banana has always been the one to zone a Super Ken away from the objectives. He has done a lot for his team on the Lapu Lapu here in the first game. And we'll see, right? Coming into the next few seconds, both teams, they are going to try and set up for this next Lord take better. Keep an eye out on Banana and the way that he rotates around the team fight.
Alright, you need to be careful here as RRQ. They're setting up for the Lord take here. Bigetron, they're also silently setting it up as well. Will they commit though? Kagi has the flicker Divine Judgment, will not commit on towards any member just yet though. Albert and Can here, head to head. It seems like no one is pulling the trigger just yet here.
They can't, right? For Bigetron and for RRQ, they just want to utilize this. The Lord Dance to bait Bigetron Alpha out.
Going?
Now they're finally going. Both conceals have been popped. Key is looking for a plyo target.
See, so Rizzo eyeing for Banana. Lord is at 10,000 HP. They need to make a move now to figure the Divine Judgment. Open for their airstrike bomb. Super Ken jumps in as well. Bendo gets taken out first. So Rizzo trying to deal damage, but the Lord will fall to the hands of Albert. So Rizzo though will claim another. As Skylar now flickers away. Albert, can he retreat? It seems like no resources left for this guy. But I may be wrong here. Saken not to do it. RRQ still with the Lord.
But that was a huge dub though for Bigetron Alpha, right? Okay, RRQ was able to get the Lord, but can they translate it onto anything? Look at the lanes right now. They're pushing in favor of Bigetron, but it seems like they're going for another engage!
Oh, wow, overcommitment, Banana! And Skylar finds Farsa. Saken gets taken out as well. They overcommitted in the top side, and the Kings of Kings, they were able to sabotage that play.
I guess I understand what they were trying to go for there. Albert was really low. They tried to actually get him off the board, but again, that's a utility jungler. RRQ, they were able to utilize that perfectly. If Albert dies there, it would still have been worth it for the side of RRQ. For the side of Bigetron, though, that engage basically means the base turret's gone. They might actually lose all three base turrets, maybe even the game.
Oh, Banana already zoning in the front side. Clay, deal out damage. They will not commit to a fight just yet here. Flicker, Numenon Blast will not be popped as well. Bigetron Alpha, I thought they got the team fight earlier, but what happened? Yeah, they overcommit.
Why do they keep doing this? Sure, they saw an opportunity, but in the long run, it became crazy unworth it, right? Losing 2 inhibitor turrets. They should have been able to get RQ's 2 second-tier turrets, honestly, in the bottom and the mid side. Huge blunder by Bigetron Alpha.
Optimally, yeah, they would have been able to actually go for a trade, maybe a tier 2 at least for the Lord, but
yeah,
you know, that didn't happen. Again, even if they didn't go in, they would have actually been able to defend with the evolved Lord, with the enhanced Lord marching in, right? RRQ had a few members down. They would have had a little bit more hits to poke the Lord down little by little. So, like you said, a massive blunder that Bigetron Alpha did. They got a pretty good team fight in despite the Lord going to the hands of RRQ, but It comes down to just them being gun shy in the wrong moments and going in at the wrong moments. It comes down to decision making, because at the Lord Pit, when every single resource was used up by RRQ towards the Lord, they didn't pull the trigger. They were still very hesitant to actually jump in to the RRQ members. When the Lord was right in front of their faces, when Albert, the utility jungler, was low, they decided to pull the trigger, to step on the gas pedal for a utility jungler. Let's take a look at the in-game equipment by Dunia Games here. It does seem like, again, Saken will opt to go for the Wind of Nature instead of finishing up the Melphic Roar first, opting for more defense. Meanwhile, for Skylar, full items, and actually, he went for the DHS instead of the Heptaseas. Again, though, Bigetron Alpha, they use the conceal, they get a position for a bit, but they do not want to commit onto anyone. They do not flank, and it becomes so easy to read for RRQ.
Seems like here RRQ, they're still waiting as well. I mean, there are 5,000 ahead, but it seems like they are still keeping that discipline, keeping that momentum in check, right? Super Ken here taking his time as well. I don't know, with this time though, I mean, Melissa Sakem can build up 2 more items as well, right? He is on his way towards that last item.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, the Malefic Roar now secured, so damage-wise, he is active.
You have to be careful though with the side lanes, right? I think RRQ, they're doing a really good job of controlling that, but wait a minute!
Clay caught! Winter Structure is there, but he survives with a nature pops as well. Take a look at Skylar. Oh, Banana in the front side, trying to find an item, trying to find a kill. So Rizzo though down first, Banana Immortal popped. The Lord, who will get it? Oh my God, it's gonna be Albert again! Super Ken now trying to find a kill, gets it. Vin gets taken out, but now Skylar finds Super Ken as well, 2 for 1. But RRQ gets the Lord.
Albert is so good and so composed in that neutral objective take. Despite how much damage he was receiving, despite the chaotic movements from Bigetron Alpha, he waited the last second possible to pop in the ultimate and therefore prevent Super Ken from getting a objective, the Lord, and even his life got taken away at the end by the damage coming in from Skylar.
With Clay down, you expect Bigetron to pull the trigger. Again, another case of them being gun-shy. It was a 4v5. Clay had to recall, and they still did not want to commit. Saken was waiting in the back for Christmas at that point, and it didn't work out.
Oh, 5v5 now. Let's see. Lord is taken care of. Baser at bot side. Will not be able to defend this one, I guess. All Baser taken down. Base from side of Bigetron Alpha now exposed, but RRQ, they are not going to be looking for a end game here. It seems like they're going to take it back slow, and then let's see the Lex Lord.
They still have to be wary, right? Because Moreno is nearly, if I'm not mistaken, full damage items as well. He has the Feather Airstrike, and the damage is going to come through for Bigetron Alpha. But it seems like, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a technical pause.
We really need to talk about that team fight, man, because if Clay isn't there when he's got picked off, you can say it's not a pick-off entirely because he did not lose his life, but him being so low basically forced him out of the fight. He recalled. Clay was out of there, right? It was a free kill if he stayed. 4v5. Saken against a clumped up RRQ. Sure, Banana at first jumped in. I can understand the isolation there. That was well played by Banana. Saken had to pull back. Banana low, losing the immortality though. They went straight in front. No Banana, no Clay. Albert with the heavy spin used already to the Lord. Saken was still waiting in the bush. Brody was waiting in the bush too, but it's a Brody. He's waiting for the back line. Saken had the Inspire, had the tools, had the space necessary to jump in. It was a man advantage. If they don't go in there, I don't know when they want to go in.
That's very funny. That's a funky situation, but oh, ladies and gentlemen, if you take a look at the audience cam right here, right now, it's the MPL date.
It's the promo code.
It's a promo code.
They got the discount from using the MPL date promo code, and they came.
Here they are.
And here they are.
Wow, with their dates.
The dates.
Where's Arashi? I want to see Arashi with his date.
I think Arashi is actually in the building. I wonder when the audience cam is going to show him. Arashi, where are you?
I think Arashi is with Shepin. right? Watching together.
That's true.
Makes sense, right? Oh, I want to see cameraman pull up Rashi and Sheffin together on these beautiful themed audience cam. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. If you just stay tuned here, 40,000 viewers. Wow.
42,000.
42,000. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, welcome. It's still
Please be
game
patient.
1.
And please be patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. The pause is still being resolved right now. Again, giving the time for the players to fix their issues. But right now, the problem still stays. Gani and Eterna, Bigetron Alpha, they're not fighting when they need to, and they're not fighting when they need to, basically. That's it,
Still,
right?
same story, same concept.
And they're fighting when they don't need to.
I think that's their identity here from side of Bigetron.
Season 11, I think it's harsh, but it's the reality. It's a very harsh reality that we live in for Bigetron Alpha. But you're right, it feels like so far, that's it. Right now, we can see again
there?
MPL date from Kalsel. Shout out to everybody watching from Kalimantan in Indonesia. We got some representatives. And also people have shown support for Banana and Lemon, the fruits of RRQ.
The fruits of RRQ indeed. I think the gallery got displayed there. The photo gallery, hopefully nothing is there, nothing sus is there, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my lord. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's still a 0-0 between the Red Robots and RRQ. Ladies and gentlemen, if you missed leg 1, it was RRQ defeating the Red Robots. They were able to sabotage the Red Robots 2-0. Let's see if they can do that again. We're still having some little bit of trouble here. I want to hear your thoughts, Eterna. How are you enjoying this match?
Honestly, I am enjoying it. I've just been making looks, I think, at Mirko for whenever Bigetron keeps going for a weird engage and going in for overcommitments, because I think we're on the same page when we say that they had the better draft from the early game. One, they were unable to execute it in all the ways possible, and when they were able to get a really good team fight and get the man advantage, they don't do what they were supposed to do. Either they get gun shy at the wrong time or they overcommit at the wrong time. So it's really all or nothing with Bigetron, and the all or nothing has always been kind of questionable, and it has led to this point. Honestly, I don't see Bigetron Alpha being able to make it into the playoffs if they keep making the same mistakes over and over and over again. And honestly, me and Mirko might be red zone besties at the end of all this.
Hey man, Bigetron is a red team or a fire too, right? I mean, it seems like it for now if they aren't really able to make the proper adjustments. RRQ have built up a 7.3k gold lead. Now, fortunately for Bigetron, unfortunately for RRQ, this gold lead won't really matter as we get into the later stages of the game. 20 minutes, look at the items right now in game equipment as we jump in back to the game by Dunia Games. Here, even though the gold lead is still pretty massive between the mid lane and the gold lane, full items have been built by both teams. That will mean that RRQ's power will have been limited now. Meanwhile, for Bigetron Alpha, it has risen by a lot. And in these team fights, it just comes down to how they mechanically and macro set up the fights, right? Again, Saken, a lot of space to go for it earlier. This is when they need to make these decisions. They need to make the risky decisions. They have 3 base turrets down. If they play a textbook, if they wait for RRQ to make the proactive move on them, they're gonna lose.
True, true. So, like you mentioned, it really depends on how both these teams execute it. I don't know why, but I feel like Bigetron Alpha's calculation and setup, it's a little bit off. It makes the question, or brings up the question, who's making these shots? Who's the shot caller right now? Is it Key still? Who is it? Because it hasn't really been on point. I don't think that the synergy is 100% there as well. One person goes in, gets picked off, and then the rest fall in, but late, and that just gives RRQ the advantage. But we'll see here. 22 minutes in the game. Remember, the death timers are huge. One mistake is going to be punished severely by both of these teams. As RRQ, they're already brought the Lord to half health here with Albert just ready for the trigger.
Let's see, right? 24,000 HP. Key with the conceal. Moving on towards Clay, gets a suppression, but no damage. Oh, Clay gets deleted instantly. Vin pops the Immortal. 5v4 now. Will Bigetron be able to win this? Has claw secured. Banana trying to find a flank. The Lord will be again secured by RRQ. Banana finding a kill. RRQ now looking for a fight. So Rizzo trying to wreak havoc as well. But Banana jumps in with the bravest fighter once again, finding the flicker onto Moreno. But it seems like Banana will not be taken down just yet. Skylar in the backside, free hitting Key. Finds it. Oh my god, that's a huge stun on towards Skylar and Albert. Winders Runcheon though, but now with the Lord, they're not able to end the game again. Bigetron with the defense.
Bigetron with an amazing team fight once again. They were able to fend off, but the base is being targeted by the Lord. He doesn't care about the other heroes in his way. He has one goal in mind, and it's to make Bigetron fans cry. At this point, 4.5k gold lead. Doesn't matter at all. It comes down to how they set it up, and unfortunately for Bigetron Alpha, fortunately for RRQ, again, it was a better setup from RRQ. Now, the main mistake from RRQ is committing onto that Lord dance. They really shouldn't have. I mean, going up against Bigetron Alpha, who have reached their peak when it comes to just that power spike, why did they choose to go for a 50-50? It worked out because they had better mechanics. Albert still somehow was able to scrape the retribution off despite having 2 members down, and that saved RRQ. RRQ need to understand the 3 base turrets means it's a massive advantage. They can let it slow push. They can just play the Lord dance, make Bigetron Alpha frustrated, and make them, force them to make the desperate play.
I agree with you. I don't know why RQ actually committed onto it. And luckily enough, the Akai still has been able to get the Lord, honestly, because at this point, it should be Bigetron Alpha with the better late game power and value, honestly, up until this point. Because like you see on your screen here, in-game equipment, everybody is full items at this point. What is the main difference? I guess here, there's only one difference that I see. I think the Brody especially is going to have to build that Athena shield because of Moreno and the damage output that he's able to give with the range. Whereas something like the Melissa, the way that she's able to maneuver around and the lack in range of the Valentina and the fact that Clay is always the one to get targeted in these team fights first gives him a little bit more space to build more damage items right now. But in that team fight, I didn't really see that Saken was able to dish out the damage earlier on. I guess the kiting game was still in favor of him, but that was because of Marissa's kit in general.
If that's your question in that fight, it was because of the muddle placement. The muddle placement from Saken just not really on point in that position right there. I think he got a little bit too hasty. Again, for Bigetron Alpha, these little mechanical mistakes are happening where they're not going to be able to dish out enough damage. You're right, 2-man advantage. They still weren't able to dish out as much damage as RQ. Why? Muddle placement. Replay that whole clip. Notice how the muddle placement was a bit too hasty at every single time. He's not waiting for the right moment to pop it. He's instead just throwing it out like it's a poke skill.
See here again, RRQ. Well, you're right, minute number 25, 26 now, ladies and gentlemen. Gold already at equilibrium at this point. Again, at this point, it's just the stacked items, right? Let's see who will pull the trigger first. Oh, Super Cannon getting that lead though. Will that be a game changer? Let's see with the setup. Clay in the back. Brody up top with Lolita. Will this affect RRQ in a good way or in a bad way? Let's see.
I think right now, both of these teams, they're trying to set up these side lanes as best as they can. RRQ, they're looking to use this Lord as a bait, seeing the positioning in from Skylar as well as Vin. Bigetron Alpha, they need to be careful here.
2 sides being threatened at once here. And again, this can just be a split push. Chorizo is doing really well to stop that from happening, but Bigetron Alpha should notice this. There you go, they finally pull the trigger. They notice that 2 members are gone.
With a stretching though by Banana. Suppression comes through, no clear follow-up damage. Banana now trying to find a flank. Oh, Skylar and Lolita in the backside. Banana quite low. Still has the motor, but Albert finds still, and Saken gets taken down. Banana pops the Immortal, and take a look at Key. He falls as well. Moreno is gonna go down as well. And things are not looking good here for the Red Robots. RRQ now looking for the kill. finding it as well as RRQ build a 3-man takedown. They might look for the end. Knowing just Sorizo and Super Ken defending, terrified through, connecting, and Sorizo say bye-bye. Clay finding the kill, and it's game 1. RRQ strikes first.
Wow. Oh man, RRQ, they played that last Lord fight really well. They knew 5v5, they wouldn't be able to win it. They just knew because of the composition that was given to them. So they looked for ways around it. They adapted. They tried to go for a gank, I think, onto Sorizo in that mid lane or look for a split push. But at the end, they weren't able to because of the vision given. But in the end, they still saw the advantage that the Melissa was in the back line. Albert went in for the kill, Melissa taken down. And with that, it was more equal, and RRQ stepped on the gas and pulled the trigger.
Brilliantly played by RRQ in that final fight. We mentioned there, they don't need to go for a 50-50, and they did it. They played the Lord Dance great, and they threatened that two sides, making Bigetron Alpha split. And when that kind of thing happened, when they're threatened in two sides of the map, a forced error will occur where Bigetron Alpha don't know what to do. And that's exactly what we saw. Saken moved over to the Lord with one of their members, and 3 members moved on to the mid lane, forcing them apart, breaking them apart. Getting the Lord was already a big dub, but then they committed. Saken wanted to get the kill onto Albert again. Clay stole the go away. Brilliant move, and he flickered right on Melissa, who was pinned, used the go away to pin Melissa once more with her own go away. And that's it. That's RRQ winning game number 1 in a pretty dominant way.
Memorable debut as well from Banana with that Lapu Lapu. He didn't die even once in that game. A lot of switches, right? Immortal, Winterstrengchen. A lot of cheeky plays as well. But what an initiation, what an opening. And again, just a overall memorable debut here from Banana, replacing the legend Lemon. It seems like he is able to withstand the pressure mentally and mechanically, right? Game 1, 1-0, took almost 25 minutes or even more. But Bigetron, they're in the hot seat now. What will they do? RRQ, solid. Again, performance.
Yeah. RQ outclassed Bigetron. I just gotta put it out there, like in every way possible. But obviously it wasn't because RRQ were that clean as well. It wasn't like an ONIC game, right? You know how ONIC, they're just really clean. They barely make mistakes. There were still mistakes by RRQ. And the fact that they were able to outclass was on the heels of Bigetron Alpha's mistakes.
And I think, again, it just shows that, you know, maybe stick with your lineup. Bigetron Alpha this season, playing it like Evo's Legends Season 10, every single loss, oh, we gotta change something in the lineup. We have to change something every single game even. And it shows. The team is in disarray. There's a complete disconnect within the team where they're not really understanding what they want to do. Here as well, Saken moved in front earlier, and this was clear. There is a clear disconnect between the players and the communication. Meanwhile, for RRQ, with Banana stepping in, it seems like Banana is just following up. Every single thing Vin says, he follows up. That's why it seems so much better, right? Even though it wasn't the cleanest game from RRQ, it was still a cleaner game than Bigetron Alpha. Banana with a solid performance, but mainly Skylar and Vin. Just take a look at them. Super intelligent as well. Towards the end, Skylar, he actually had a Hunter Strike, a Melfic Roar, a BOD, and a DHS. He sold the Hunter Strike for the DHS. Then, later on, he sold that. He sold the boots as well to get the Wind Talker, and even sold one of, I think, the Melfic Roar for the Athena Shield. So much respect and so many changes in the itemization to adapt to the style. To adapt that, you know what? If I go for that full damage, I'm not even going to deal as much damage as Saken. Might as well have a little bit more defensive so I can stay in the fights a little bit longer.
Yeah, we'll have to see here again, right, with that. Yeah, it's just respect from RRQ now. This begs the question, will this loss, will Bigetron change it up in the second game, roster-wise here? What do you think? What do they need to change it up, or just stick with Saken?
If they do, there's a big question mark over the management. I mean, what are they doing, right? Come on, man. I think we saw this already. It's a mistake that we saw. It's a mistake that everyone criticized from Evo's Legends last season. Swapping every game, every match. But here, Bigetron Alpha, this is it. Saken, on the Melissa. It's not like he does nothing. He still does a lot. It's just in the hero. When you get to the late game, when everybody's clumped up, you can melt through everyone. But that disconnect really did lose Bigetron Alpha this game. Saken, few moments, he was staying a bit too passive in this team fight, but even then, he's still number one in terms of the carry. 110,000 damage dealt. So they have the heroes, they have the draft, in my opinion. What they don't have is the synergy, the lineup that keeps changing.
Honestly, draft-wise, in the later stages of the game, I gotta give it to RRQ. Honestly, in the late game. I understand, right? I know what you mean. Like, obviously the Melissa is gonna scale better, yada 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 yada. They also have the Farsa, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they also have the Farsa, but I think that was the beauty of the Akai last pick as well, to make those team fights a lot messier, and they had a lot more to play with because of how far behind Bigetron Alpha was. And if we take a look here at the gold curve now.
Wow. Just take a look at it again. It's just full control from the start, right? RRQ with a very good gold lead in the beginning, getting a few turtles at hand and using the neutral objective control that they have in the strength of their composition to play around the early game. And then towards the late game, we did see that dip with a few team fights not going their way and with them getting a bit too hasty as well. The Lord Dancer, we said, going for the 50-50 instead of using, again, the fundamentals, the wave clears, and the 3 base turrets. And honestly, to answer maybe your concern, a turn up for that late game, I honestly believe it looked very hard for Bigetron Alpha in the late game despite having that draft, mainly because not of RQ making the fights a bit too chaotic, but the 3 base turrets gone. That's how they were able to utilize it, right? I think it was just execution 100%. It's a big dub for them, and Banana, one of the main reasons for this. MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. He was able to constantly isolate Banana.
Again, yeah. Like we said already, memorable debut from Banana. 406, 62%. Did all his job desk, did all his tasks there, zoning, super can, opening fights, soaking the damage. Wow. I'm very, very proud of Banana.
Yeah. I'm pretty proud as well. I mean,
like
it was
dad.
a huge... There were huge shoes to fill, you know, replacing Lemon in the EXP lane for sure. And we saw that, like, disregarding KDA, right? He had a lot of impact in the game. He was able to zone Super Ken. He made the Melissa have just like a really hard time. It was very difficult for, despite the Bigetron having a really good draft, to execute onto it because of how annoying the Lapu Lapu was to the back line. As we take a look as well at the heat map for Banana.
Okay, well, taking a look at it, 5 minutes to the 10th minute mark in the game time here. This is when the lane swap happened, right? This is when Melissa was swapped over to the XP lane to try to go for more turrets, and they just reacted really well. And here, we need to take a look at this, right? Again, clear disconnect from the team. When someone wants to go in, the others really just not being in position to, and not having the communication. This is exactly what I mentioned. All the way from the early game, we did see this. Every single time there's just a clear disconnect. Here, it was just a bit of a misplay or maybe an outplay from the side of RRQ. But even in these moments here, you can see that the proper front to back was not set up. The reason you go for the Farsa and the Melissa is to play with that proper front to back. Here, RRQ making a few of those mistakes happen. But again, when it comes down to the team fight in towards the mid to late game, this is what I was talking about. Saken. There's 2 people down. Clay is 1 HP. They're down. They have used all their resources. Skylar's the only one with ultimate, yet he pulls back from the team fight instead of going in. And look what he does here. He moves forward, he doesn't dash in front, he puts the muddles down, and in the end, he just does nothing here as well. This is the moment where, again, Saken, you can see his positioning really good, and then Albert gets low. He decides to dash forward instead of backwards towards Albert, a utility jungler, in a moment where the Lord was right there. That could have costed them the game. Little mistakes like this, and even here. Right, you can see it, Saken not wanting to engage in these team fights. Finally here you do see him engage, but Super Ken has been caught. When he goes for it, it's so unfortunate because when Saken is in position, the team isn't. And when the team is, Saken isn't. It's always a disconnect in every single position. Here, a lot of the good fights happen, but once again, the disconnect is very evident. Saken all alone with Super Ken. Meanwhile, Key, Cerezo, and Moreno are going for a 3v3. That's not even a 3v3 because midway they don't even commit. Key rotates back towards the team, towards Saken, who's already dead by the time he gets there. And again, it's clear, right? I think the highlights here, finally, we get some really good clips to dissect there, and it's so visible.
You know, I want to sneak peek towards the back. Is it still Saken, or will we see a change? But it seems like no, only 3 members there. But ladies and gentlemen, Indomaret Point Coup is also here and ready. Take a look at the booth. Take a look at the stand here. If you want to be a member, check it out. Loyalty or membership app is to get the maximum benefits. Best deals through every purchase in Indomaret. By becoming Indomaret Point Coup member, you could get points for every purchase exclusively. Great deals for members and even free products or special merch. Download the app, be a member, and always use Indomaret Point Coup.
Sorry, I'm thinking. Man, that made me lose a prediction, Mirko.
That made a lot of people lose. I mean,
not a lot. What was the prediction?
I think it's fair. It was for Bigetron to RRQ, but I think it's fair. You know, you made me lose a lot of predictions too.
Well, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, you can get good phones though, right? Samsung X, of course, Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. If you want to win and flex on social media while playing friends, this is the go-to phone, all right? Listen to the specs here. 4nm Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for Galaxy. RAM, 12 gigabytes memory, 1 TB. Screen, Dynamic AMOLED 2X. Refresh rate, 120 Hertz refresh rate. It just makes it all-day smooth gameplay, smooth phone. Battery, 5,000 mAh. It allows you to play and push rank all day long. So you can level up your epic game with an epic phone as well. Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. You can pre-order it at samsung.com/ID.
Can't wait to get it.
I've already pre-ordered it. There,
Yeah,
that's my
on your
phone right there
birthday.
displayed.
That's mine though.
Oh, that's yours?
That's ours.
Oh yeah, you guys are sharing. I forgot.
He has it on the weekdays. I have it on the weekends.
Yeah, even dates, mine, odd dates, yours. All right.
You just that was you contradicted what I said, but all right.
The game recap, ladies and gentlemen. The outstanding or key players for that first game for the side of Bigetron, it was Saken, and the impact player for the side of RRQ is Banana.
Yeah, I mean, Banana zoning Saken, playing it too passive and a lot. Yes, that Banana, the fruit, Eterna.
Oh, fun fact.
Okay.
His girlfriend is Bigetron Vivian, and she is in the building. So who do you root for, Vivian?
Well, that's a Bigetron that actually wins.
That's the morale. Morale question there, right?
It's a low blow, but I can do it because I support the team.
Right?
Vivian the roamer of Bigetron era.
Best
The roamer?
Vival is the jungler. Vivian. Bigetron era.
Oh, they're dating?
Vivian and Banana.
I thought you guys meant Vival this entire time, and it's supposed. Oh, Vivian.
Vivian, yeah.
Vivian and Banana.
Oh, that's so cute.
It is cute, but right now
it's not cute.
It's not cute for Vivian because Vivian doesn't know who to support. She's like, wait, I'm a Bigetron player, but my boyfriend's an RQ. And Banana's like, wait.
He got MVP as well.
He did. Oh my God.
Was that his first MVP ever?
Yes, it is in the MPL.
Right?
Yeah, he got a few MVPs and
MVP. Wow, Vivian's all over the place right now. So RRQ with 1-0. Let's see. Drafting phase for game 2. Let's see if Bigetron will still have the blue side, it seems like.
Yeah, it does seem as so right now as Bigetron goes for the same exact bans. And honestly, I feel for Aldo, man. The fact that, you know, they have been drafting pretty well. I think right now, if you see a lot of talent prediction towards BTR or towards a certain team, it's mostly because everybody kind of predicts that the draft is better, right? So Bigetron Alpha have been doing a really good job. I think I've spoken to a lot of analysts also, just asking, and everybody kind of agrees. Bigetron Alpha have had solid drafts. It's just the execution from the players haven't been the same. It hasn't been the same vision from the coaches and the players. Now, we have to see maybe an easier executable draft from the side of Bigetron Alpha.
Yeah, you're right. But take a look at that. Bigetron will still use the same approach here, just like they did in game 1. Kaja pick. Let's see RRQ, what will they go for here? Will they go for the same approach like they did in game 1?
I think giving a really strong hero for Banana is going to be important, realizing the impact he had in game number 1. The Lapu Lapu could work once again, and they go for that, and they go for the exact same thing here. The Lapu Lapu and the Valentina for the first phase.
What do they change here?
Same, man.
Do they want to go for the exact same bans and the exact same picks, 100%? Like game number 1? I mean, for RRQ, there's no real concern, right? They won game number 1. Just do the same thing, Lamau. That's like the comment from the kingdom, right?
Yeah,
just do the same
not?
thing, Lamau.
Why
But
not?
here,
Why not?
Bigetron Alpha, oh, there's a bit of a change here.
There you
All right,
go.
so there you go. Lapu gonna be in. Well, again, it's a different draft, but it is technically the same in theory, right? The glue is going to bully the Lapu, similarly to how the Arlet bullied the Lapu. Glue. The glue.
The glue.
It should be a bit more oppressive, though. I think
a
that's
Chorizo
something.
glue as well, right?
It's Chorizo's glue, something cool, but it's also the Melissa pickup again. After game number 1, mentally, is Saken prepared? Like after losing in game number 1, after that game.
He should be prepared, right? I mean, yeah, just to reset here, let's see. Hopefully, with your analysis, he is able to listen to, and he can repair the mistakes in game 2 as well. Let's see now. RRQ will have Beatrix. Well, not again. He will have the Beatrix here. CW played a mean Beatrix earlier. Will Skylar be able to repeat that?
And fun fact, it's the same matchup, Beatrix, Melissa. Chidera was on the Melissa, and CW won that lane with a 2v2, a proper 2v2 with a roamer. So RQ can set up for that as well. But in a proper 1v1, it should still be the Melissa winning out in this lane. Looking at the drafts right now, proper respect given away already from the side of RRQ towards the Farsa, something that can create a big trouble or a big problem for the side of RRQ with them having the Beatrix, outranging the Beatrix. But it will still be the same response from Bigetron. Albert.
Albert again. With this in mind, RRQ, they're able to commit on towards another mid laner here perhaps, but looking at their composition, right, I mean, they might just be able to somehow replicate what they did in game 1. Again, just covering Skylar, playing around Saken, bully the gold lane. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. I feel like in game 2, it's gonna be Key's responsible here to cover Ken, to give him what he needs. But there you go.
Interesting.
RRQ banning out the Lunox, perhaps signaling they want to have another tank jungle.
This is so good for RRQ. I don't think it signals the tank jungler, but it signals that they have just basically taken every hero that Moreno has played in Season 11, the Valentina, Farsa, and Lunox, and Bigetron Alpha. They were the ones to ban the Yves. So with all these heroes banned out, I don't know what's up for grab here for Bigetron Alpha. Technically, they can bring out the Sicilian. That's something that we have seen from Bigetron, one of their core signature picks as an organization, but in Season 11, that Sicilian really hasn't been able to find any success. RRQ with the Beatrix, Valentina, and the Lapu, they can go for a utility jungler again. Maybe picking up the Kai now would be wise because Bigetron Alpha can take it away from them.
Yeah, I agree. If not, perhaps the Mortis, but the Kai should be worked. But no! They're gonna secure a hero for Vin first here. Kufra, one of his also a go-to heroes, it seems like, here in Season 11. Trying to replicate what Keyboy did.
It was really special, right? I mean, Vin has been performing so well on these new picks, like the Kufra. We've seen him find a whole lot of success on it. I think it's when Vin gets heroes like this that RRQ really steps up, that RRQ becomes a top-tier team once again in that top 2. Bigetron Alpha, though, now with the final 2 picks. It should be the jungler and their mage. And again, it's still so Lilia, probably the only hero left up for grabs for the side of BTR, and you're probably going to pick it up right here, unless they surprise us. But it's going to be the Alice jungler for the side of BTR, and it's the Kagura, not the Lilia, putting more killing pressure down, knowing that they have a weak jungler early game.
Wow, with Kagura here, oh, I don't know, it's good, right? It's good going up against Beatrix. It can burst Beatrix instantly. There's no win of nature, quote unquote, on Magic, right? Only Athena. So it's good. It's good, right? Bigetron here trying to play the Magic plays, but 4 Magic heroes here on their side. Is that a good thing?
I mean, I guess it's a good thing if Saken is able to get out of lane properly, right? If he gets bullied in lane, it's basically almost GG in the itemization department. So easy to counter the magical damage with just magical defense. They can go for Radiant plus Athena. Then both burst and DPS coming in from the Atlas and Kagura will be negated, nullified here. Oh, what a good pick. Mara Q. We spoke about the Dominance Ice problem. They got the Baksha here to answer that Alice. RRQ with a solid draft once again. Bigetron Alpha. Again, I feel like they too have a solid draft. It comes down to how the BTR members play it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we got a draft here in Game 2. Alice jungle and Baksha jungle as well. Who do you got? Will Saken be able to perform his Melissa better based on Game 1, or will it be the same? Remember, RRQ, they want to win and secure, solidifying themselves in that second place. Meanwhile, Bigetron needs to get out of that, well, almost red zone. Will they be able to catch up and equalize in Game 2? Let's see and find out. Land of Dawn, here we go for Game 2, RRQ and Bigetron Alpha.
Let's see what happens in this game. Ladies and gentlemen, it starts right now. It's RRQ with a possibility to clean sweep BTR, shoving them to the 7th place position. But when we take a look at this right here, Super Ken getting leashed early on versus Albert on the Baksha. Both junglers on a path to collide somewhere in the turtle side. But it actually seems like no, actually both teams will just be maneuvering 2 different sides of the map here.
Oh, all right, we'll see here again. Composition-wise, well, spell-wise rather, 4 flickers already in play. Oh my god, Ben. Forcing keys, flicker early.
Pretty early on for right now, and it does seem like Bigetron Alpha are still going to be playing it pretty passively, right? Knowing that they have the Kagura, the power spike hits at level 4. That's when he can really put the killing pressure down. So not as mobile as they were actually in game number 1.
But the thing is about the Kagura is the fact that they can utilize it to open up vision to try and prevent Keyboy from going in for a pickup onto her in the mid lane. And I think that's the only, I would say, benefit of having the Kagura right now in this current meta. And they need to be able to work around the fact that they don't have much of a setup for the Kagura. I guess Key can look for a pickup for the follow-up with the burst damage coming from Moreno, but other than that, I just don't think that Bigetron Alpha synergizes well in terms of that composition.
All right, here. And ladies and gentlemen, discount 20% here. MPL did use the code promo, but it seems like it's a very, very quiet 2-minute here in our second game. Bigetron Alpha, they don't mind playing towards the late game. They have the Alice, they have the Melissa as well. Meanwhile, the question now, are you comfortable going to the late game? Albert, though, with the shield unity, will crash onto Banana. Albert playing, looking for the 3-on-2. Moreno jumps in, but Banana finding the turtle rather. Albert now with low HP. Key, though, will be the first one to fall. First blood, 1-1, a jungle for a roamer.
But in that sense, it's worth it for Bigetron Alpha. They got the Lord as well, no?
No, Banana actually took the turtle there in the 2nd minute of the game. And also, honestly, for the trade, jungle versus roam, in terms of how they traded there, I think it should still be worth for Bigetron Alpha, because Albert dying will mean that Super Ken will be able to invade a bit more, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Super Ken unfortunately wasn't able to go over towards the turtle because he didn't have the purple buff. On the Alice, you're even more reliant on the purple buff than a Ling or even a Fanny, actually.
I think mana is a huge problem for Alice, especially in the early game. She needs to get that stacks up to be able to withstand how much spells she needs to output in order to clear the jungle. I think that's one of the main weaknesses of the Alice, especially in the early game as well. But so far, she's been doing quite a good job. I mean, versus Albert, still the same level here. Not really sure about the gold gap, but maybe that's because Albert has been taken down.
A little bit of gold to play with, honestly, for the side of Bigetron Alpha. And now they should really utilize this winning lane, right? I mean, Vin and Skylar have already positioned up top, and they might actually be going on to Saken, but Vin makes the right move, just opens up the map, knowing the key on the Divine Judgment has a better source of engage, more reliable one, but the purple buff here.
Oh, Supercan will not be able to get that, and get the stun as well. Banana, what is he on? My goodness. Finding the engage and finding the kill as well with that flicker. RRQ now in the mid side will not commit to another fight just yet, as the turtle will spawn very, very soon.
Again, Supercan getting harassed. Vin also burst it down.
Nasty, nasty composition now. RRQ 4-man, 5-man setup actually for the second turtle. Chorizo jumps in. Banana again targets Moreno. Moreno with the juke. Vin again in the backside. Albert will control that Lord. Vin will be taken down though. Albert now dealing damage onto her Supercan. Chorizo takes a lot of damage as well. Terrified comes through. He gets taken out. Oh my goodness, RRQ, they might want more here, but no. Bigetron Alpha falls back.
1,000 gold lead already here, and you can feel the killing pressure. It's starting to turn. What initially was, oh my god!
Flicker, Divine Judgment, and more than enough. Extra 200 gold there for Saken. But Skylar is munching the gold shield top side. They might want more. Moreno jumps in onto a Skylar defensive flicker. He survives without any backup. Take a look at the snipe as well. Connecting on towards Moreno. Not enough damage to take him down just yet though.
Did Vin smash onto the wall?
Yeah, and he used the flicker too, so it's a bit harsh there for Vin, and he got hit by a wall, man. I hope he's all good now, but RQ with a 1,000 gold lead again, over-committing and giving Bigetron Alpha a chance to come back in this game. We saw that Clay was staying a bit too long here. Supercan still able to secure his own purple buff as he still actually has the level lead against Albert, who is winning currently in the game. 5 minutes in, and RQ, that 1,000, almost 1.5k gold lead is almost gone. If you take a look at the itemization though, this time around it's still the Beatrix who has a bit more of a gold lead compared to the Melissa, getting the Fury Hammer and 2 Legion Swords here to build up to that BOD. He went for the steel leg plates too, and same goes for Saken. Again, opting to go for the steel leg plates a bit early on here. 1-0-1 is his KDA. So far, it seems like he is a bit more stable than game number 1.
I have a question though.
Go.
With the Boxia pickup for Albert and the passive that is still the same, right, from the previous season, and if the fact that Supercan at the end of the day is going to rely on her Blood Ode or the ultimate that she has, doesn't that deny her regen?
It does.
If Albert is on the Boxia?
Yep, it does. That's why the Boxia pick is usually used against the Esme, against the Alice, and because of that, it also enables the other members to maybe go for another item instead of the Dominance Ice.
All right, and so far it looks like it's been working well. And I think I've mentioned this before, that Supercan, because he's forced on the Demon Slayer to get a little bit more clear, Supercan is going to get that late game power spike a little too late, but look at this!
Albert with the Lord, with the turtle take, Clay gets taken out, and take a look at Vin though. He will be munched down by Chorizo. Saken joins in. Well, not on towards the fight though, so it seems like Bigetron, they have equalized, and even though they lost the neutral objective, they might want the mid side here. Albert will not have enough wave clear perhaps, but yeah, mid tier 1 from RRQ will fall. Okay, with the suppression on towards Skylar. Take a look at that. Skylar with the defensive flicker will not be able to survive. Moreno picking up a kill. Albert now quite low as well. Clay jumps in just to zone members away, but Supercan, he might want more from the jungles of RRQ.
There's no reason not to go for this, and he will be able to take that orange buff. Once again, Supercan displaying how good he is at actually utilizing the Alice and the pathing. Eterna, you mentioned, man, you know, you don't want to get these predictions wrong. You're the only one who went for RQ. Everybody is looking at you. You're the only one. 5 BTRs to 1 RRQ. Now, if this ends up with RQ winning, then it's going to be pretty good, but I think he has learned from his mistakes on the Kaja as well. He's forcing the tempo now, and even purple buff there is going to be stolen away. Supercan.
Everyone is looking at you, Eterna. Everyone Literally.
Every single one.
Even the viewers are looking at your name on the top
Even
right.
production.
Even
Even the players.
Even the players as well. Take a look at the items here. What's significant?
Well, if we take a look at the items here, honestly, what's significant is the lack of dominance ice from the side of the XP lane, right? Why? Because they already have the Baksha to play with. That's why there's one less dominance ice in the game. Usually would expect two, the XP lane and the Roma, but because the Baksha already has it here, they're just opting to put Banana on a position where he can go for more defensive or offensive. It really depends on how he wants to go for it. But I think what I want to highlight even more here is Bigetron Alpha's understanding now of getting the Melissa ahead in lane against Skylar on the Beatrix. A few of these picks by the Kaja have been basically given to Saken. 1 kill, 2 assists, a lot of gold, and that lane swap as well to take the turret. Melissa does the best when she is in the lead, and right now we are kind of seeing it, despite Skylar still having the level lead. Somehow, some way, this man.
Amazing setup here, perhaps from RRQ. Shield Unity, Vindo jumps in, no connection. Vin now chunks, flickers away. Banana will find the front line. And take a look at Chorizo and Moreno. Will not commit on towards Vin just yet. So Chorizo flickers on towards Skylar. Super can finding the Lord. And now Bigetron, they're looking for the collapse. Banana flickers away. RRQ will not be able to win anything, but no casualties on the board.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful play by Bigetron Alpha. That was a really good retry as well by Superken. And that's a really good one against Albert, who is on the utility jungler as well. They are going to be able to manipulate all 3 lanes to potentially crash at once and get a lot of trades on the board. RRQ now, they're the ones that are fumbling for an answer. 3,000 gold lead built. And Melissa with an additional item there.
10 minutes in this time, the Golden Staff was built. Last game, it was 13 minutes. So you can already see the big difference in the timing as to when they get it. And also key, the Kaja. Playing the fast tempo is key on the Kaja because that's literally what the... Okay, I see you looking at me. That was not intended, by the way. That pun, no, all right? Eterna, it was not... I did not intend for that to happen. But yeah, Kaja does really well when he's ahead, when he has a lot of map pressure to utilize. And this is one of the moments where Saken was able to siege down a lot of the turrets and now finally able to utilize the muddles as well to create a big opening. Vin as well with the Tyrant's Revenge. That's on cooldown. That's a big resource that now Bigetron can use to maybe punish RRQ in the base.
Seems like here, with the defense though, RRQ, they're able to defend the base turret bot side. With the Lord though, it will delete all of the inner and outer turrets. Oh, Flicker Divine Judgment now connecting on towards one. Clay deleted. Albert now quite low. Finds Key though, he gets taken down as well. As Banana, low HP, still survives. It's gonna be Key for Clay and Albert. Now, Bigetron, they might be able to take the turret top side, but it seems like no minions to play with.
Absolutely none right now. I guess the mid lane is still pushing in favor of Ken if he wants to go into the back line and disrupt Skylar.
Banana with the bravest fighter. With Skylar there, they're able to defend. 5,000 gold lead now for the Red Robots. Mirko, how are you feeling?
Well, feeling as usual, you know, I mean, can't get too ahead of yourself, especially Bigetron Alpha having that pattern, unfortunately, in Season 11 to lose that gold lead. If you take a look at the items, though, here, the Corrosion Sight, the DHS, and the Golden Staff has been built, like we mentioned, in the 10th-minute mark. But then, now it comes down to what he wants to prioritize Saken because he is technically the main damage dealer for Bigetron Alpha. They've built a proper front to back around him, and if he gets picked off first in the team fight, it's going to be disastrous. Maybe here is the time to go for a little bit of defense, right? Maybe he wants to go for the immortality, but looking at the build, it does seem like he just wants to go for the Malefic Roar, which can work. It really, again, comes down to his positioning and the rest of Bigetron Alpha's positioning. They need to always be aware of that Tyrant's Revenge that can come through from almost every angle. But in this game, actually, no, it won't come through any angle. It will actually only come through one angle. RRQ, when they're behind, when Vin doesn't have the space, he doesn't even look to flank sometimes. He just plays around the bushes, around his side.
And to make things worse, man, Moreno already has a Divine Glaive as well, so the damage output is going to be felt heavily for RRQ as they are going to be able to get a Lord uncontested. RRQ 13 minutes in, literally no answer whatsoever to Bigetron Alpha.
You know what? It seems like Melissa here has learned his lesson here, Mirko. I think he saw your pointers, and take a look at the players' gold as well. Top 3, 2 members from Bigetron.
It's the Ken combo, Super Ken and Sak Ken, right? You said they can't in game 1, but now they can.
Good. I want that, right? Super can do it, or Sak can do it, right? Damage shot still, Banana, whoa!
Banana is an absolute monster, and honestly in this game, one of the main pillars as to why RRQ hasn't lost yet with a lot of clears.
Okay, base turret mid will fall. Key is still holding his flicker. 2 base turrets taken down already. Top side left standing. RRQ now. They're gonna look perhaps for a defense here. Force the defense top side. But it seems like now Banana trying to find the right engage. Moreno ready to pull the trigger in the backside. Then also in the backside here, waiting to charge. Oh,
wow.
Almost gets Saken with the sidestep there now. Base turret stands tall. Stands wall. Now, Banana in the backside, low HP. Retreating as well. Vin gets taken out though. But it's not RFQ. Banana trying to deal damage onto Moreno. Bigetron still strong with 5. The damage will come through towards Skylar. Things are not looking good here for the Kings of Kings. Albert now taken out as well as the base will fall. And Bigetron equalizes in game 2. Hello, game 3.
Forcing a game number 3. Mirko is looking ecstatic right now. And that was just beautifully done. You don't want to see an Alice snowball. And Bigetron were able to facilitate that from happening.
That's why, Eterna, if you don't want to lose the prediction, stick with your guts, man. RRQ, the only RRQ vote, I think there especially. Now, in game 1, I still like Bigetron's draft, but in game 2, I really like the draft. There was still a big doubt in my head because of the execution that was pretty poor in game number 1, but I don't know if that was true or not, Donnie, but yeah, it does seem like Saken has, listened in, understanding exactly this game. It was perfect from him, knowing when to go in and when to play behind. In that team fight, you saw Saken with a beautiful sidestep from Vin. Credit where credit is due. Game number 1, a lot of mistakes, but he literally just fixed those mistakes in a matter of, what, 5-15 minutes?
Yeah, perhaps that small break was all he need to again elevate his gameplay. And there you go, game 2, 1-1.
She doesn't know who to support.
She doesn't know who to support. Vivian Maria. Oh, take a look at Super Ken's fashion here. But RRQ, I feel like from the draft, it was a I don't know. I just liked the draft from side of Bigetron's better.
I agree. I think, again, the Alice, even yesterday against ONIC, it felt like the draft was better. And in many cases, I think there is an argument to be made that it was better. It just became a problem for Bigetron Alpha when the players weren't able to utilize the win conditions properly in the draft. 1-1 though now with RRQ. If the draft continues to be as good as it is here and the players continue to perform at this level, it does seem like RRQ might be in a bit of trouble here. Banana, the man we questioned, that we doubted, was the best player on the team this game.
2 games in a row.
2 games in a row.
2 games in a row. And it was difficult, I guess. And you know what? If RRQ loses this, they're on a bit of a lose streak as well. I mean, last time around they lost 2, right?
GEEK SLATE.
Yesterday?
GEEK SLATE.
They lost to GEEK SLATE,
GEEK SLATE
2-1. And if... Wait a minute. I think EVOS might be number 2. GEEK SLATE might be number 3. And RRQ might be number 4
I think
after
GEEK
this.
is 2, no?
GEEK SLATE is 2 before today, before the match. They were sitting at 5-3. Now they're 5-4, 2-1 against ONIC, so they should be below EVOS. And RRQ, if they lose, they can't go all the way down to 4.
We'll see.
We'll have to see, right? But yeah, the highlight is Saken now, game 1. Questionable movement, questionable decision making, but in game 2, he's able to find, and yeah, he's fine to that footing. Game 2, very, very impactful indeed. We got a series, ladies and gentlemen, and Adam Mills here, Mirko, take it away.
Once again, it's Saken. Last item, I was correct, right? Going for the defensive is the way to go. You already hit the power spike at the right time. So the Melfic Roar, you don't need to get it ASAP. So he goes for the Wind of Nature first. And even here from Super Ken, I really like the itemization that he went for because it was different from the one he went for yesterday against ONIC. He went for the Clock of Destiny and then full defense. Here, he went for the Clock of Destiny, full defense, but adding the Ice Queen 1. Because they were ahead, he utilizes this to put more utility on the ground, slowing the RRQ members so that Saken and Moreno has a better way to actually deal the damage out. Everybody is clumped up, immobilized, and slowed down by the Blood Oath that you mentioned as well, Eterna. Skylar, on the other hand, we've said many times that he's a bit too passive in Season 11. On the Beatrix, I think he's a bit too aggressive actually here. In a lot of these moments as well, trying to defend the mid lane turret when he was at 1 HP. A lot of miscalculations happening from Skylar when he's not on his signature pick.
And I think one of the main adaptations that I saw from Bigetron Alpha is the fact that Key isn't always around for Clay to take his ultimate. Does that make sense?
Yeah, the IMU.
Yeah, because there were a lot of times in these team fights where Clay doesn't even have the IMU. It's activated, but he hasn't been able to get any good ultimates on the board.
That's actually brilliant. Eterna, I forgot about that completely in game number 1 because I wrote it down, yet I forgot to mention it because we were so focused on the main damage dealer. Game number 1, Key was not doing a really good job at hiding that Divine Judgment from the IMU. Exactly. He was always visible. This game, you can see, he relies on that conceal. When the conceal is up, he goes in. When it's not, he plays behind. That's where you see these aggressive movements all the way into the enemy base when he has the conceal. It's fine because the IMU can only be used to people who are visible.
Yeah, you're right. So there's also an adaptation from Key because, yeah, game 1, questionable impact with Super Ken and Ken. So the two Kens take the carry and the Richka. Wow. The two MDL players elevate again in game 2. Elevate their game play.
Popping off, right? But I think for this game, your MVP has to be the Kaja, I believe, right? I mean, made so many of the plays happen, forced the tempo in the early game, and it's, again, pretty similar to GEEK SLATE when he is able to... Oh, that's a good one too. Super Ken has definitely got a lot of good retributions in, saved the game, and also took the game away from RRQ in a lot of the times. Yeah, you're right. It could definitely be Super Ken. I think the debate has to be Super Ken versus Key, though, because in this game, it's a steady rise to the top for BTR. Notice, this one is a bit later. Usually we see the gold curve get higher in, earlier on. But because the game is a bit shorter, and also because the game was so passive up till a point, this is how Bigetron were able to do it. They wait for their power spikes. Level 4 for the Kagura is when they can really pop off, look for the kill pressure, and also level 4 from the Kaja. That's why we see the big shift in gold in the 4th to 5th minute mark.
Wow, the clap from Eterna. Why
was that? What was the clap?
The analyst.
Oh, the analyst.
For BTR.
No.
Kabe as well, right? Kabe, thank you so much in the background.
You're still analyzing the gold curve.
And he's standing up.
Standing up.
Well,
full respect. I'm gonna stand up.
Maybe next time we should stand up.
Maybe if they actually allow us to. Maybe next time.
But it's going to be 1-1, ladies and gentlemen. MVP. My vote is Super Ken, Mirko. Eterna, I want to hear yours.
You want to hear what?
Oh my god. We were wrong.
Oh, it's Saken.
Going to be Saken, not Super Ken. Saken, do it this time, right? 404. Not the error, though. 73%. And there you go, Saken. Repairing his gameplay.
Because if you look at the stats, right, it's not like in-your-face stats, right? It's not like a 1,000 GPM. It's average. Its KP is also average. But what his impact was not average. He wasn't that flashy type of person, but he was dishing out the damage. He was reliable for that instant DPS, and that's what was different to game number 1.
Yeah, I think there Saken displayed just discipline, right? I mean, it's, again, like you said, nothing really too special, nothing stands out, but sometimes in the game, that's exactly what you need. Your damage dealer to be disciplined, playing in the back line, waiting for these engages to happen, and waiting for the frontliners to enable that. Super Ken enabled the team, Moreno and Saken to deal damage, but Saken this time, with his muddle positioning and his own spacing, was pretty top-notch, right? With his Inspire, he was able to dish out so much damage around the Lord, and we can already see right here from the 5th minute all the way to the 10th minute, what happened in the game was, again, this is what the gold laners usually do, but this happened way too soon for RRQ. They did not expect this, which is pretty strange, right? He stayed in the gold lane. The only time you see him in the XP lane is to take the tier 1, and then he moved back to the gold lane because Skylar moved to the XP lane. So he's always in that winning matchup, actually utilized the rage properly up against Banana. These are the few moments where Key was able to find the Divine Judgment, but in that particular situation, you can see the go away also used by Sakan to act as utility and CC instead of just a peel or a cover tool. Here as well, and in a lot of these moments, he's always there when the action starts, and that's exactly what you need. I think at this point, you can see the positioning, right? You can really see why he got the MVP. This fight, especially the one where he got the double kill, almost got the triple kill against Banana, was absolutely phenomenal. There's one moment right here in the game where he actually dodged the Tyrant's Revenge that we did not get to see. We instead get to see, again, the base getting destroyed, and that moment right there, when he was able to dodge the Tyrant's Revenge, basically said that the Kufra, gone. That's it. That's why it's so high risk, high reward, Gani.
Very high risk, high reward, and perhaps that is also a factor why, me personally, I feel like the draft is better from side of Bigetron. They're able to have a, they drafted more comfortably, more solid, right? And well, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, me, myself, Gani, Eterna, and Mirko will have a small break, around 5 minutes. It's 1-1, just like in match 1, Bigetron and RRQ. Both teams need a dub. All right, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for that very, very small break here. So again, Gani, Eterna, and as well as Mirko will sign out. Stay tuned for this small break.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi.
It's 1-1 for Bigetron and RRQ. Best of one. Who will get it first back in MPL ID Season 11 here? Match 2, Week 4 and Day 3, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Bigoni, Eterna, and Mirko accompanying you for that last game. Mirko, you are, of course, going to root for Big Atron. So I'm going to ask Eterna here, what can you expect for that last game?
Honestly, I'm expecting maybe Bigetron has the better advantage. I think we've talked about the drafts time and time again, and a lot of these good things start from the drafts.
And gold, right? If they can convert it into gold, they can able to grab and win that game fast. And you guys can also grab value with the gold, UBS Gold, right? Coming soon, limited edition UBS merch collection. XMPL Season 11. Get yours now from ubslifestyle.com or UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. And again, I want to repeat this. Rumor has it, Eterna already got the collab.
What is this, a rumor thing?
Hey, we saw the wink last time, all right?
I can't wink with my right eye, that's why.
Nice try. It's okay. Okay, we'll just pretend we didn't see it. Anyways,
if you want to see it, just check his Instagram or her Instagram.
Thank you.
Out.
I'm a guy now, apparently.
Here, though, we can really hear already the support coming in from both Bigetron and RRQ. And for right now, it seems like Bigetron Alpha are going to be sticking with this lineup. Saken on the Melissa. One game it worked, one game it didn't. Do we see RRQ respected now, or do we see the same response? Maybe just let it go and play around it.
Do you think the Melissa was the biggest factor?
I think the biggest factor was Super Ken.
Also, yeah, I really thought Super Ken got their MVP, but it seems like no, Saken. But yeah, to back at your point, I feel like RRQ, they should not ban Melissa. I think they can able to play around it, draft around it. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, when you got a super phone Samsung, you need a super app as well. Dunia Games, check it out, right? You can get quota after every purchase. So make sure you look cool using your favorite heroes and skins, and not forget to check the quota before playing. So you don't run out of data in the middle of the match. Well, this is the perfect timing because there's a promo from Dunia Games that you get you 3 gigabytes of quota every item purchase, every voucher purchase for Mobile Legends using Telkomsel. Hurry up and buy it on duniagames.co.id or the Dunia Games application.
Ooh, fancy application. You can also scan the QR code, tap the screen just a bit back on your Samsung phone to see these QR code. Anyways, though, back again to the drafts. Like you mentioned, Eterna, in the drafting department, it does feel like Bigetron, despite them being at 6th place, they have been more consistent than RRQ, where RRQ have had a lot of holes in their draft, and I think this one really showed itself, right? In game number 1, they were still able to execute it better than BTR, but they picked Brody into Melissa, a losing lane. Game number 2, Beatrix into Melissa, another losing lane. Now, you can execute it better. We saw CW win on the Beatrix against the Melissa, but it was with a backup. It wasn't just a solo Beatrix.
Achil back in.
Oh, wow. Oh my god, you're actually... Well, so far, ONIC are 9-0, and RRQ seem to be having troubles in the draft, so...
There you go.
It's a big question mark.
Some food for thought
Food
for the viewers.
thought. But wow, Kagura, I mean, not popular, but it seems like Morena could make it work by damaging 41,000. That's quite a lot. That's okay,
unsung hero.
I was really hesitant about this Kagura pick. I think that's why I
Same.
kind of shifted a little bit over to RRQ with my prediction, is because the Kagura is good with proper setup. And I didn't see the setup that was possible for Bigetron to utilize, but it turns out the setup was enough to have the slow coming in from the Blood Ode and the AoE, right? Coming in from Super Ken on the Alice. Didn't see that coming.
Yeah, that's why, right? I mean, not a lot of Kagura in Season 11, but it seems like it's an okay...
Hijume tried it.
Hijume tried it,
failed.
Exactly.
Failed.
Exactly.
For Evos. And I think right now...
41,000 though. That's a lot though.
The range is one of the main issues for Kagura, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, the range...
He's item reliant as well.
Item reliant, the range, and obviously, like you mentioned, the setup, right? Because it isn't instant. Using the Yin Yang overturn, you can't just pop the umbrella. It's not an instant. You need to wait for the timing. There's some time, the travel time. There you go, the word I was looking for. But RRQ are opting to stay on the red side. They're not leaving.
They're not leaving you, Mirko, as well here. It seems like they really want you to jump on board and vote for them. Glue banned out though. Bigetron, Claude, Fanny, and Yves. Bigetron, what will they go for? The first two games, it was Kaja. Will they do the same?
Why not?
Why not?
Right? Kaja is still so good, especially here for Bigetron Alpha. The reason they go for the first pick towards the Kaja isn't just for a solid pick for themselves, but it's also denying Vin that pick. We know that Vin really finds comfort on this hero, and they can utilize it. So Vin will be denied of that Kaja, because the key to victory is key on the Kaja.
I like it, I like it. Well, RRQ, let's see here what will respond here. Valentina and Lapu was also the response from game 1 and 2. Will they go for it again here, Terna? I don't know.
I don't think I would change. If I did have to change something, maybe I changed up the Valentina, but letting that go to Moreno is also a very risky decision to make. The thing is, I didn't see much of the impact from the Valentina because of how Bigetron were able to roam around the Valentina and deny that big ultimate. And there you go. So the Farsa comes in. It's going to be a really good mid laner secured. High damage, and the interesting thing is no longer the Lapu Lapu take, but the Melissa gets picked up here in the first phase.
Yeah, and right here is actually a very good position for Bigetron Alpha to maybe go for the Yu Zhong, because the Yu Zhong, similarly to the Bravest Fighter with the Black Dragon form, can go through the go away. Only with the Black Dragon form though, right? And also the Farsa, killing two birds with one stone with more backline dive. On top of that, they can actually just pick up a safer laner or even a signature pick here for Saken. We mentioned, I think, that if it's... Well, Irithel is a good lane matchup against the Melissa, but I hate the Irithel. Moskov, though, however, is a pretty solid one that gets bullied, but not as much. Valentina and Fredrin will be picked up first, though. They want to secure a better mid-lane trio before going to the gold and XP.
No Yu Zhong here. I'm quite surprised, right? Because it's quite straightforward, you know? If we're talking about Season 10, Yu Zhong usually be the insta pick here for the third pick, but it seems like now Fredrin and Valentina will be the option, but RRQ now, what will they go for here?
If we're talking about season, did you say season 7?
10.
Season 10? Well, in season 8, every time we see a Farsa pick, it's either the Yu Zhong or the Alice, right? So we'll see. Will that come through once again? But RRQ here now, they do have the chance to, if they want, deny that pick, take the Yu Zhong for themselves. But no, they still stick to the Lapu Lapu pick here for Banana.
3 games, 3 Lapu picks for Banana here.
Reminds me of Matt, in a sense, right?
Yeah,
Starlist.
you're right.
Starlist has a comment. Oh, too fast for me to read, though. RRQ, second phase. They should ban the Yu Zhong here.
I think banning the Yu Zhong is very, very good, can be very good right now because of obviously the Farsa, but also getting rid of the gold lane presence is solid, right? They can go for the Moskov ban right now to give Melissa a bit more space to play with. If you ban the Moskov, What are you gonna go for, Brody? Irithel? Oh, please don't go for the Irithel.
I want to see the Irithel pick.
You just want to see the world burn.
No, I just want to see you upset. But here we go, RRQ. No, that's what I mentioned. This is what I mentioned. I think either the Yuzong or the Alice could be a potential pickup for Bigetron. RRQ, they're going to deny that pick away. But even if they let that go, oh, never mind.
Yeah,
they already have a gold laner and a mid laner. Because I was thinking, you know, just leave the Alice open. Pick up something like the Lunox that can shred, or even the carry. But because of the 2 blocks already in the first phase, that's not a possibility that they can pick up for a counter towards the Alice. So Bigetron, they're going to respect Albert once again, the Hayabusa, the Ling, the... What else? The Lancelot perhaps could be an option for Bigetron once again.
Definitely, right? I mean, the Assassins are still up for grabs. Ken can also play the Assassin really well. The Ling can be picked up by them, actually, to dive into the backline, maybe with a follow-up here. But with the Alice ban, I find it quite strange because the Fredrin has already been picked up. Sure, it can be placed into the XP lane, but I'd rather face an Alice rather than a hero that can really go head-to-head against the Melissa. The reason you pick it up here, they go for the Arlet, a good matchup against the Lapu. But again, there are a lot of heroes that do really well. And in game number 1, Lapu won against Arlet, you're right. The Yuzong. They're taking this away, I think, because of that vengeance that can get through the go away, but like you mentioned, Yuzong can also get through the go away. Final man being the Ling, so no Assassins this matchup as well. Probably the Lancelot. The only thing still up for grabs in the Assassin department that can work.
I really don't understand why they don't ban the Yuzong here, but RQ, let's see what will they pick up here. Akai might work just like they did in game 1. They pick up the Akai, and if not the Akai, hero for Vin. I'm looking at a possible
Atlas.
But Kufra,
Your
of
team
course.
is picking. Works too. Because I was thinking, because Bigetron, they have a really heavy dive comp right now, right? With the Fredrin, the Valentina as well, who should go for the dive, as well as the Kaja that wants to go in. I think the Fatal Links would have been a really good disengage or counter-engage tool against Bigetron's aggression, but they go for the Kufra. It serves the same purpose, depending on perhaps positioning. I think you would know more about this, Goni. But Bigetron here in the second phase, they are still waiting on to the next two picks. But Superkin has a little comment. The vibes, MPL's vibes are far more exciting than MDL's.
You should watch the Bigetron vlog, man. It really feels like a kid entering the MPL for the first time. Super wholesome.
Super cute.
Super cute. And here, it is going to be the Paquito that goes to the jungle, I believe. But that will mean... I'm not sure. I don't really like the... I really think that the Lapu or the Paquito in the jungle works better than the XP lane, but it can certainly work. They pick up a carry as well into the Melissa, and that's going to be the Martis. So, yeah, I think with this, Fredrin has to go to the jungle. There's no way the Paquito faces off against the Martis, and that's going to be Cerezo on the Paquito. Paquito versus Lapu, that matchup. Level 1 to 3, pretty similar to basically a glue. Lapu is going to have a very hard time, but once he gets level 4, he will be able to perform and even play out in these team fights a bit better.
Well, we'll have to see, right? Game 3, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The draft has been set. The heroes has been picked. Who do you got? Bigetron Alpha or the Kings of Kings? The Sang Raja, RRQ. Who will grab it? Who will take the dub? It's the best of 1. Portal, please open. And let's enter the Land of Dawn.
Let's go into the portal, the Land of Dawn here, as this is going to be the deciding game of Bigetron Alpha's fate, whether or not they stay in the playoff run or they have to fall into the red zone. And you can see here with both of the compositions, I'm a little bit torn, right? Because in the previous 2 games, I would say that Bigetron has the clear-cut better draft, but this time around, it's a little bit mixed.
It is. It really is. I think in this game in particular... Wait, Albert actually, I think, calculated that. He did not get that jungle camp, and he will miss out on a little bit of XP with Chorizo taking it from him. So just a little win there for Bigetron Alpha already pretty early on, with Chorizo putting some more pressure in his XP lane and rotating, even dishing out some damage as Supercan actually finds the lethal as well.
Well, we'll see here, right, as the game. First minute here, quite passive, I must say here. Just poking and trading skills.
Here's well the matchup though. You can expect Melissa to absolutely bully the carry because she has a better skin, man. MLBB X Jujutsu Kaisen right here.
Let's see. Ladies and gentlemen. Should be. Looking at these skins, right? It's a Nobara skin. It's a Nobara skin. I love it. You love it. Ladies and gentlemen, check it out as well. You got Julian, you got Yin. I think you also have one more skin. Julian, Yin, Melissa,
Xavier.
Go, Joel.
Yeah, the Xavier's really nice.
No, the Melissa's better.
Yeah, they're all pretty good. But I get it, right? The Melissa has like that, what is it? I don't know. It's like...
Puppet.
It's like a puppet.
Yeah,
like,
she does the muddles.
It's like levitating next to her. I don't know what that is. But
it's the
pretty
voodoo
cute.
doll.
Oh, it's a voodoo doll. But
scary.
Like seeing here, Banano.
Opening up with the bravest fighter here. No commitment just yet. On towards Supercan just to zone him away. Is that too soon though as Q enters and with the Divine Judgment makes space for Supercan to take the turtle. Bin will go down. First blood for BTR. Chorizo now, no resource thankfully. Take a look at the backside. Supercan now already with the invades. They will steal the orange buff. Clay needs to be careful here. But yeah, Supercan will claim the orange buff, no problem.
Oh, very aggressive by Bigetron Alpha. And honestly, very well done by Key. He used the Divine Judgment at the right time onto Albert, of all people. And he wasn't able to get the Retribution in time, opening up space for Supercan. As Key, though...
Oh my god, no flicker. Albert will pick up the kill.
It's pretty rare that you get to see a Fredrin, though, winning in the farm department when it comes to clearing the jungle camps over a Martis who was built literally to try to counter the Fredrin. Anti-CC, that's what Fredrin has in his kit, the CC, that gets kind of countered with the anti-CC that Albert has with the Mortal Coil. And again, Chorizo, wow!
Whoa, take a look at the talents prediction as well here. A turn, wow.
The Kingdom?
You're alone.
No, I'm not the Kingdom.
All right, why'd you go for RQ?
I just think that with this current stakes at hand, RRQ with the composition that was given to them, they do have a lot to work with. Once again, it depends on the execution, but I like the Farsa being in the mid lane. I think she clears a lot faster than the Valentina. She does have a little bit more range as well, depending on Moreno, and I just think that with Moreno being on the Valentina, RRQ should be able to work around it and actually make him a non-factor. Because a lot of the times when Bigetron Alpha goes for a heavy team fight, Moreno has a lot of impact when he's on a different hero. But if they can shut down the Valentina, like they shut down the Valentina from RRQ last time around, they might have a better chance in those team fights, but that's later on in the game.
3v2 bot side here. Play popping that feather air strike. But take a look at top side. It's a war. Albert quite low. Using the Mortal Coil to escape, but Banana will force the flicker from Moreno. No engages, no casualties. More space again for the red robots.
And Bigetron Alpha are playing it really well into their strong side. Meanwhile, RQ doing the same thing, but the Melissa has not been able to really fully bully Socket. He's going to be caught here, has the flicker to get out, and Bigetron Alpha, not only did they secure a turtle, they secure a proper position for Chorizo, and also they stole away the orange buff from Albert, who is now 3 levels below Supercan.
2,400 gold lead right now for Bigetron Alpha as Clay here looks for an engage onto Chorizo. And this is what we were talking about, right? The EXP lane matchup. I think Chorizo is going to be able to roam around a little bit easier and faster than the Lapu Lapu. But at this point, 1v1, I think Banana should have a better chance. But in the bottom side...
Oh my lord, Skylar with the go away. Still surviving though.
Oh!
Moreno canceled. Wow. Finn now, take a look at the movement. Moreno, again. Flicker Rage on towards Sue. No clear follow-up damage. So
Whoa.
Albert will be taken now by Saken. Now they're on the manhunt. Skyler might be vulnerable here. Double kill for Saken. Saken do it now. He can. Bigetron Alpha, 2,500 gold lead.
Plot twist after plot twist, right? Oh my god, Vin goes in for the Tyrant's Rage Revenge. It gets cancelled by the Divine Judgment by Key, but he still was able to get it onto 2 members. But unfortunately, the follow-up wasn't there. We gotta see that again, right? Let's take a look at the instant replay.
Once again, it's brilliant micro plays happening, and Skyler just being so low. RRQ not understanding that Skyler cannot participate in this team fight led them to their demise. Supercan with the Appraiser's Wrath. You need to understand that if your main target is Supercan, he can always just sustain back up. They did not have the cooldown in mind, and that's what happened. Supercan can sustain back up with his passive. Look at the little bar, the gray bar in his HP. That's how much he can actually regen by dealing damage.
And he does so much damage, no?
3 levels ahead, that's what happens, right? I mean, Supercan has been bullying Albert for a reason. Fredrin is so good at oppressing the enemy team, especially when you're on the Martis. This is something you cannot let happen.
Oh, but here, Banana.
Flicker stun on towards Sorizo here. He's isolated 5 members of RRQ.
No way.
Is looking for him. Will he find the juke? Oh, the damage will come through though. Albert picks up a kill, but a neutral objective on the board cleared. It's a perfect turtle for the red robots now. They're on the move in the mid side. Trying to catch up. Cancelled again by the Divine Judgment. Wow, Bigetron Alpha. What was 2,000 gold lead earlier, now they're looking for 4.
Man, he has it personal right now. He has it personal for Vin. They know that RRQ, they're relying on the engage and the setup from Vin. And Bigetron Alpha utilize their resources to take that away. And now 4,000 gold lead in the 7th minute of the game. Mirko, what are the items looking like?
The items are looking pretty bad for the side of RRQ, right? I mean, take a look at their composition as well. Martis being behind, only having the Molten Core, and now, oh, wait, Banana wants to go in onto Supercan.
Connecting with the stun. RRQ though will not commit on towards this more.
Yeah, again, back to my point in the itemization department, only the anti-Curse built up, so Moreno can deal so much damage on towards these frontliners. The frontliners are still very squishy towards the side of Bigetron Alpha, and on top of that, even if they go for the physical defense, it's gonna be Saken who can deal true damage. So I really, I'm questioning that physical defense priority when they could have just gone for the Athena to respect Moreno a bit more.
Oh my god, Flicker whips his Flicker. Well, Keith whips his Flicker. He gets taken out in a very crucial time as well. It seems like 30 seconds on towards the Lord. But yeah, it's RRQ now. Wins that fight.
Yeah, a little swap there. I think right now, Bigetron Alpha. Oh, Moreno gets taken out. And that's actually pretty good timing for RRQ. They want to contest for the next neutral objective that spawns in 8 seconds.
Yeah, at first, maybe, honestly, for Key, it wasn't really the worst trade for Bigetron Alpha. They got a tier 2 up top, and when he died, it was still a bit for the Lord to spawn. But Moreno dying, that definitely will impact RRQ's or Bigetron Alpha's chance in towards the Lord. The thing is, though, RRQ are not really committing fully onto the Lord, knowing that they still are in a gold deficit. They're going to utilize Skyler to actually pick up a tier 1 up top, getting more map pressure for the Kufra.
Oh my god, Sorizo. He got snoozing. He gets taken down early. 5v4 Bigetron. They're forcing a fight though. They need to be careful here. And it seems like Sorizo will still go down for 20. Banana, gold. No clear follow-up damage. Again, Albert now moving on to Supercan. Vin charging. Will not be able to catch anyone this time. But Banana trying to find an engage. Oh, the stun connects onto Supercan.
Wow.
Supercan receiving a lot of damage. Albert too. And take a look at the Terrify. Albert might need to retreat. And it seems like no casualties on the board. And Paquito now is back. But what a fight from both teams.
Still going for it here. Clay even utilizing the feathered airstrike. But again, RRQ, they weren't really able to lock anyone down. Why? Because it's all on Vin. If Vin is not able to find that Tyrant's Revenge, there's no real target that is going to be locked down. Bigetron Alpha as well. Notice how they're doing the same thing that RRQ or that ONIC were doing in game or in match number 1. the way that they are just splitting up. They're not letting RRQ go for these AoE properly. BTR are constantly splitting up from each other, forcing RRQ to use a lot of their resources for single target, which is definitely not optimal considering the composition was built around that AoE damage.
Right now, we can see Bigetron Alpha though, looking for an opening onto the map. They have the better setup if they want to go for this neutral objective though. You can see Sorizo already clearing really well in that top side, and that is what Bigetron Alpha has advantage on the Paquito. The mobility, the fact that he can really put pressure onto the side lanes. And RRQ, Banana, I don't think he's going to respect it. I think he's going to go full in for the team fight instead.
Oh, they don't reset it in time. Albert took the aggro.
Let's see now, Super Ken here in a bit of a pickle. Oh, take a look at the damage. Oh, Vin! Catching one, catching Sak and Banana, executing him, and Super Ken still
Sorizo
finding the Lord. Sorizo takes one, but take a look at Skylar. He's free hitting, and he will not be able to be taken down just yet. Bigetron now looks for the fallback. Albert still surviving. It's 1-for-1, but again, the Lord will be secured by the red robots.
Saken there got caught, and RRQ were almost able to capitalize. Luckily, Sorizo, with his extremely important wave clear up top, was able to set up. Let's take a look one more time at what happened. Look at Sorizo, clearing that base turret, giving more pressure and getting the proper flanks. Sure, they do get Saken, but Clay is wide open. Clay gets taken down, and with that, Skylar has to position himself in a point where he needs to cover for his mid laner instead of fully aggressing. That's why Skylar wasn't able to make a play, similarly to how Nino did yesterday with a Savage.
Oh, and now we're going to take a look at the in-game items here by Adunia Games in the 12th minute of the game. Bigetron Alpha still with a very strong 4,000 gold lead, and it's intense, right? The gold deficit from all sides. And you can see that the itemization is also one item behind and in the mid lane as well.
Just a bit of, advantages here and there, but it will all count in the end with Key popping that conceal. And Moreno, what ultimate is he going to steal? Right now, Sorizo again, he's just utilizing this Paquito so well with the mobility and the wave clear. He's always constantly splitting and making or distracting RRQ in a lot of these split push threats.
Taking a look at the gold difference here by Ube as gold. Like we mentioned, there is a clear split in terms of the gold. But honestly, Saken right now, he was dealing a lot of damage, but he's quite vulnerable in the back line like we saw before. He was taken out, and then Skylar was able to dish out that AoE damage that he was built for. At this point, I don't think Skylar is out of the picture. I think he's already got his integral items as well to dish out the damage. And so Bigetron Alpha, they need to respect that. They can't just go in full in onto Vin anymore because we are getting later on in the minutes of the game.
Here's well though, look at the Lord advantage, right? 2,193 gold earned, which basically puts them back to where it all started. The thing that really changed is the map pressure, right? The tier 2s have all been taken down, and even the base turret there in the bottom side has been taken quite low. This will all set up for Bigetron Alpha to, again, utilize the split push threat, but this time it will actually be a way bigger threat. If that base turret is that low, even Sorizo can look for a split push that ultimately ends the game. RQ will have to be even more careful now, and when they're too careful, Vin won't really be able to utilize this Kufra really well, right? He needs to be in a position where he can make those crazy plays happen. If he's thinking about the base while trying to get the picks, it just won't go the way that RQ wants it to.
You're right. We'll see here. Again, the Lord has spawned, so both teams, they're looking at it in bot side. The far lane, Sorizo is winning that lane. That might force Banana to respawn here. And once Banana shows in map, perhaps Bigetron might pull the trigger. Bigetron now top side, force Clay already popping that flicker. Oh, the suppression comes through as well. The damage is more than enough to take Albert down, the jungler down. So that's a clear, straightforward Lord take. Let's see, what will Bigetron grab more? Vin flickers away, RRQ full, falling back. Bigetron just wins the Lord.
So unfortunate that the one person that gets taken down, I think it should have been Clay, but Clay was able to flicker out, so he committed onto Albert instead. And it's not bad of a pick either. Literally, the retribution was negated from RRQ. Bigetron Alpha once again being able to pick up another Lord as we take a look at the in-game items.
Man, okay, the in-game items here, definitely something to look at. I mean, look at the power spikes already, and even for the side of Saken, getting that Athena shield, something that Gani mentioned that's going to be very crucial for the later stage of the game as a carry, but I do really want to talk about that XP lane pressure. So Rizzo puts it down. RRQ noticed that, but he still sent Banana all alone. They should send more members down below to, you know, cover up that hole, that mistake, or the weakness in their draft. Banana is made to team fight, but when he's forced to use the Bravest Fighter to clear a slow-pushed wave, there is no more that RRQ can do. They should at least send Skylar or maybe even Vin down. No, not Vin. Clay.
See, is this the final push of week 4? Bigetron, a base turret number 1, bot side, taken down. But the Lord seems like taken care of here by the side of RRQ. So Bigetron will relieve off pressure. 2 base turrets standing here, but it seems like Bigetron Alpha, what will now they brew up?
Back to my point, right? Right now, this gives RRQ another chance to come back in the game. Lord, it's going to be in the bottom side now, so luckily for RRQ, they can play through that lane. Thing is, the far lane up top now, like you said, Gani, it is going to be very crucial. RRQ need to utilize the wave clear that Chorizo has been doing so well, has been manipulating so well into the game. Now, for the side of Banana.
Oh, suppression comes through. Immortal pops as well. Banana will be taken down first. Banana squash. Finn now also taken down. 2 members already, 2 frontliners. And take a look at Supercan moving as well. Moreno does not find the connect. It's 3 men standing. But let's take a look here. Bigetron, are they going for the end? It's 25 seconds for Banana. 25 seconds as well for Vin. Base mid turret should be the prio. Feather airstrike to clear the way. Chorizo here holding the minions. And it seems like Bigetron Alpha, they're not able to defend. They're not able to take the base turret. Okay, minions coming in. RRQ, no resources. Afflict their Divine Judgment onto its Albert. Saken finding the kill as well. Now 2 men standing. Vin and Banana, they're online now. So it's just a base turret take in the mid. Lord now is up, basically.
But Albert is taken down for 30 seconds, which means that they aren't going to be able to contest for the next Lord as well. But RRQ, they're out of their base. Are they looking for a contest? Are they looking for a team fight?
They're looking for a cheeky pick. That's what they're looking for right now, right? I mean, take a look earlier.
But look at the top side.
Exactly. This is the risk that they are willing to take because this is the only play that they can look for right now. Banana, again, will be sent solo up top this time with no Bravest Fighter. So he is pinned down up top, but he's not even going for it. Clay pops in for the airstrike. They do not decide to commit. They decide that they can still actually look for the defense with their high ground control. Now, again, they lack the foresight. RRQ, Albert tried his best to defend the mid lane base turret. That just wasn't worth it at the time. 40 seconds on the Lord, yet he still forced it. And now it's basically a domino effect to a point that it's an enhanced Lord again for Evolved Lord. My bad for the side of Bigetron Alpha. Looking at Saken, this time he won't be easily picked off. He has to put a nature and the Athena shield. And even, yes? And the Athena shield.
And the Immortal.
And the, oh my god, he sold the boots. I didn't even notice that. So, yeah, he can utilize this so well, and he can actually play it a bit more aggressively. Clay flickering already.
Let's see. Oh, suppression comes through again. Jeez. And this is Bigetron Alpha, potentially their best. Saken fighting the kill, so he's popped. Feather airstrike by the Valentina. Will be taken over. Take a look at Skylar. Dealing a lot of that damage. The base. It's exposed, but it's not taken down now. RRQ, are they able to defend? No! Bigetron Alpha secures game 3 with Saken taking the dub as well. And this is Bigetron Alpha finding the revenge. RRQ aren't able to sabotage in leg 2.
RRQ now with a lose streak.
Wow!
They have lost a lot of matches in a row already. And you can feel the emotion on Coach Field's face. It must be tough. It must be tough. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but this means that Bigetron Alpha, they stay in their playoff run.
Even here, although with the emotions, the whole team, Bigetron Alpha, like you mentioned, the pressure that were on their shoulders when the game started. Possibly red zone if they lose. It's a reverse sweep, which took a lot from not just the coaching staff, but the players to be able to execute the draft once again. They finally fixed those issues, and they fixed those issues in time. The adaptations made by Bigetron Alpha in Game 1 to Game 2 and 3 was phenomenal. They played through their strengths, leaving their weak side and getting the pressure down. So Rizzo, this time I want to give it to him.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, that was a reverse sweep by Bigetron Alpha. So Rizzo, on that Piquito, it seems like well done, well executed. Meanwhile, RRQ, they were able to dish out the damage that they wanted. Eterna smiling, Mirko is smiling as well.
Looks like I'm not going to be joining you in the red zone.
Not yet. Hashtag Acil in, man.
Oh
I
my
don't know.
God, Adi in. Feel. What happened? 4 lose streaks?
4.
Is it 4?
The GEEK SLATE, they lost.
Bigetron. 2.
Bigetron, 2. Just 2.
Should be 2.
Okay. Yesterday, they won. Okay, let's see. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Bigetron Alpha will take the stage with our host, Galara Mongstar Bude. Mongstar, of course, in a bit. So we'll have to throw it to the host to see Superken and Saken. What do they think about the match? Let's see.
Bigetroopers, inilah dia. Bukan sang kelinci, tapi sang robot Bigetron Alpha. Ki, congratulations setelah puasa menang dari RRQ berseason-season. Akhirnya kalian bisa membuktikan diri kalian. Apa yang kamu lakuin semalam, Ki, bersama teman-teman?
Kayaknya tidur bareng kali ya.
Tidur bareng?
Sih ya, tidur bareng.
Biar lebih solid.
Enggak, memang sekamar rame-rame aja, jadi ya tidur bareng.
Normal dong itu, nggak ada sesuatu yang spesial Kak, apalagi kan sekarang kamu juga membawa pemain-pemain baru gitu untuk berhadapan dengan RRQ. Ada mungkin ucapan-ucapan sesuatu Kak dari Ki atau rutinitas terbaru untuk match hari ini?
Nggak ada sih kayaknya, kayak kita tetap fokus sehari-hari aja latihan segala macam. Sama ya adalah paling kata-kata motivasi buat ayolah kita menang, kita belum pernah menang lawan RRQ gitu.
Nah, ini juga yang menarik. Apakah kemenangan hari ini bisa menghapuskan? Atau kamu ada pengen nggak sih membuktikan kalau kita bukan kelinci? Image kelinci itu pengen kamu buang nggak sih sebenarnya dari Bigetron?
Gak usah lah, kayaknya itu udah image BTR banget kan katanya. Gak apa-apa.
Gak apa-apa?
Gak apa-apa.
Jadi kelinci apa robot?
Ya robot gak apa-apa, kelinci juga gak apa-apa. Kalau mereka tetap menganggap kita kelinci ya gak apa-apa.
Robot kelinci?
Ya.
Bisa ya, diffuse, di mix. Dan pertandingan tadi menarik banget sampai pada akhirnya mereka berhasil membalaskan dendam mereka di leg yang pertama. Puas banget gak Ki match tadi?
Dari aku sendiri puas.
Puas?
Ini kemenangan pertamaku lawan RRQ.
Kemenangan pertama. Bisa kamu ekspresikan atau deskripsikan seperti apa gak sih Ki?
Enggak, kayak bersyukur kayaknya.
Bersyukur. Maiden pasti bangga ya?
Iya bangga dia lagi nonton Blackpink ini.
Oh lagi nanti dia bakal syok juga dan kejutan juga diberikan oleh Superken yang harus berhadapan dengan salah satu jungler terbaik kita, Superken. Kamu berhadapan dengan Albert di jungler dan apa mungkin kamu bisa sharing kah atau kasih tahu untuk pertikaianmu dengan Albert tuh gimana sih tadi? Tadi sama Albert gimana?
Deg-degan.
Deg-degan?
Ya.
Karena apa deg-degannya Superken?
Soalnya dia jungler yang jago lah, jungler timnas.
Jungler timnas itu
Ya.
membawa sebuah apa ya pressure dikit gitu kali ya?
Dikit.
Dikit?
Ya. Ya.
Ya, tapi apakah menurutmu sendiri kamu sudah bisa untuk berhadapan lagi nih dengan semua jungler yang ada di MPL Indonesia? Kamu kan baru-baru ketemu beberapa jungler. Untuk jungler-jungler lainnya kamu percaya diri berarti dong?
Percaya diri.
Percaya diri nomor satu.
Percaya.
Apa kunci dari percaya diri Superken?
Ya dukungan teman-teman sama aja lah semuanya. Gak ada bedanya.
Oh, itu mental yang harus dipunya oleh semua player yang ada di MPL. Mereka nggak boleh down, mereka walaupun baru tetap harus percaya diri. Luar biasa banget, tapi tadi ngelawan RRQ nggak ada Rainbow nih. Super kan kamu bukannya janji sama Rainbow buat main bareng. Walaupun nggak di pattern, mungkin di match kah? Tadi nggak ada Rainbow ngelawan RRQ. Apakah kamu menyangka nggak akan ada Rainbow tadi?
Enggak sih, soalnya pengen lah lawan Rainbow kan.
Pengen lawan Rainbow,
Pengen.
Rainbow lagi nonton
Ya.
nih. Ajakin dong buat main lawan kamu.
Rainbow main ya ntar.
Rainbow main ya ntar kalau nanti ada ketemu lagi ya. Oke Rainbow silakan dijawab ya. Dan pertarungan juga menarik karena debut dari Banana. Dan harus bertemu langsung oleh Sorizo. Sorizo, pertemuanmu di EXP Lane tadi bersama dengan debut pertama dari Banana. Seperti apa Sorizo?
Ya seru sih, jago dia.
Dan apakah sekerat itu sampai dia nggak bisa untuk bahkan 0-0 death pas game pertama?
Ya mungkin karena jago lapunya.
Lapu-lapunya jago,
Ya.
respect lapu-lapu.
Ya mungkin bisa.
Oke, ini sangat menarik pastinya dan Saken. Wow, akhirnya Bude bisa ngobrol sama Saken di sini. Saken, seneng nggak untuk matchmu dan RRQ dan kau bermain di MPL?
Apa?
Seneng, happy untuk
Happy
bermain.
banget, happy banget.
Boleh kamu ekspresikan kepada mungkin Bigetroopers yang ada di sini dan yang ada di rumah?
Makasih udah selalu dukung Bigetron. Ya kita kan sebelumnya kayak kalah-kalah, ya ini proses lah mungkin. Baru dikasih rezekinya kali ini.
Baru di rezekinya kali ini. Dan selanjutnya masih tanda tanya Moreno. Sekarang kalian posisi ke-6. Untuk sampai di nanti mungkin akhir, kalian ada di posisi berapa sih? Pertanyaan terakhir nih.
Apa?
Untuk posisi kalian sekarang di posisi ke-6.
Iya.
Apakah atau di manakah posisi kalian untuk di hari terakhir regular season?
Maksudnya nomor berapa?
Pengen berapa nih? Prediksi kalian
Dua,
bisa di
dua.
mana?
Dua aja dua.
Posisi 2?
Iya 2.
Top tuh?
Kalau bisa.
Kalau bisa aminin
Amin.
dulu dong Bigetroopers. Inilah dia dari Bigetron Alpha yang sudah membuktikan taringnya. Apakah kelinci atau robot? Atau robot kelinci? Ada apa di pertandingan tadi langsung akan di breakdown kepada analis kita. Ada Profesor KB dan juga muridnya. Silahkan Nasduk dan Profesor KB. Thank you.
Brilliant interview with Bigetron Alpha, Bude Mongstar. Thank you so much, Super Ken and Saken there. The MDL duo, now the MPL duo, perhaps saying a statement to the Kings of Kings that they are able to withstand the pressure, losing game 1, but bounce back in game 2 and game 3, ladies and gentlemen. That was the Bigetron Alpha winning against RRQ means RRQ, they're at a 3-lose streak.
Yeah, they are. They
Geek
haven't been
Slate.
able to win at all in leg 2.
Even in the last match of leg 1, GEEK SLATE, RRQ lost. Alter Ego, RRQ, Alter Ego won. And here, Bigetron Alpha versus RRQ, another reverse sweep
You know, Rashi's
happening.
crying in his room.
3 L's. 3 L's.
3
Alright,
L's, that
Arashi.
means...
In
you
a
know,
week.
Oh, you're right.
They
3
won.
matches in 1
Winless.
week.
Week
Winless. Week 4. That is a bitter pill to swallow if you are an RRQ fan or an RRQ player or coach or RRQ in general.
Yep.
But here, Bigetron Alpha have won. They have escaped the red zone for a bit. Right now, Aura will not be able to pull them down just yet.
Not yet. Not just yet.
And Alter Ego, that means it kind of crushes their dreams to get out of the red zone for now.
For now. But yeah, let's still talk about game 3 here. Keys Divine Judgment, actually, a lot of them succeed and taking the initiative in the initiation as well. RRQ, they weren't able to just withstand. More details, let's take a look.
Here, again, right, a lot of these engagements from the side of RRQ just feel very forced. It feels like they were desperate all the way from the early game, going in onto Super Ken, not understanding, again, this is the hero that they actually utilized to outplay a whole lot of other teams. And even here, we gotta give props to Super Ken and the way he's passed to this moment, because it may look like a 50-50, but with a 2-level advantage, it is almost definitely going to go to the side of Super Ken when it comes down to the retry battles. And even here, once again, it's Super Ken. Super Ken, I think this game deserves the MVP. if he wasn't given the MVP last game, now I truly believe it's Super Ken's time to get that MVP. He played it so well, the pathing, the initiations, the invades, and even just standing there as a frontliner menacingly, taunting, everything, targeting. It was just so perfect from Super Ken as a utility jungler.
All-arounder, and I guess Saken really learned his mistake quote-unquote, I guess he was underperforming there in Game 1, and in Game 2 and Game 3, he's able to give his impact as a goaltender.
But I think one of the unsung heroes, once again, like we saw in the highlight, is definitely Key. He was able to stave off so much kill pressure and initiation points from Vin on the Kufra, like literally every single time. And I think at that point, Vin must have been so frustrated.
Tilt.
He was supposed to get those Tyrant's Rage Revenge's combos down, but the ultimate coming in from the Kaja actually took that away. The Divine Judgment was just so good. And I think a lot of those team fights that were won by Bigetron was initialized by the counter engage from Key. And there you go, the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G is Key on the Kaja.
100% KP.
100% KP. There was a lot that he did as well, on top of also just Super Ken, Retribution, very on point. It's always him that sets it up, right? It's about the setup.
With the
Retribution
whips.
battle in the early game, it was an actual 50-50. How did Super Ken win? Flicker, Whip, Divine Judgment. Albert, naughty boy, today your MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G as we take a look at the mic.
Di mana? Gini. Kalah nih. Tengah. Cari ban. Gua cari. Woi. Meme di sini, meme. Perang aja. Meme. Dan. Ulti bolt. Nice. Perang. Barca. Menang. Mati. Kalian biar fokus perang, guys. Ada ini. Aman. Gak ada flicker Den. Mau kemana? Woi. Gua boom. Nice. Lance ngapain lance? Nice. Gue udah tarik Sadi. Mati nggak Sadi? Mati Heng. Gue Sadi. Mati si dia nih. Nice bang. Gua ambil birunya. Gue konsil. Dia tarik ya. Apa? Bisa perang guys. Perangin aja guys. Lihat gua. Gua jalan. Nice. Gue masih ada ulti flicker. Tadi kufra guys. Lihat Valen ya. Mati nggak? Nice. Mati. Atas masuk. Gua ada imo. Lihat Sadi. Sadi nggak ada flicker Sadi. Nice Sadi. Target lampu. Gua tempel Patrick, lihat gua. Gas Ken, ada gua Ken. Patrick ngapain Patrick? Tower guys. Alhamdulillah. Ken guys. Ini. Udah ulti ya lampu. Perangin. Pede aja. Awas. Gua tarik Martes ya. Awas. Dapat lord. Kiting. Lihat Melisanya guys. Melisanya pelit ya. Kite. Melisa ulti. Balik. Lihat siap. Boleh. Gua tarik. Awas ya. Aman. Lampu dulu. Lampu mati. Nice. Target Kufra. Gas Ken. Mati dia. Nice. Bisa push. Mid error. Lihat Korijo pelan-pelan. Lord masih ada. Melisa lo. Melisa guys. Lihat Melisa ya. Gak apa kalem, orangnya. Kufra. Bisa lagi guys. Masih bisa? Bisa. Tower.
Wow, what a decision making there, right? That last bit, they were retreating, but I guess they want more. They said they're capable to end the game, and they went in again. And there you go, GG's 2-1 for the side of the Red Robots in leg 2. Miracle, they're able to find their revenge. Wow, it must be a great feeling, but now I really am curious here, Eterna. What about the standings here? What changed? Any predictions?
Honestly, I don't know. I guess we'll just have to see, because looking at the progress of RRQ in leg 2 from leg 1 even, which I don't believe was too solid as well. Could this be hinting at the end of an era?
Wow.
As we take a look at the keys to success here for Bigetron.
Key to success. It's key, not keys, because it's the key man himself here in front of us all. On point targeting and pickoff, discipline kiting around the objective area. This is exactly what we mentioned in the draft, in the keys to victory early on, right? Key getting the comfort pick, getting the proper pick, and Kaja was left open 3 games in a row. After losing in game 2, you would expect maybe a little bit of an adjustment from the side of RQ to ban the Kaja away, or at least to pick up the Valentina. But here, they went for a different route, picking up the Farsa. I can understand picking up the Farsa if the Valentina is banned away. Now, Valentina open, up against this kind of composition. There were so many big ultimates to take. Not a lot of big ultimates, but that one big ultimate was just too massive.
Well, again, ladies and gentlemen, with week 4 done and dusted, we all can go home and chill with Maxstream, right? MPL 2023 is also available there. So Maxstream, it is an app that combines many OTT and channels, so you don't have to switch between apps. In Maxstream, there are a lot of channels that you can enjoy without paying extra. There's Technostrong and DGTV as well. Also exclusive original content that only airs on Maxstream. Love in Game, Love with Rachel, The One Believe, Russia, The Wonder Kid, and Kolak Express. So don't miss out on cool and exciting shows. Cool. Watch only on Maxstream.
Go ahead, check it out, because it's all cool. Say Gani says it. It's pretty cool. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen.
How are you supposed to say it?
Cool.
Joel?
Cool.
How did I say it?
Cool.
It's pretty cool. Pretty interesting way, but it is a funny way. Ladies and gentlemen, here.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Of course.
So I want to tell you why I predicted the way that I predicted. It was because, honestly, I felt like my caster curse was on.
Oh.
My passive, it was on for the
So
second
you
match.
helped me.
So I had to do the right thing.
Well, you know, Pa'apa, if you're watching, you can always blame Eterna if now, you know, always you can DM her and say, yo, what's up, man? Why? Anyways, though, fun facts all around with Eterna. She's a curse user, just like the Melissa.
Oh! Oh!
It's in the show,
Voodoo.
yeah.
Oh.
The Voodoo doll.
That makes sense.
It does make sense. And you
How
know what
is
else
it
makes sense?
standings?
The standings.
Oh, no, I
because
see it now.
after everything,
How?
After everything.
after
week
in
6.
week 4, no, week
Oh my
4.
god, we have only 2 weeks left.
We do. We only have 2 weeks left in MPL Indonesia Season 11. Week 5 to next week.
Oh, it's MVP.
Then week 6. We're going to be crazy, crazy, crazy. Because right now we're going to see something crazy as well. Regular season MVP standings. Guess who's up there? It's Chewe.
Moving up, right, Bransdale? Tough kid to beat here, still sitting in first place.
Huh?
Skylar, Kyrie, Highs, Nino Beloy, and Keyboy.
Isn't this the exact same thing as yesterday?
Oh no, CW has risen.
Didn't CW
Skylar.
and Brands, weren't they equal in points?
Masdika, what happened here? But
were they?
I think so.
But yeah, I
Oh,
mean,
but
I
yeah.
watched you guys yesterday.
Look at Highs though.
Look at Highs though.
This guy is so talented, absolutely amazing.
5
Nino as
gold
well.
winners.
Yeah, oh my god, you're right. And then there's one jungler.
1 jungler, 2 roamers.
2 roamers, Beloy and Keyboy. Oi, Beloy!
Oi, Beloy is, I think, 9th. I'm guessing this is a 10 player, right? So 5,
It's 8.
It's 8?
So he's 7th.
Quick maths by Gani. I'm just assuming it's just 10 men, but yeah, 8 players here. 5 gold laners, 2 roamers, and 1 Kyrie, and that is jungler.
1 Kyrie.
1 Kyrie.
He is the role.
He is the role. And the only
The
player.
Kyrie.
The Kyrie. But ladies and gentlemen, it's still Brands and CW here now. Head to head 35 standings. Drum roll, please. Oh, wow.
Not yet.
Wow.
You really
wow,
want to
wow.
see the standings. Like, you as an ONIC fan wants to see the
Like, why?
Like,
What's
dude,
your relevance looking
you were
at the standings?
8-0 yesterday. You're 9-0 today. You really think you're going to be 8th place today?
I just like to play with my food, you know? Sometimes to see
You don't have food.
What is happening.
harsh.
What is happening here in the
Well, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on which team you support, yes, ONIC is number 1, and they are literally just on another level at this point, right? They're too good. That's what they are.
nothing to say more. Yeah, I mean, level-wise, right? There's this gap. Sure,
Donnie
to the ones.
9-0 though, right? we're looking at the top now. I think we need to take a look at the bottom as well.
Yeah, that's
1
why
and
I'm
8 now, and
curious.
you know we
Dude,
do
I
have
literally-
Eterna Fire on the right.
I didn't say
What do you
anything.
think happened to Aura? Because last week they were on the road back to success. They found Van, they got him, promoted him, and they were finding a lot of success. What happened in week 4?
Godiva's not playing anymore, so I have nothing else to say.
Oh. Is that perhaps the reason, Gani?
I guess it's a factor.
Godiva in.
Godiva in. Is that, do you guys agree? Spam it in chat. Do you want Godiva to play as well, or do you prefer...
Or just get a new roamer. I don't think High's cutting it either in the roaming position as well.
Oh, Goni in. Why not, right? Why not?
If they want to go 0 and 8 instead of 1 and 8, yeah, sure, Gani in. I don't know though, you're right. High hasn't really been performing. Gani, if Aura contacts you right now, would you?
But you have to leave casting.
Would you take the call?
Why can't I be a player and
No,
cast?
you can't. It's biased.
I won't be biased, I promise.
Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for the standings to come through. Right after week 4, day number 3, we've seen so many crazy matches already. 9 total matches in week 4.
What was already the total match of season 11? Was it 35 already? 30?
9 times 4.
I can't count.
There's a
36.
info. 36.
36.
36 matches already we got here after 4 weeks of game time, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, we are closer to the climax, to the playoff spot as well. Please stay tuned. Please stay tuned as well.
Also,
I'm still waiting.
For everybody waiting here, MDL is also going to be continuing. So if you're sad that MPL is done, or week 4 is done, there's always tomorrow to wait for.
Yep. And this is what we are waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, RRQ, EVOS, and GEEK SLATE. They're at the same record, 5 and 4.
Oh, that actually means that Rebellion Zion potentially can lose their playoff position.
Oh, this is really tough. 3, 4, 5, and 6, so close. No, all the way to 7, it's close. The battle for the playoffs here, from the 2nd to the 7th place, is so close. Just a few matches can change everything here. If RQ loses another 2 and Alter Ego win another 2, Alter Ego can be all the way up there.
And honestly, right in the top 4 position as well, it's not just matches, but also game rate.
Exactly.
That will change the course of everything, because 2, 3, 4, so RQ, EVOS, and GEEK, they're sitting at the same match win-lose. And the only thing that's defining the difference is how many games that they lost.
2-0s can be crucial now, right? Woo. They need to gather more games here,
especially for Aura. They need 2-0s right now. If they still want to make it to the playoffs, I think it's a miracle run for Aura. 2-0 win streaks.
I mean, next week we'll start to get the chance to playoffs possibility percentages, right? So it's not looking good for Aura, gotta say.
It's looking real good for someone, though.
I don't know.
Oh, we're seeing it now.
We're seeing it now. Chance to play off here, ladies and gentlemen. Aura 11%. Meanwhile, Alter Ego, Rebellion, and Bigetron here. Quite the same, 44 and 33.
Oh, no.
Even a 40% is so risky, Mirko.
Everything is risky.
Right?
I mean, even on the other side here, we're not going to see the chance to upper bracket just yet. We're only seeing the chance to the playoffs for the bottom 4 teams. But unfortunately, I think, ladies and gentlemen, don't take that too seriously. Just got information that there was, it wasn't a joke, but there was a little bit of a miscalculation.
Not even started, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a prank.
It's week 1 now.
There's a bit of a miscalculation happening there. So, our bad, ladies and gentlemen. Please be patient with us. We are trying to get the real asset out in here. There you go.
This
the chance
is the real asset.
to upper bracket.
96%.
Wow. I think one more match.
Done.
I think one more match or 2 more matches and it's done.
Yeah, I guess another 2-0 possibly could seal the deal, but take a look at RRQ, EVOS, and GEEK, my guy.
They're all even across the board. 65%.
It's crazy, right? 5 more matches around, and this is going to be the next week. Well, it's going to be the schedule next week, rather. I think it's going to be Royal Derby, no? Will we see? Oh, yeah, we will. We will see Royal Derby tomorrow. I'm not going to be casting it, though. But We're gonna see Alter Ego and ONIC.
BTR and Aura.
BTR and Aura as well.
Then we'll see Aura versus RRQ.
And Aura versus
Aura
ONIC.
versus ONIC.
Oh,
Now,
that's gonna be so close.
their chance to playoffs might just end
There.
next week.
Exactly.
Oh my god. Meanwhile, EVOS, what about EVOS? EVOS will take on
BTR,
Bigetron.
GEEK.
Bigetron. And as well as GEEK. So, oh my goodness, getting spicy, ladies and gentlemen. Don't miss out on week 5. Please take a rest. Ooh.
Alter Ego, ONIC as well. Alter
RBL,
Ego, they're still in the
Alter
7th
Ego.
place. And then RBL Alter
Yeah,
Ego for the
I was
battle
looking at that.
for the playoffs.
Oh my god. Week 5.
This is amazing.
We got El Clasico also week 6. Don't miss that out
Oh,
as
that's the
well.
last week.
That's
That
going
is
to be
the
the
last
last
week.
week
Okay.
on. So next week, ladies and gentlemen, mark your calendars. Friday, all right, 3 crazy matches. Saturday, 4 crazy matches. All teams will battle it out on Saturday.
Every Saturday.
Every Saturday, right? Royal Rumble style. Sunday, though, 2 matches.
2 matches, yeah. I don't think Royal Rumble style, because Royal Rumble,
Last
they get
man standing.
everyone jumps
That's
in.
it.
I don't think there's a battle royale here just yet, but yes, yes, Garni. Here, MDL ID Season 7, you guys can participate in the challenge with you guys uploading some edits from the MDL performances, the players. You guys want to make a montage or make a fail compilation, whatever it is, as long as you tag hashtag or tag at MDL Indonesia and use the hashtag MDL ID Season 7 challenge, you guys can get the chance to win amazing skins without a headache.
Without the headache.
Without the headache.
Because sometimes when you purchase skins, you can get a sudden headache.
You can, technically, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
just love the tagline, right? Why? Why without the headache? Because every time you purchase a skin, sudden headache. Oh.
Maybe because it's like you're spending money.
All right,
So you
all
get
right.
a little bit of a headache.
But the headache disappears instantly after you play the game and you realize,
Exactly.
hey, the skin is amazing.
And it's for free, right? That's why there's no headache. I don't understand why he's laughing.
Gani has
so
a weird,
confused.
weird sense of humor.
I don't know, I just did not see that. So I did not expect like the without the headache part. But ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up week 4. Wow, day 1, day 2, day 3. It seems like yesterday it was day 2. But ladies
Today
and
is day 3.
Exactly.
It doesn't seem like it was day 2 yesterday. It was day 2 yesterday.
There you go. But ladies and gentlemen, week 4 is done and dusted. Crazy matches we got already, but week 5, we are already looking forward to it. Weekdays, check it out, MDL as well. It's going to be me, Gani, Eterna, and Mirko signing off very, very soon. But I want to recap, right? RRQ winless this week. ONIC still unbeatable. Will they go for more? Let's see, right? Gani, Eterna, and Mirko, we'll see you next week. See ya.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita kan kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan